Yo, today is the last day for the second week of EMEA Valorant. And we have Koi, Gentlemates, and Fnatic Casey. We have Mate and Casey winning. But we'll see. Fnatic might win. It's gonna be a close game between Fnatic and Casey.
Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn. Alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm a villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day here at VCT EMEA of week 2. Just week 2, don't worry you guys, we got 2 more weeks coming before playoffs, but it is really crunch time. Do or die. Not a single team is out of contention just yet, but things could be different by the end of today. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined here by Kakuka and Ash. I missed you guys. They stuck me with the boys yesterday. I missed you.
Did you have a good time?
I had the worst time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a terrible time as well. I was like, I'm home and like watching the show and I'm like, this feels so weird, so wrong in some way. Yeah, I felt like I was standing out the side of the window. I was just like, just let me in, just let me in, let me back in here. But I'm looking forward to today. It's gonna be a really fun time and it's insane that nobody is locked in still.
Well, the thing is, some teams can be locked in today. Let's take a look at the standing and schedule as well, because if if Gentlemate even loses to Koi, Foot will be locked in automatically, and if Mates lose and then later on Fnatic win Kakuka, Fnatic will also be locked in as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many things to take into account, not only for the teams that are playing today, but also for the ones that are not playing. Definitely, we know who Foot is cheering for today, but it could be a great day for France, and we could see, or keep seeing even, the resurgence of Koi.
Yeah, Koi, the fact that they keep continuing on with this storyline of just having their backs against the wall and being able to step up in a lot of these plays, and the expectations for them, I think, have also started to mount a little bit with how they've improved with their performances.
I feel like when the pressure is off, they just get unleashed. They
Yep,
just play.
yeah.
They play
I mean, they said it
loose.
themselves, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't even feel like an upset anymore because we know what they can do when there is no pressure. But that's what's been going on here in the EMEA. Things are getting very, very exciting. But we're not the only region in the world. We have to go up against 3 other regions when we head
Well, they
to
have to go up against
champions.
us.
So let's take a look and see what's been happening at the other regions as well. And do you know what? I've been watching VCT Americas very, very closely. My GOAT, Finesse, is back. So, you know, that's one of my favorite things to do. So let's talk about VCT Americas. And I want to get myself into the zone of this region. And of course, in particular, Golden Boy. So I'm gonna channel my inner GB right now
Okay, see
because
how she
I want to show you guys a composition that I've seen over VCT Americas that I love. And much like the wrestler Bret Hart, Potter Christine is my go. And Potter Christine keeps pulling off crazy things over there, and it works. And I know what you're about to say because it does look kind of familiar.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're taking Americas. I took a look at Pacific, and I thought that this was the composition that I requested because we expected Pacific to be in on the train of the ISO, the Neon. If somebody was going to pull out something crazy, maybe we would expect someone like Paper X to do it. They did play it and all that, but I was looking at the same composition that I assume you were looking at from Christine, and it's this composition from Talon that they use on Icebox. Now, I don't think people acknowledge how annoying it is to play against this because you don't have the Viper, right? So you're not conditioned to be in usage of that wall, but you have so many walls and smokes. It's so annoying even if you're playing without flashes. Just with Soba and how important he is in this kind of compositions, it's very annoying to go up against an ISO, against a Clove, and everything else.
As Golden Boy probably would say right now, if we were to put them and the EG guys into the Royal Rumble, who's winning? Because my money is probably on Jogomo. I feel like Jogomo's ISO is insane.
I'm always on Christine's side. I'm completely biased.
All right,
Recognized.
I think I've run out of wrestling. Something Randy Orton, something Ash. What you got?
I don't know WWE, but I do know VCTCN. Thank you. But when it comes to VCTCN, you guys are talking about the ISO. We saw this region running it early on over in stage 1 and whatnot, one of the first regions to actually be pulling that out. And what's most surprising is that they just had not used it at all, despite being the first ones to be on patch 8.11. Instead, I want to lean over towards Haven, where we've seen some innovation coming out from both JDG and FPX. You have this double flash comp where we see Life having that ability to just get down C-Long so quickly. Sure, it's a great response from JDG, but it's very cool how that ability to kind of kick up that pace works out with that fault line and the flash. And then you also have the fact that we're seeing JDG running the Fade Gecko, a combination of initiators that we don't typically see on Haven, the first time that we're actually seeing it in any region.
I mean, I'm surprised. I want to see more Haven in our region. I want to see how many different teams that we have here that have innovated in the past are going to interpret Haven when it's back in the pool.
But this is the thing though, other regions, they are playing Clove, you know, VCTC, and they play Clove as well. They did it when nobody else was doing it. I know they're not so hot on the ISO just yet. Do you guys think that we, bringing this back to EMEA, need to see more Clove?
I think it depends. I think our priorities and the priorities from the team differ a bit just because of how the rest of the region plays it. I think, for example, when we saw Casey at the beginning of the year during kickoff, there were things that only they were doing, running the Gecko on certain maps, even like the Duelist, and people and the other teams start picking that up and seeing the strength and how to counter it and what it actually brings you. It depends on every single team, but I think only time will tell. So many things are changing in the game that I think Clove is like the least of their worries.
I'm just upset because we have Angel, we have Red Guard, we have all these people, Boo, like all these people that I feel like should play Clove, Ash. I want to see them on it.
I mean, the Clove would be really cool, but at the same time, when you're talking about the 3 players that we just mentioned, now aside from Angel, we see them on the Omen, right, where they have that ability to make the strided step. I think they've valued a lot more the movement, the repositioning that can come from that agent instead. And with the way that our region, I feel like, is playing as well, I don't know if Clove necessarily fits into the playstyle currently within EMEA.
We want fun though. We want
We
fun.
do want fun.
We want
We
to
do
do
want
more
fun.
fun. And speaking of that, on this show, we love to give people opportunities, and we did just that earlier. Take a look at Mitchman finally reuniting with an old friend.
Hello everybody and welcome. I'm joined by Kadavra for a quick interview ahead of his match. First of all, Kadavra, thank you so much for joining me here today.
Thank you too. Hello.
It's very nice to see you. It's I almost feel like saying it's been a long time. It's a long time since we spoke, but we never saw each other before.
No, we never saw each other. We were working together, but we never saw each other.
For a long time. Wow, back many years ago. It makes me feel old even thinking about it, honestly.
I was 21. I was 21.
Wow. I was, I think, 22 or 23. Yeah, these are these are a long time ago. And listen, I want to talk to you. Let's start on the first question from way back then. You played in the first ever Masters event on Alliance versus Takas. You played against this guy, and now you're playing with him. What is it like to play on stage in VCT with your former enemies?
Yeah, I mean, it's really good because we were enemy, but we are also friends in real life. So I'm just excited to play with him, and I really like to play. I take a lot of pleasure. So yeah, it's good. It's good to be with him.
This is good to hear. And listen, stepping up to this level here in VCT in partnership, it was always an eventuality for you. You put in the work, you never gave up, and you grinded through that tier 2 system. But I wanted to ask you, do you think that playing through that open circuit against so many different teams, do you think it's given you any kind of an advantage over the teams or the players who've been here stuck in partnership?
I don't know if it's an advantage, but for sure, we played. I think in tier 2 you played more game than a partnership team. You played like you just play more basically, and you play more like crazy people, you know, doing crazy stuff. So I think you get used to fancy stuff more easily, you know. Okay. So I will not say it's an advantage, but at least it's not a disadvantage, you know.
Okay,
Yes.
little fresh perspective that you can bring.
Yeah.
I like that. Now listen, you brought a very fresh perspective to the server the other day. Last week, as a debut, I got to cast the game and it was very fun. You were destroying people, 13-1 in your first map of partnership. Kadavra, what is it like to step out on that stage and deliver such a strong performance? Did you expect to do that well?
I mean, to be honest, I was expecting for myself to play good, and I was expecting the team to play really good. But I was not expecting 13-1 for the first game, not gonna lie. But unfortunately, we didn't win at the end. But yeah, I was not expecting that strong, like to start that strong. But we did it, so.
Well, I think
good.
now teams will consider getting rid of that split in the veto against you.
Yeah, I think so too.
It could be the right call. And listen, the last question I had for you, again, taking it back to when I used to know you back on the server, you were always a duelist and a damn impressive one. But since then, over the years, you've played whatever role the team needs you to play. I'm curious. We're going into a new meta now. ISO neon buffs. These duelists are crazy. Can you give us any hints on what we'll see? And will we maybe get a Kata buff duelist?
I mean, I hope. Let's see. You will see in 1 hour or 2 hours.
Keeping the secrets close to your chest,
yeah,
I
I can
see.
say, but even if I'm not on duelist role, you will always see me in front and fight. So.
Oh, I like it. I love it. I'm excited to see it. Well, I won't waste any more of your time. I'll let you go get prepared for the game. Thank you so much for joining you, and
too.
a pleasure to meet you, my friend.
Same.
Back over to you on the desk, folks.
Oh, that is so wholesome. Very, very wholesome to let them reunite. But this is the thing, Kata, he's come in. He had a great debut. He looks like an amazing addition to this team. But things could potentially get complicated and maybe even difficult for him because, as we know, Gentlemates announced that Existence will be taking a break until the end of season. And he is a huge voice and influence on this team, Kakuka.
Yeah, we've talked about him so much, especially during Ascension. Every single time that a team was going to go up against them, we talked about him, the preparation that he was just bringing in all the ideas, all that craziness that we saw also at the beginning of the year with them playing the Phoenix and the Sage and everything else. We do not know how much this is going to impact the rest of the team, especially now that Kadabra just joined.
Yeah, because that's two major changes in a very small period of time, and that can affect just the dynamics, even maybe the energy going into these matches here as well, with seeing how quickly pieces are even moving within their own team environment.
Mitch and Kata, they mentioned Takas briefly a little bit. Obviously, we've seen him on a variety of duelists and so on, and I also think that is inherently a good thing for them to have Katana on the team and the viability of having a double duelist.
Yeah, exactly. I think that that will be so interesting, especially with the patch that we're playing. What we're seeing here right now is something that they did last week, if I'm not mistaken. All of this micros to see what the teams have been investing their time in if they didn't make it to those international events. Even though they didn't get the win that day, so many things were on point. And also the contrast from Takas playing on the Euro and then him playing on the Neon was a little bit jarring, but we have to give him props of what he did on this map.
We really do. I feel like he does very well with the disruption of the Yoru, the ability to flash for himself as well. And obviously, Beaz is always there to help him out on top of that. But when we look over towards that Neon, we have the stats here for Takas on that Sunset match versus Giant X, and it felt very flat. We do see that it was a 1 to 15 in first blood's first death. You know what? I respect the fact that he still got the vibes going despite that statistic for him, because he didn't manage to get a single opening pick on the attacking side on that map. But I'm hoping to see, like you're talking about, Yinsu, maybe the Takas, Kadabra, double duelist, maybe more of like a look of what we see for Heretics with Mini Boo and Foot, where you have that ability to be a bit more of that distraction, and that secondary person, Kadabra, can follow up.
On the positive note, maybe he ended up going 1 in 15 in opening duels, but that ended up in a 13-11. That says a lot about Gentamates as a team.
Yeah, it does, definitely indeed. But let's look over at Koi, because contrary to popular even belief, they're not out. They're not out. They can still make playoffs. We need like a lot of other things to happen as well. But it's just nice to see them smile on stage again.
And enjoying the game, enjoying every single round, seeing that the time that they invested into preparing for this play has not gone into the void. Yes, their chances are very, very slim, but this is what we need from them. We need to see them, as you were saying, Yinsu, unleash. Worried about something else. Just focus on your plan. If things do not work, well, you think about it when it's over.
And actually, it feels like this is where they're the most dangerous. This is probably not a good time to play Koi.
No, it's where they're scariest, where they're having that fun, and it's incredible the way that they're just able to bounce back in that kind of regard and completely flip a switch.
I can't wait to see it, because last playoffs, they crushed a few hearts. I feel like they ruined a few teams' chances.
And this is also a first time, right? Because Gentamates just came in this year and they've never played against Koi, so let's see how that ends up.
And I know how important this is for Spain and France as well. It's a big, big rivalry, and this is a must-win for both of these teams if they want a chance to make it all the way to playoffs. Here's Koi and Gentlemates taking the stage. For the first time this year, Existence is not on stage here in the studio with his team, and instead in his place is Mad C, who's stepping in for this. How big of a difference do you guys think this is going to be, considering they haven't really had a lot of time to adjust and change to the absence of Existence?
probably the plan was already there into how to approach this match, what they were going to do, and obviously, as we say, all the time that was invested into the split. The problem is the timeouts, right?
Yes.
Are we going to say the same impact? But going straight into the map, Vito, Sunset is going to be the first one. Do you make of this, Ash?
I think this is pretty scary for Koi at the very least. They haven't looked too great on this map, despite the fact that they are the ones actually selecting it. Meanwhile, you look over towards Gentlemates, sure, it was
They
a
gave
rough
them the
match
split.
last time.
Yeah.
It is really strong in favor of Gentlemates this veto.
I'm very, very surprised they just kind of let them have the split, but the other caveat is they've seen it, they know what they do.
How much is this affected by the games that they have respectively played against Giants, right? Because Giants picked that Sunset against Koi, and they regretted that. Also, it was the first time that Koi won this map since the regular season. They played it once also in they played it some more time during a kickoff, but it is somewhere that it was a little bit hit or miss. I think that they weren't very sure. How much of that confidence has been brought up by Giants? Same goes for the split on the side of Gentlemates. A 13-1 does not give you a lot of tape on yourself on what you did wrong.
No, but then going back to that Sunset pick as well, the success that they found against Giant X in that 13-5 was also the difference in composition, where we saw that swap from the Neon onto the Raze there for Camo, where he looked much more comfortable.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select here and see if we have any adaptations to this meta. He's back on the wall.
He's back on the wall. He's just back on the wall.
He left the wall a little bit, he's back.
We were looking at him, but was it on the Sova? And we know how important Sova has become back on the meta. I feel like it was a little bit overlooked with all the Gecko and the KO, and now that he's back, and especially teams like Heretics show us how important it is on a map like Sunset. I really want to see how the combos and everything else is going to be, because it started on the defense, they should have theoretically an easy time.
And the fact that also again, you mentioned it earlier on, it's the first time these two teams are facing off against each other, so maybe Gentlemates do feel that comfortability in running that Sage, where we saw them kind of move away from it initially, and the fact that they're like, okay, this is the first time we're looking up against Koi, we're feeling confident in that kind of sense. But then you look at the Koi comp, they haven't changed anything, and they did look quite good up against Giant X last time around. Especially, again, I love seeing Starkzo on that KO. It feels like he has the most impact here when he's playing that agent.
I am just glad to see him back on the wall. I feel like it's needed. And of course, just a reminder, if you are a fan of Foot, you are also a fan of Koi today. If Koi win here, they beat Gentlemates. Doesn't matter what the map difference is, Foot will 100% be locked for playoffs. And speaking of that, speaking of Foot, here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yes, we are the #1 Foot fans over here. We love Team Foot. But Tom, you know what I love more than that is good Valorant, and we're about to get some here today.
Glad that's what you said.
Split left in
gone
the
anywhere.
pool. I mean, I'm a bit surprised. I talked to Kata earlier, and he even said, seems to be wise to take that out, but they're rolling with it. Maybe a risk?
I don't know. I feel like for Koi at this stage, and the reason I've been enjoying watching them so recently is they've stopped looking at what other teams are doing. They've stopped looking at counters and more focused on just enjoying themselves, team synergy, and basically working on things that they can control. And I think that the worst thing you can do against a team like Gentlemates is try and anti them. They are the anti-team. They are the ones that have always come in with the strats, although with Existence currently taking a break from the team, I don't know if that will be the case so much anymore.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what they've got for this one. Obviously, in the tank, when we saw him play the Sage on this map before, had a lot of cool boosts and ideas, but Koi have seen that before, so I'd be a bit surprised if they fall for it.
Well, right off rip, Koi losing a player with Shados down. Looks like some space will be taken towards this B site. They have managed to break through the choke point, but the mid lurk is delayed somewhat, if it's even going to go through for Grubinho. He has got a paranoia, though, and that's what he was in position to fire out with Camo swinging in for 2 on the back of it. Great utility that gives Koi a chance.
An opportunity. The wall will section things off for the fights. All going one way until Bears finally manages to find a kill. The thing is, with 2 players watching that cross, make that just 1. Bears is bringing this round back, but they have already spotted that there's another player in main. They need to try and isolate one of these battles, and instead it goes the way of Grubinho. A good start for Koi as they'll take themselves a pistol, and I feel like the 2 players standing, Mitch, they're the 2 I'd really like to highlight going into this match, because I feel like we have seen a huge uptake from Camo and Grubinho going into Split 2 specifically. And I think that's the one thing that has been a little bit unfair for them. Is like, you look at this team on paper at the beginning of the split, beginning of the season even, And you're going to see players like Shadow, Starzo, Shadow, like they are names we've seen for a long, long time. So we maybe don't give the youngsters the same wiggle room that, okay, this is coming up to the tier 1, it takes some time to get there. I think we're now seeing that time sort of take effect, get used to the stage, get used to playing against big opposition, and okay, maybe being so close to out that you don't feel as much pressure anyway.
Oh yeah, yeah. Your officials become more like a ranked game. It's the pressure's off your shoulders for sure. And you know, for the side of Koi, like has been discussed on the desk, was I mean they even had to inform Barbar the other day that you're actually still in with a chance, brother. Like it's not over yet, but it is an extremely slim chance. Still a chance to show that everything that they've built, if given more time, if given another stage, something like that, that it could have worked, that they were moving in the right direction. I think they've already started to show that with their uptick in performance. And we said the start of the last round, it was nice to see that the initial flank attempt shut down with Shados falling, but Rubinho is still in a great position to put out Paranoia and claim market control. There's already some good facets to this attack side, and as you can see, Gentlemates have stacked up the A site with their classics and their one sheriff. They have chosen the wrong side of the map as Koi set up for the typical post plant.
Yeah, the thing is with the way Koi play this round, it's the 4 rifles going together, the pistol on the lurk. Similar to what we've seen a lot of teams do with the 3-2, but a lot less wiggle room. You don't want to be losing 2 players even in this round because it costs you far more than it's worth. Grabinho is about the only player that can go down without it being too much of a problem. Although it does seem like, I like the fact that what they're doing with it is he is dropping a gun over to a teammate, so that if he goes down, the chances are Shadow's going to be able to hold on to that, fight for those extra orbs, because let's be real, from the Shadows doesn't quite do as much as a Hunter's Fury. So I like that they're definitely thinking about all of these smaller details in rounds where, well, that's going to happen.
I mean, you're really disrespecting the From the Shadows with a man like Whalers on the server. No, he's not playing it right now, but we've seen it before. The impact was there. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he'd take that somewhat personally.
Was he the most impactful player in that match? Did he have
not.
the most impactful ult?
Maybe it was the guy who currently has the From the Shadows on mates. My man Kadavra. Yeah, swapping it up to the smoker roll. God, I'm hungry to see him play in ISO or in Neon. I think people aren't ready for what he'd be pulling that.
Well, I'm interested to see if your curse also transfers to him, and it's just ex-Alliance players can't win when you're casting.
I mean, that's the thing. The other day, Cairo was doing the Polaris broadcast from my house. Hype, my ex-teammate also, was playing in that. They hadn't lost the map, and then they lost the series. So, or they had lost one map, I think. Either way, it just seems to extend. Hopefully, Cadaver won't suffer the same fate. And in this round, at least, they're starting it out by dropping Shadow. That's the Lurker sent towards B to buy space and orbs. Shut down. The rest of the attacking squad now left to try to muscle some space out here on A. Grabinho again sent out. This time it is going to be the Lurk attempt that he hasn't got the Paranoia to use up. The support will only be in the form of those smokes that have already been sent. He'll lurk out here, cycle his utility for this execute, and hope to find value from behind.
Yeah, great wall. Yeah, wall has left a gap, but that could end up helping them a little bit.
Yeah. A nice little spot to hide behind from the tank, so first contact can go towards spawn as they swing. They're out in the open, and then he can come out from that little bit of cover. It's not a bad idea. They have lost Cadaver, the spawn player, through spams.
Yeah, this was a man advantage. Attack us with an opening duel. Last time he played this map, he was 1-15 in opening duels, which I think is a record. I don't know if there's anybody who's done worse than that. Right now, doing a little bit better in that regard. The only thing for Koi is really the time. 20 seconds left. You can see the space being taken on the other side of the map, and it's irrelevant at this point. Camo, though, will get the opener. He's going to clear the angle. They now know that Bears is there, but they haven't got past Whalers. The trade leaves things incredibly awkward, and, well, Shados has no choice just but to save.
Yeah, Grabinho could have gotten something done if the spike went down, but they thought that the fake they sold, breaking the trap towards market, feeding into that space would have actually caused some sort of a rotation that even if the players were still on site, they'd be stepping out in the open. They'd be on their way. But no, they sat there patient, and Gentlemates managed to reap the reward of that. Now 2-1 with rifles in play. But again, Koi haven't saved over quite a bit. They're still able to get the damage done here.
Really nice initial set play. Again, shout out to the team behind the scenes who are catching everything in that regard, but this is what I want to see more of, because as I said, Takas had a really rough time at the last map with openers, because I feel like the setup wasn't really there. Already we're seeing a slight change in that regard, but bear in mind that was a bonus for Koi, even if it was a very good one. So they're still going to be coming in with rifles comfortably for this round.
Yeah, and opponents that would have probably found success if they didn't run into so many players. If they had managed to sell that rotation maybe 10 to 15 seconds earlier, you could have found success. So a close one, but not one that finds results. Now's their chance. Spread out in the default, holding for aggression, hoping that mates decide to go running up on an angle, which with this comp especially, like when you have that neon for much faster rotations, it's not necessary, but you want to have that little bit of extra info. You see this more aggressive peek out of Kadavra. He's just trying to spot them as they make their way forward.
This is a very early rotation though. Like
Already,
already.
Takas can get back so quick.
Yeah, I guess, but he's quite far in. Like, they've already had to use a paranoia, and because that aggressive position is now gone, they're immediately going to pull back. Like, Koi are definitely aware of some of the angles that are being played for, and they're using their utility just to try and make things more awkward for their opposing side.
Kadavra got hit by that paranoia, fell back,
30
but now
seconds
feeds
left.
back into the space, and the timing is absolutely perfect. He has a great read on how Koi are pushing and pulling the map. Grabinho, though, managed to sneak through, but that opens the door for Kata. He's now going to make his way right up behind them. The timing seems to be absolutely perfect. With nobody looking his way, they're safe behind the box for a moment, but once they step out, that's his time to strike. A double, a paranoia fired through, and here comes Takas taking advantage of that, and it's Kata that finds the kill. Now Takas gets the defuse, safe and sound, and nobody can get back into the site. An absolutely perfect round from Gentle Mason. My God, the impact of Kadavra ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, I guess this is why they feel so comfortable leaving him as that solo man. You know, we talk about the Cypher being the anchor, but it seems like they're going to do exactly the same thing with the Omen. And I highlighted Grabinho on the other side. I think both of them are sort of the players to watch in this match, weirdly. It doesn't happen very often. My only worry, though, is this is also something that was replicated in their previous series, where at times it did feel like it's Kata versus the Wild. Like, is this guy going to be able to get a multi-frag, or are they going to lose? And I want to see if, again, like, changes behind the scenes, whatever it may be, will give players more so like Takas. He's the man I'm looking at to have a big game.
Much more passive hold from Gentlemates. You know, now Koi are making the adjustment, realizing that that elbow player, the only way that that could have found success is the guy in elbow walked up behind. They know what happened last round, and so now they try to challenge him early, flashes cages, and blast packs in to take the space quickly to push him back, but mates weren't there. And all that noise tells the one guy who was close by, who I think was Beaz, that, hey, there's a lot of players on A. They push B, they get the space with Whalers, locking them into this A push, and then mates have 4 players stacked on the site, ready to take this fight. But that's more targets for the showstopper. Camo's 3rd kill, but it's still neck and neck with Beaz having a chance to pull it back into their favor. He's isolated, his teammates far away. Good flash, not a great follow-up though. And now Koi have a 2 versus 1.
It's not going to last long either. Shados is immediately able to catch the man. Unfortunately, there was a minor piece of timing there that could have been all the difference, and that was Whalers breaks the trip, and literally half a second later, the knife takes away all abilities of the 2 players. Obviously, it's just luck with timing, but they would have had absolutely no idea he was there if it wasn't for that exact moment. Even still, though, again, it looks like the read from Gentlemates was pretty much spot on, but Camo, just Camo. Like, being able to get 3 kills here, obviously he got teammates traded out, and then this battle between Beaz and Grabinho is a little bit more awkward. Kadavra, again, though, he's looking to make plays on this Omen. It's not just sitting pretty, not just holding those sites. He wants to be in the thick of it.
Grabinho is in an interesting spot, to say the least. Sat inside the one-way smoke, waiting for someone, and it's funny looking at the map, that space is entirely open. It's been given up by mates. They're holding mid and B, leaving A for their opponents. Don't see that too often.
I also don't think you see that trip. The trip was just on the floor. Like, it wasn't even in, because they're so used to people breaking it with the Soviet utility on the other side. They just put it on the floor in front. Again, these aggressive positions have been taken by mates. The steps will definitely have been heard by Kadavra as well, and that's going to give that little bit of extra information over to Takas, who is just waiting. It's not the prettiest, but he gets the job done. We'll be able to back out of there, and now Kadavra strikes. That's the spike on the ground.
He's got a tough decision, though. Holding the spike, you know the full force of your enemy is going to come towards you. It might not scare him back, but it will plenty of other players. And nobody from his team close by. It is Kata against the world in this round, make no mistake, and he will not find success. 3 versus 4. One man lost is not the end of the world. And with 20 seconds on the clock, a move needs to be made. The push out of mates for extra space, almost punished, but Starzo can't get them. And now the spike is too far away to attempt it. Maybe if there were kills there, they could have rushed it down, but even then I struggle to find the success.
Yeah. I think in the last 20 seconds, they'd already made the decision to save. Yeah. Like, it's an unfortunate round for Koi, really. Like, the fact that it was so aggressive, they had no idea that Kadavra had made that play, and again, maybe he could have fallen back, whatever, but it was just the fact that he catches the spike. That was the main difference maker. And also the plays he's been making have allowed for a lot of early rotations, whether it be him controlling that A site or the push up middle. That's been allowing, say, Takas to switch up his spot, to have those stacks on the other side of the map. And again, I feel like that's something that Koi now have to realize, okay, this guy's pushing us, this guy's taking control, we need to deal with him.
I think it's the exact reason we didn't see him fall back too. He waited and then peeked out to see, is the spike gone? Do they take it and shift away? And then you can have that early rotation to the A site. And lots of early aggression put through. Hunter's Fury not finding the target's elbow, still under the control of Kadavra. That's been a big problem so far. He backs off a little bit, gives them some space while the fight goes down on short. Ult used by Takas, and ultimately not looking to get too aggressive. They want Koi to step into their trap so they can take them down with the crossfires, but Koi are stepping back. They're going to let this ult fade away. Well, feed into the late round. The only problem I have, Tom, is that they don't even have traps on the other side of the map. At this point in their head, these, especially after last round, these players could be anywhere.
It's the last 2 rounds. You had Whalers as well, pushing all the way up. So I think that they're definitely going to have to spend a lot of time just checking for this aggression. And I'm liking the fact that mates are not just going to sit there and wait. They're not going to go, okay, they're being patient, so we'll just sit there. No, they go looking for information once again. The TP, I assume that's going to attempt to go into the backlines. It's bold, and it has been stuck. The thing is, just look at where Kata is already. He is watching and waiting, but he doesn't win the fight.
A rare win in a duel against Kata when he knows where you are. Grabinho now the man behind enemy lines, causing even more problems. He's down to 24 HP. It's an easy kill. He might just have bought enough time by slowing down those rotations. Whalers and a tank fall. That's a wall bang through the market. Huge round from Shados. And with those 2 kills, that might be it done. For mates to go back into this, they risk their weaponry. They've got credits for the next on most players. But the chances in this 2v4, especially on this map, B-site post-plant, it is so difficult to get back in there, even when you're neck and neck on numbers.
Be pretty surprised. Financially, if they keep these 2 guns, they'll be able to buy into the next round without any problems at all. And it does seem like a lot of what their game plan is at the moment is just being able to take so much information on one side of the map that they're able to put themselves into position. Again, though, you have to highlight Grabinho. He was the disruptor. He was the main thing that made all of this fall apart, because you had the aggressive positions on A, you had a deep hold on that B site ready and waiting, and then someone TPs into your spawn. And I think, obviously, that kill goes the other way. And, well, I think maybe the round does as well, but instead they had to spend time dealing with that, and then Shados, that second shot's just disgusting. He's someone as well who has had a massive uptick in, more so towards what we expect from him. Because this is a guy that you think back to the Gambit days, like, okay, maybe he wasn't given the same hype at times as someone like Nats, but you'd think about high impact moments. I think you'd struggle to find anyone with better moments than Shados.
Flare to this attack side from Koi. I didn't even realize when Grabinho went for that ult towards the spawn, he was 59 HP. It's ambitious to do it on 150, but... And even committed to the smoke right afterwards. Only thinking about his team. Fight on mid for Camo. Trading blows with Takas, sending him back. Koi seem to be moving in the direction of A, which is definitely where the rotations are
Cover going out.
on the way. Mates, yeah, Takas is going to commit. I'm not sure the Koi are going to fully send that. You know, we usually don't see that much utility around B. Now they've got their trap, they've got their cam, and Shados is constantly watching it for somebody pushing up. I feel like they are at least leaving the door open for going back, maybe even trying to sell the fake to mates.
They've been very patient throughout this game so far.
Oh, it's going to be A.
Waiting for mistakes to be made, waiting for fights to be taken, and it does seem like Camo, in most cases, has been the player to take that initial engagement. The problem though is that there's still utility to play with. They can still be patient here. 25 seconds left. This battle is going to end up being everything. Both players now forced into an awkward corner.
Oh, that nade makes it so much more awkward. Good job by Bayas to find one. Takgas puts up the fast lane and almost gets a duel out of it. But with 12 seconds left, the fight swing Koi's way and the plant is going to be secured. A tough spam to try to find and no success. The information about to fall into the hands of Koi. They know exactly where the tank and Whalers are. The Whaler spam and definitely gives that away. Hiding inside the smoke. Well, that's one way to handle it, I suppose. Wasn't even off the tracers. Just blind fire. That will make the decision for Whalers. We're not going for this one. Time to carry the weapon forward. But before, we were debating about it in the 2v4, but this time there's just not credits enough to throw a rifle away for a 1v3 attempt.
No, and Koi again, like I am impressed with how sort of comfortable they seem to be getting into those late round scenarios. Like a lot of teams, you get to that like 15, 20 seconds marker and you're looking at panic. But it doesn't seem to be that way. Like Camo taking the initial fights, the trades being effective, even when like a player is dropped along the way. I think the more panicky team, even though they had the time on their side, actually look like mates there. Like two players jumping into that same corner off the flash. Like unless your opponents have no utility, that's not a safe place to be. And it was more reactive, I guess, when they're trying to fight back into that round. For that matter, they're going to take themselves the pause and, well, the first pause for the newly crowned coach.
Yeah, the first chance for Mad C to have some words with mates. Of course, wishing a speedy recovery over to existence by the statement they made. It seems like we'll see him back on the stage eventually. But there's big boots to fill, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't see, actually I do see a lot of papers. I can't see how thick that stack is though. We'll have to make a comparison later on.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because I think what we always gave credit to Existence was picking out those counters, picking up the things your opponents are doing. And I think that will be something that Gentlemates will dearly miss within this server. Coming into matches, I think a lot of teams, that we even, when we spoke to Emil, he said it to us directly. It's like, that guy comes in with papers, so sometimes we'll try and throw a spanner in the works just to make sure that he doesn't have the read on us. Yeah. And in this game, at least, it does seem like Gentlemates have a decent idea of what Koi want to do, but it is just that even when they have the read, even when they have the players in the right place, a lot of the time just players like Camo are just hard to kill. Like this guy's stats for the last few weeks have been insane.
Yeah, oh, there's a fire lit under this guy for sure. I mean, even in the state where playoffs isn't on the line anymore, you can still show yourself off. Never know how necessary. Oh, sorry, where playoffs are down to a very, very small chance.
There you go. They're not out.
They're not out. They're not out.
Hey, you were literally, if this was Liquid, you'd be like, oh, they're still in, they're still going. Like, literally, you did do that. And what happened? Did they made it. They made playoffs.
They made it. You got that right.
Yeah.
That was 3%. This, I think, is a little bit lower, but...
You don't even know.
I don't know.
I don't know what percent it is.
It's not 5%. It's lower than that. But yeah. For Koi,
this is interesting.
They're about to be pushed on. Big play on mid with lighter weapons. They try to make it work, but, well, I think the results speak for themselves. That is a cleanup of the pistols, and realistically, you know, you have weaker weapons, you go running through a smoke, and there's two players holding you. That is kind of the result I expect.
But the thing is, it looked like they had a pop flash
They
ready
were
in
going
the smoke.
But it didn't pop, did it?
No, I don't think it did.
No.
That's the bit I'm confused about. Is I'm fairly certain neither of the other players were blinded, and I didn't hear a flash. So maybe they just decided to go for the sheer element of surprise, but Koi were not surprised.
No. Well, there's something to be saved there at least. Whoop. There we go. There we go.
See, I was about to say that's the one moment you probably would miss Logan quite a bit would be a 1v4 with a Sheriff.
You're going to say that when Cadaver's the one as well. I mean, there's just no need.
Yeah.
I was talking to him about that earlier as well. I said, you know, it was split back in the day, and that look that overcame his eyes of just the trauma coming back at 1v4, my God, I'll never live it down. But for Koi, what a turnaround this has been on the season. They came in, you know, and it really is when their darkest days came around the corner. All of a sudden, they start to shine the brightest. There it is. Yeah, the decision was made. Let's not use the flash. Let's not waste it. Let's try to sneak through. Maybe nobody's watching it. Maybe we take the space for free. That maybe quickly got put down to a no, but 3 rounds left to play for. It's not over for Mates. They can still build up a decent amount of rounds. The ball is most certainly rolling for the attackers, and another showstopper online for Camo. That has been found with great effect in most of their games.
I think as well for Mates, when they had a victory versus Vitality in the previous split, they had a really dominant defensive side. That was where they actually put up a lot of their rounds. So this is definitely a bit more of a damning position to be in. And versus GX, we saw a 6-0 defensive half for Koi. And obviously different opponents, different compositions, hopefully a different mentality, but you kind of hope for the sake of Gentlemates that this is where they begin to turn things around again. 3 players ready and waiting on this side of the map, and although I think it's been a bit quicker for Koi, they're still happy to be patient. Timing though is perfect from Whalers, but the swing back out actually a little risky.
Cover going out.
Bayaz gets dropped here as well. And he's wide open on the site. There's no way to get him back into the round. Kadavra tries to grab a kill off the information being fed to him, but again, there's many bodies waiting for him when he swings. And the patient attack side out of Koi has found a lot of reward with an operator in the hands of Takas. He'll find it tough to grab value. They need to swing into the open, and in a 2v4, there's no need for those overextensions. Bar to cross to the site, which has already been found. Spike just now making its way in.
They don't even really need to swing across and go to the site. I guess they just wanted to check the backline. And well, you know what, the tank's just going to duck out of there. I have to say, so far, although we've seen moments from the likes of Kadavra, I feel like Takas has had a round or two. I do feel like the tank especially, I don't know if I've said his name once. Like it seems like, and it's not even just because I don't think he's playing particularly bad. I just don't think he's been in the right place at the right time at all so far this game. And especially when you're running a Sage, a lot of what I want to see is him locking down angles. I've seen him do it once, I think, towards the door. We saw him do it on the cross into the A site, locking off elbow. But I feel like right now, other than that one cool play we saw where they managed to catch a player using the slow, I don't know if the Sage has had any real value.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, if anything, we saw him at the same time pop a slow and get shot through the smoke. So cost as much as it's given. Chance to save over these weapons at least, and there he is. Little double to wake him up towards the end of the round, but damage is kind of out of the question at this point. Koi reinvest and still find almost every player above 4,000 credits. So at this point, they're not going to be hungry for credits. They'll have rifles to finish out this half.
I think obviously for Whalers, he's trying to get a little bit more value, but again, it's just a little bit disjointed. Like, I think Kada was sectioned off, it left Bayaz somewhat in the open from behind, and the fact that you have just a walk up from Shados. And as these rounds go on, you can see the confidence of Koi getting higher and higher. In the early rounds, it took them a minute to get to where they are. Now they're just taking it for free.
Boombot thrown out. The tank could be in danger, but the Boombot's come back, so it's okay.
It's like Wingman, right? You can pick it back up?
Oh, yeah, don't worry. He'll have that back in 1 minute, 50 seconds. For Natank, Rez online, doesn't really want to be the first one going down, but Kadavra's here to help him. Still has the paranoia, still a flash on Bayaz as well, so re-aggression can be done on the back of powerful utility. And it does look like they're all sectioning in towards this spot, but look how passive Koi are. And normally they would have pushed by now after taking that space. Mates think that maybe it's clear. They go to check and they find out that there's players waiting for them. The tank able to deal the damage to Camo, pop the res on the back of the slow, and will now protect the body, catching them, and then there's nowhere to run. In fact, the wall is used to jump up top, and they break it underneath him. Whalers steps up to the plate. Those 2 kills cleaned up means Shadow is alone, and a 1 versus 3 needed to put an 8th round on the board for Koi. It will not happen.
Yeah, I think that's the round I wanted to see. As said, like, it's been quiet from Natank so far, but being able to trade out that kill. Okay, going up on the wall, definitely a bit of a gamble. But luckily he brought Kada back, and in this case that was enough. Whalers uses the distraction to pinpoint those last couple of kills, and I do think Koi had a decent read there, but Mates in the end,
Let's get this done.
being able to trade more effectively. Even still though, they've won themselves the half. Opportunity for a fair few ults. Starzo 1 away, Shadow a couple away. This man just 1 away as well. A kill here could be big, but a little bit off with the shot.
Stun sent backwards as well, but they haven't spotted the player right up close. Whalers, trigger discipline on display. And the rest of the squad just about to walk out. He has to take the kill. He could have been spotted. And because of that, only the one frag. That's very unlucky. Whalers could have been on for 2, 3, or even more. Instead, the pressure put onto his teammates. Bay has so much utility, goes for him. He's able to at least drop one. The problem is the player he kills can be brought right back to life. And now the pressure on the tank and Cadaver, players who had so much success in the last round on Elbow. No res to work with now, though. They'll have to do it all alone. 2 players each, or someone to have a hero performance. There is a smoke online for Cadaver to at least block them off in main, and that's exactly where it's going to be used. A player running back, heard, but he doesn't get there in time. And now, the most dangerous part of this diffusing in the open. The tank has a wall to at least attempt to block a few bullets, but there's so many players waiting there. And he will find it hard to grab that value. Okay, that's going to block more than a few bullets now. They need to push out in the open. They need to push back Cadaver, and he's stopping them, slowing them, buying the tank a chance! What a play by Gentlemates! 7-5 locked in!
They've done that before. I've seen that exact play before. Just throwing down the wall. Like, you look at the tank so desperately low on HP, you think a spam bullet or two could have taken him out of the round. There's no way they win that. But that combination of him and Cadaver playing off of each other, knowing what the plan was from the get-go, and just holding the line as long as humanly possible. It was only really the TP that threw him off.
Oh, the notebook's gone.
And luckily it didn't hit his lunch.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to be the next thing to go. He's running out of objects to throw.
I just want to come back to it. He's just got like spaghetti on his head.
Oh, well, 5 rounds in the end. Not bad for Gentlemates. They've recovered it nicely. Big play. And that is a confidence builder. That one's going to get the blood pumping. For Koi, well, frustrating, to say the least.
Finding his note.
Just searching around the room.
Just like crawling on the floor. Oh, guys, I really need that for map 2.
What's our pistol round strat? Well, hold on. Gotta find the book. Attack ass. Oh, no. You can't write that. Whoa,
okay.
Shade us. Double it up. Okay, that spike dropped, and he's still going. This has been a phenomenal first half out of Shados, but this one really hammering home the impact he can have. Smoke fades, and there's another player here to find both. I thought that it did start out poorly for Koi, but, well, they certainly recovered it.
Yeah, I mentioned it at the beginning, like, Taka's had a really rough time last time out finding those openers. Well, he's done his job here. A 2-for-1 discount, but unfortunately used the wrong discount code. Whatever Shados had was a little bit better. Just being able to take down 3 players on his own, and then, hey, Camo comes in to clean up the rest of the mess. Those two, 16 and 8, 12 and 5. Definitely been the difference makers so far in this map. Koi now taking themselves pistol on this defensive side is gonna set themselves up nicely. Takas, though, there you go, another opener. He really is turning that stat line.
That was straight up mid. I assume Starzo was rocking the light shields on the mid peak. That's quite the mistake, as Takas has shown him. It is the only weapon for this side of mates, though. You would imagine you'd... Oh, no. Yeah, you might want to go up, get that weapon, take some space, but the denial from Shados.
I think it's already been picked up.
Yeah, recovered by one of them, was it? On the pistol.
I think Grabinho only had a pistol.
Koi reset nicely, and any damage that we think about is from this point forward, stripping shields, taking weapons out of their hands, but they have mostly classics to do it with. I think all eyes realistically sit on Takas.
He's watching the flank. Hoping to be that last line of defense. A few extra credits have been spent to slow them down around the wall, putting in the shock darts and the nade just to clear some of the close angles. This is the thing, Koi, throughout this game so far, have been methodical. Even still, though, it's getting scary! What is that from Takas? A pace save card Thrifty that, honestly, you put it on his back, and he's carried them through.
Let's just take a replay of that, please. Just see, one more, just a little slow. Little bit slower on this one. First,
this was kind of nice.
He was jumping to. Even more impressive of a shot. It didn't really need to see poor Kata getting shredded. But this here, with the Sheriff in play, there's the first.
There's the second and a headshot to finish it off. One chamber of this thing, all that's needed. I don't know if that's what you call it. It's not a magazine like the revolver. What does that have? Little spinning. It's a chamber, right? I don't know. Someone's gonna correct. Gun enthusiasts, let me know. Koi, they've got to be devastated after suffering that loss.
Yeah, they had 4 rifles in that round. That wasn't a low bonus whatsoever. Whalers eliminated, but he was only there with a pistol, and now this post plant, like, it just becomes awkward. You've got the wall down to section off mid.
Spike planted.
You've got a lurk from Cadaver as well. Only with a Spectre, but you are up against players that don't have any armor. So if anything, he should be able to shred at least a couple. And the rest are just basically trying to clear out some of these eyes. Seems like they're really ready for him. I feel like Koi have had some great reads throughout this game so far. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to capitalize, and Cadaver's just going to leave.
Yeah, no need for him to force the issue. They were trying to keep him boxed in for this flank out of Shados, but a little bit too late to the party. Thing is, they have cast a pretty wide net, so while mates will win this round, question is, how many rifles can they survive with, either by being killed or going down to the spike on the way out? The tank, though, seems to have cleared this completely, and the rest of the squad, having secured spawn, won't be going anywhere. Nicely done by Gentlemates. Another round on the board, and the gap is now down to 1.
8-7. Takas having a lights out performance coming into this second half. He was okay in the first, but as I said, it felt like Koi did quite a good job of just, well, unintentionally avoiding him. I don't think it was a direct thing that they were doing, but it didn't really seem to be in play. Spectre still for Kada. I'm looking at that overdrive ready for Takas as well. Could be something to pick up the pace in the round, and already you can see the defense are starting their rotation. They've gone for that A aggression, but after seeing nothing, look to bolster up mid a little.
Yeah, just so Starzo will be a little bit closer as utility goes out on B, fast lane in. He's on his way. There to support the backside push. If Takas continues to extend, the stun certainly makes it seem like he will. Shados had a reveal, but the wall slightly blocked his opportunities. Takas saw one up top as well. The shots aren't landing for mates. They're not able to thin out this defense, and with Koi holding on to a lot of utility, they can fight their way back through. Drone on its way. Still have the paranoia, still a nade on Camo as well. And they're going to start by coming from the same angle, all 5 towards the spawn for now. It doesn't look like they're even going to attempt market control with the paranoia thrown out, the blast pack in, the space taken, the tank's hearing it all. But he's shown himself, the bun clearly visible above the wall, and Shados drops him. At least one more kill to work with, but that defuse in the open will always be a problem. Oh, Takas dropped though. Again, there's so few angles they can hold from. All that Koi need to do is start the defuse and fight through this choke point. But Whalers is holding on for dear life. 3 kills, and then he's put to his end. The spray from Bayaz, running out of bullets just as the smoke faded. Koi up to 9, and by the thinnest of margins.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate truth of this round is that neural theft. That being online for Shados after getting a few kills in the pistol, I think a kill in the last round as well, it just meant that the second they got that elimination on the tank at a close range, it gave up where Takas was. Yeah. And that was their sort of snake in the grass. That was the sneaky play to come back through right at the end. And then you're just fighting from main. I'll say, Whalers, impressive job. Like, he did what he could.
Let's go.
But without that second line to their after plant, everything fell apart. Somewhere out there, Bayer is celebrating a successful neural theft.
I'm out of here. Here we go.
Oh, quick play, but Starzo's behind the smoke. He's got the jump on Takas, but the tank is able to drop him in time. The heal, well, it's not going to be applied because Takas is shot in the head immediately, with Shadow doubling up on the angle with just a bulldog. Such a incredible damage has sent them going the other way, but Camo got a little curious, and with his head ripped clean off, and the
jump over the wall.
I believe he did, and he met 2 players staring straight at him. And with the space taken by Whalers, it seems to be quite clear going to the A site, and there's the info. This was my main concern. Could Grubinho catch the planter off? But no. Now they know exactly where he is.
For a second, he might be able to get a timing.
Spike planted.
Tank also going to get himself his ult, but well, at least for the players that are already dead, they are far too far away. Whalers sitting pretty, watching on the cam. Will already know that There's one player back towards that corner. See Grabinho try and actually TP into the cage. He's won that fight. It looked like one that Whalers should have for free. Instead, though, this off angle from Kadavra should be what ends the round, but the smoke already onto the spike is going to try and at least make things a little bit more awkward, but there he is up from above once again. Kadavra puts the round to bed. Another round on the board for mates, and that will send the economy of Koi back into the ground.
He was firing some shots at their feet through the smoke to start with. A little warning shot. That didn't send them running. 9-8, tight score line. Rez online for the tank after that kill coming into the next round. That already won them one previously with the elbow hold here on the attack. I think it's a little bit easier to find the value. There's Camo trying to get up and above the wall with the blast pack, but, well, an audacious play. Not quite the result he was hoping for. Now we move into the next. Like I said, Rez online, one away from Bayaz having his ultimate as well. So B is very much on the menu for a quick play straight through on the back of picking up the orb. For Koi, they've called a timeout. They're not too far away from some of their own ults, but the credits, I think, is where the concern starts to come through. Sure, they could grab a showstopper, a Hunter's Fury, maybe even a null command in this round, but I doubt they're doing it with the eliminations because it doesn't look like they'll have rifles.
No, and I think in a lot of these rounds, we've seen that Gentlemates are really good at just sort of building up as a unit, and it doesn't matter where they're looking to push on the map. There's always a decent piece of supportive utility to try and help out Takas. Because again, that was the problem that they had last time on this map, was that it felt like he was running into angles with nothing to support him and getting shot in the head. But now, top of the board, we've seen as well just some decent plays coming out from this side. In the post plant, where you've got the wall, you've got the delay, it definitely makes things that little bit easier. For Koi, they've got to gamble. And the gamble is that they've got 4 players over on this A side of the map. We're only going to get a little bit of information. Now, they might want to try and challenge Katahid just because of the fact that they have weaker weapons.
Backed off. Looks like a bit of a stack being called for towards this B site, and everybody shifting in that direction. Question is whether mates will fall for that. Koi much more cautious about giving away those footsteps. It was all shift walking on the way back, so there really is no way for mates to know that this gamble has been taken. The spike still behind in mid, and Kadavra outside the A site. Sure, he has ult in case things get a little bit risky, but it gave me the idea that they might not commit. Now, though, all the numbers are facing straight into B. And just like that, I don't know what the call was, what they saw, what they heard, but they realized there's a stack. They decided to take it the other direction, but Koi have also adjusted wall there to block them off. Takas grabs Shadow, and back to B we go. Still, Koi are going to be here on time to get some scrappy fights.
A few things in this round that made me nervous, but we'll see if the finish is going to be clean enough, and it will. Whalers has found the double, and Grabinho left on his lonesome isn't going to get anything more. No, my only worry in that round, I don't mind the fake, I don't mind the ruse. I don't like the fact that the tank had the spike. Yeah. That's lunacy. Like, if he goes down in mid with a spike while trying to put his wall down,
well,
he
also came mid late. Like this way to go into market, then went back up to put it. So there were 2 risks as he put the wall down. Was the second for that spike to be dropped in the open, and Takas as well goes straight into the B site through a smoke against pistols. But you see the idea when Whalers was around the left side, so they're pushing both sides at once and just overwhelming that defense. I mean, considering they ran multiple times into the majority of the Koi players, that went pretty well. Kadavra, well, there was no trap there this time, so he thought he had free space. But, well, that's not the case.
They are trying to put the pressure onto mid. A round as well where a lot of ultimates are online. Losing your smokes this early on is definitely not ideal. But again, you can see that Gentlemates, more and more audacious plays are starting to come out of them. It normally happens when they're at their most confident, and for Koi, important to try and shut that down as quickly as possible. Pressure about to be put onto mid. They are still going in this direction. Gonna try and wall it off, but that has already been broken.
Before even Takas could cross, it was wide open.
You will not kill my ally.
Rez onto Kadavra with the space taken, defending the corpse. Now they're out of there, but not all of them. Look at the push up by Whalers. This is going to again be combined. Whalers and Takas for a second round in a row, pushing together. The reveal is around the other side, and Takas is making noise. You say, no, you found me. But you didn't find my buddy Whalers. Now the site is secure, the plant is in, and Whalers is staying in an aggressive spot, trying to be the headache for this squad as they make their way in. There's a trap there waiting for them, a cage to delay, and although the trap is now gone, they've bought so much time. The only hope is that maybe Grabinho can thread the needle, but he's now been spotted.
Oh, already picked out the sky as well. Camo is going to be dropped. Showstopper achieves absolutely nothing for the remaining couple of players. Well, even getting out of here might be difficult. Cadaver back to take this fight again. It's lost again to the same player as well. But it doesn't matter. The round is already secured. And I feel like, again, solid reactive play from Gentlemates. Like getting Cadaver back online, using that to pincer. But I have to ask, like for Koi to just completely abandon anything of the B site, what's going on? Like that for me is just such an oversight that basically someone can walk, I believe that was straight through B main,
Shift walk right side,
and just walk all the way in. Like that's insanity.
Well, I mean, I would venture the guess that they just didn't expect that quite clearly, that a man would blind walk in, but this is it. When you're lurking on the other side, you tend to just shift contact till you hit utility or a player, and he didn't do that until it came down to that last fight.
Oh,
You can see how frustrated the coaching staff of Koi are, and understandably, that is a tough round to give up with a gap left open, hoping no one would exploit it, and they most certainly did. Gentlemates' advantage coming into this round is kind of sitting to Koi with ultimates, certainly. Although the showstopper was used to no effect, they still have their neural theft, they're from the shadows, but most importantly, the bow and arrow on Shadow. He's got his Fury of the Hunter. Grabinho dropped after just one. I thought he was on for more.
This seems to be the case a lot of the time with Koi at the moment, is having one player fight alone on one side and then the rest playing this almost rotational style of gameplay. The thing is, it's because of the mid plays that have been happening so regularly. Mates have conditioned them to have three players around middle and just constantly play with the rotations. Now in this case, they've got the info. Moving as a death ball, the members of Koi are looking to try and re-swing to exactly where they are, and well, this Hunter's Fury, it's eventually going to get one tag, but that is all.
Oh, he's safe. Somehow made it out of there. Shadow wasn't quite ready for Cadaver to be that close, and the space taken allows a clear hit to the B site.
30 seconds left.
Could they have closed the door on the way through? No, they couldn't. It's already been broken. Maybe they even had to break it on the way in. I didn't hear the shots, but who knows? Natank, well, he's on the wall. You know this about him, but he's only good for the one again, and the trade's not there. Koi left with a chance, and now that chance is looking a lot better with Cadaver down. They only need to focus forward. They don't quite know that. With the flashes already used up by Beaz, he can't re-aggress with any great effect. Whalers caught behind the site in the choke point, trapped down, but it's been spotted at this point and will be destroyed. Now they look to take Whalers, and it's an easy fight. 70 HP, no utility barring a knife. This has to be a phenomenal individual performance, and it will not be. Just the one found. Koi right back into things, neck and neck at 10 to 10.
Yeah, a much needed round, but one that I'm not sure is going to be the turning of the tide. Because I still feel like the way that Gentlemates are, again, they've just conditioned them to have to play a certain way. It ultimately just comes down to some firefights, like Natank being isolated or re-swing from Cadaver. Like if those plays don't happen and they work together in the post-plant as they have been up until this point, I still think they probably hold on to that round. And for Koi, I think something much more drastic may need to change. Nonetheless, still level. Ultimates for both sides pretty much completely gone. A couple available just for almost information purposes. And right after, I said it, they were conditioned to play loads of players in mid. Then they went direct. Now they go back to mid.
It's a strategy that succeeded many times. Why not go for it again? That nade slowing them down, actually changing the direction that mates are going for. Straight into the spawn, and Camo's caught. Utility in hand, and a bullet in the head. Gentlemates, they have spread wide on this one. Even having the tank go through the wall to take that fight around on the back of A, completely blindsided on the side of Koi, left in B main. They have that control, but that's about it. And with the credits very low on a lot of these players, I mean, I would be shocked if they decide to go for this. They stay in B main all round. The question is, do mates go for them?
credits are not too bad, especially on Whalers, but it seems like it's going to be Takas, the one on the hunt. One off his ultimate anyway, but more importantly, it's the damage that he can do to the economy. Keeping these two guns will probably give Koi a bye for the next round. Losing both, probably have to eco. May even put 12 on the board for their opponents. Shados, when challenged, has been good. He will be able to take down one. Trying to get him out of his hidey hole is definitely not going to be easy.
I'm out of here.
Oh, here he goes, sliding through the angle. Long range fight, tag down low, but now the damage is done. And the distraction for Whalers to walk behind. Perfect. Bayaz, unlucky. These things happen. 11 to 10 for Gentlemates. They've got themselves the advantage. They've put their opponent's economy in the bin with those punish kills, and Koi are gonna call a timeout. This is they need to be very careful about how they approach the next round bye. If they eco, then they need to be perfect from that point forward just to buy an overtime. Tough decision ahead of this squad.
It's got to be infuriating as well. Because as I said, a lot of the stuff that mates seem to be doing is, it's not, like they have a pre-plan for the round, but the mid-round calling is changing things within a second. Like everything they want to do is being done on the fly. So you look at the way that the Koi players were ready to try and just retake top mid, you're caught with a boom bot in hand because someone pushes spawn because a fragment blocked the place they were planning to go in that second and they changed their mind. That's the difference between maybe having a chance in the round and getting obliterated and caught with utility. But that's what makes this mates team so difficult to play against at times, is they have the ability, they have that synergy in the moment that can be so awkward to play against. And for Koi, on their map choice, going into split, which as I said would look fantastic for Gentlemates last week. We've already said that they are facing up against elimination. I think that nail will be in the coffin if they lose this.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, it looked flawless. Should get Andalucia on that map. 13 to 1 last time. I mean, I guess there was technically a flaw.
Almost.
One singular one.
I think it came down to a second, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was a tight margin. They denied the plan one time.
It's the same again, though. Like, look, an isolated Shadow. He's also the only player that doesn't have a gun, by the way, so this buy is already stretched, already on its last legs.
He's thrown in mid and they've walked out on B. When he turns back around, it's going to be a very different sight that's awaiting him, let me tell you.
And it seems like, again, whatever Gentlemates decide, okay, last round we pushed up mid. Koi, they then go, okay, we're going to hold mid. Gentlemates have a new plan now. And they need to be trying to be more proactive rather than reactive. That's what this Koi defense has been. Now their reaction, well, let's give this retake a go. Well, they're going to be slowed at every corner.
Yeah, this is the problem. As soon as they pop one of their flashes, only one left now. The wall goes up. The null command comes in. Now Camo tries to break space, gets dropped. 2 and 2 split on the way through, and Kadabra just deletes the first arm of that attack. Grabinho does well, but it's too little, too late. Out to try and save, but look how quickly they're chasing him down. Those steps are heard. He knows he's not getting away with this one for free. One more fight, 36 HP on Kadabra. He decides not to reaggress, not to follow him all the way into the spawn. It's the right call. A weapon carried forward for Gentlemates. 2 chances to close this map out and set themselves up for a likely 2-0 with split up next.
It's a map you can tell that Koi will likely have known it was coming, but that doesn't really change anything in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I think that their defense has been an attempt to react to what their opponents are doing, and that has failed at every single corner. Stars is going to get the information for them this time, but just the death ball. It really is. It's like they're playing as 5. Every once in a while, they're going to leave Kata behind, but I think that's all they really need to do to win this game, is just play off of each other, because eventually, Koi are going to make a mistake.
Certainly looks like Mates are again going to try to focus on Shadow, but be keen to take it other direction. Spike on its way to A. 2 players inside B, playing on I guess the insecurities on that B site from the last round where they lost it so easily. The space was taken. Now there's much more passive traps with 3 players. Make that 4 very close by. Drone clearing mid, nobody there. They might even think at this point that drone tells you that, that it's B main committal. But soon they'll learn that it's the other side of the map the challenge is coming in on, and it's Grabinho that has to, I mean, he doesn't even have to find kills on the way in. All he has to do is survive, delay while his teammates rotate.
Okay.
He's already found the first.
Well, not for long. Bejas is already back from the fray, and the pressure is in on the other side. Getting out of here is not going to be easy. He's being chased down. Taka's full sprint, but eventually the leash is put back on him. He's got to try and hold on for a little bit longer before running it down. You know that that's not going to last much longer, though, as Takas will be right in their face once again.
Oh, it's Natank up close on the back of the paranoia, but it hasn't landed on at least one player. So he bails while Bejas takes one down with a nade. Cadavra on Camo's head. That's 3 versus 5. Mates looking likely to close it out here, and now the spam from Shadow costs him a bit of his own health, but Kata backs off, wanting to play on the site with his teammates. Lots of them stacked up, but Starzo manages to find a blind spot and actually takes all 4. Koi looks down and out of that one. But they've managed to pull this one out of the bag just in time with close to a second left on the clock. It's 12-11.
I'm not going to lie, I was with you. I thought it was done. I thought it was over. Starzo's not been having the best of games, but a play like that could change absolutely everything. They lose a couple of players just on the initial fights, and then I think it just ends up with Gentlemates a little bit more tunnel visioned in.
Let's go!
On those players looking to come in from short. Koi have found their lifeline, but again, they have not managed to get 2 rounds in a row this entire half. This would have to be the first.
That's quite a scary statistic. Desperate times. Now it's time for those measures. Let's see what Gentlemates have planned. Again, making noise towards B, fast lane put out. But the traps are still there. That's something that Koi are very much aware of. They know the space is not being fought for that aggressively, although this could be part of a plan to sell a fake. Paranoia used on A, pushing a player back. One mid spotted. Eventually, yeah, they just break trap, go out, and there's plenty of Koi players ready here for the early challenge. Null command used to try to stop any of this utility, which is a great idea. Mates like to get aggressive when they see the side is open, but now they don't have the util to do so, so Takas is kind of stuck stalling out in the corner and buying time for the rest of the defenders to rotate in, but that kill changes things. Now Koi are on the back foot.
Oh, another for Takas. He's looking to take over this on his own. 3rd kill already, but again, Shadow turns it back. 3 players to find. That clock ticking down. The tank not on the wall, but behind the wall. Cadavra's gone as well. Somehow, this is becoming competitive, but they've got to check that corner. They've got to hold the line. It isn't going to be happening. Gentlemates will take that first map, and Mitch with Split coming up next. I'm a worried man.
I'm absolutely worried, as all the Koi fans out there should be. We saw it split from Gentlemates last week, and it was 13-1. They barely broke a sweat. Now, we'll see if they can do it again after the break. Let's go! Nice! Nice! Nice!
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies trying to pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life.
A very, very close map to kick us off our day here, but it's Gentlemates that take the lead. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Ash. We saw Natank back on that war, and I'm very, very glad to see them go back to the stage.
I think especially when you think about the fact that Koi got both pistols and it was Gentlemates trying to get those rounds one after the other. It was actually players like Natank and the Sage that turned things around. But I'm mostly thinking about how on that second half they were conditioning Koi time and time again to be observant of what was happening on mid. And at the end of the half, it was all about that.
It really was, and I feel like the difference that we're seeing here as well is with Natank on the wall. Previously, it was so flashy because we saw, okay, a lot of those vertical angles, the success he was having here, but what was more important was the actual utility usage in this particular match. You see it here with the vertical wall. We've seen him throw that down before to guarantee that defuse, but it just manages to buy so much time. He plays around it as well to clean up the last 2 kills, and it was pivotal. It was the difference between ending this half 7-5 versus a 9-3.
Yeah, extremely close. But as you're mentioning, Ash, is the fact that he's comfortable with the agent. This is not some wild pick that just decided on today. And for the side of Koi, in some of the instances, the utility was not synergized in between them. Sometimes the timings were a little bit off. They also ran out of time a couple of times. It feels like in every single one of the Koi matches, there is a moment where we see this.
We have seen it before, and I didn't like the ending. But if we take a look at Takas here in the AIM Labs warm-up, it's a night and day for him as well when it comes to that Neon. No, that's not Takas, but Ash, I mean, we were talking about Takas because we were a little bit worried about that Neon pick, but he's in full swing with the updates on that agent now.
Yeah, he's looking a lot more comfortable back onto the Neon. And of course, this is an agent that we've seen him have a lot of success on previously, but it fell very, very flat in those opening engagements last time around. But a major difference here in the stats when it comes to Takas, the success that he was able to find here on Sunset, he looked really good. 5-1 on those opening duels on the attacking side as well.
And sometimes you would see Koi playing completely off the side, but it was so impressive the way that he was just entering onto B, using everything. Of course, the numbers are going to be very, very different to some of the ones that you were mentioning, Ash. But to me, you could see it round by round. He was not baiting at all. Every single mid-tip that they had, he has so much impact. And again, sometimes the response from Koi is literally to just leave this space open because it is so difficult. You're almost guaranteed to die if you just stay and wait.
And when he even wasn't just diving into that back site, there were times where they'd go fall back, play that post plant and be main, and he'll wrap back around towards mid, find that backstab while his team is just buying time for the opportunity to try and find that new cross.
I also want to shout him out a little bit in terms of the vibes he's bringing, because usually in the past we've seen him, he's a little bit more kind of composed, timid. He hasn't been really dancing with sunglasses on the stage. I am all for it, and we've seen how much of a difference that vibe could make. Even Giants, they were talking about themselves. Now they're kind of uplifting each other. We've seen it in Heretics, we've seen it on Foot as well. I'm just glad to see it on Gentlemates. However, as we head to Split, this is where Koi, they need to bring that energy. They need to bring that vibe because things are going to get very difficult for them, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. Gentlemates probably thinking of bringing back that double duelist, all the impact that they had, and they did whatever they wanted with Giants. I don't know, as I was saying before map 1, how much of that they can translate onto this, because from when you win, you learn very little, and from when you lose, you learn a lot, obviously, of everything that can go wrong. On the side of Koi, I think that this overall in the entire year that they've had, this is not a bad map for them at all.
Is this advice, chat? Because I didn't expect this big of a swing.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie, Ash.
No, I think it's pretty surprising because you look at the fact that Gentlemates, they just went 13-1 in that match up against Giant X. Meanwhile, the last
there we go.
result... Okay, yeah. You know what? The Koi fans just got in there a little early.
Poquito con cariño?
It's not
Yeah,
happening.
it's going up.
Okay.
It's going up.
You're manifesting right now.
Oh, yeah, I am manifesting. I'm so sorry to cut you off, Ash.
No. But when you look at the last time a Split was played here for Koi, it was a completely different story. Up against Foot, we saw Starkso pulling out that Yoru pick, and it fell very flat. He didn't really have a lot of impact there. And I think what's even scarier is we're seeing Koi start on the attack. They chose to start on the attacking side first here on Split, which is pretty insane.
So here's the thing. I love that you bring that up because remember I was saying about Koi running out of time against Foot? It also happened in a couple of occasions. And you talked about Starkso moving on to the Euro. I think it was around week like 4 or 5 that on the regular split that they also move into this double duelist. It's a little bit of the hit and miss. And I feel like especially the way that Takas was shutting down Starkso time and time again on Sunset. We need Starkso to, rebuild that trust, rebuild that confidence right now if they want to take this to a third one. Because against Foot, it happened the same as it happened on Sunset. They won both pistols. They still lost the game. It was the running out of time. It's the same patterns that Koi is falling over time and time again.
Let me pitch you something as we had to agent select Shados Reina. That was so everything. But let's take a look here. We're not going to get that, but they have made a switch.
Okay, Taka's on the Yoru, not the. I mean, that's going to be consistent here. But when you look over towards the side of Koi, the swap back over to that Fade is going to be a lot more comfortable for Starkzo, because I think we were lacking on that depth from the Yoru play. It was difficult for him to kind of pivot in those mid rounds. The idea is when the initial plan was falling flat. So I'm looking forward to seeing how now Camo will have that additional support here on the attacking side.
Probably this is one of the reasons that they decided to start on the attack, just setting him up time and time again. This is a composition that they have played in the past. They're just going back into it, probably not feeling 100% with the Euro, but this is somewhere where they should be comfortable.
Well, I like this comp, I like the switch, and it's time to jump back into game and see if Koi can bring us to a map 3. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Yinsu, and our analyst desk. Yes, we've got a bit of a task for Koi here. Last time mates played this, it was 13-1, and one of the rounds they lost off of time, but the only round they lost. Now, well, we're going to have to hope for a better result from their opponents, because Koi lost their map pick 13-11, a close one, a nail-biter, but not one they could take across the line. Let's see if they can do it this time.
Yeah, I also want to say that, like, mates played up against GX before they made, like, the leadership swap, before they, like, had made a lot of the changes they made for this week. So I kind of want to say that I feel like Koi will do better than that. I at least hope they will. They put up a decent performance, or well, they lost 13-7, but it was to Foot. Like, that can be forgiven. And they managed to beat Vitality time before that. We'll see if they can throw anything into the mix here. I'm glad to see the Yoru's gone. No offense, Starzo, but on this map in particular, I did not enjoy it at all. I think bringing in that extra initiator will set up Camo that little bit better.
Made through to the B site. Intention is to take it there, as the tank just found out the hard way. Whalers stepping up for one, but caught behind the box. An easy kill to follow up on, and Grabinho's the one to find it. Bayaz now spotted on the site, swung from heaven by Starzo. Good protocols by Koi in every fight here, leaving Cadaver and Takas to do it all. Takas on the Starzo lurk, but he's here a little quicker on his way through to B main, but that flank is most certainly being watched.
The difference with this already is that last time out, mates started on the attack, so we only got to see 2 rounds of their defense. That was the pistol and second round. And well, Takas will be able to get one. The trades from Koi are good. They'll get off to a strong start.
That they will. A pistol round, a much needed victory for them. As you said, we didn't get to see much from Gentlemates in half 2 last time. 13-1, that's kind of what happens, right? So there's always that little unknown that we're walking into. But for Koi, every little counts. We found the first, now look to follow up. Remember, there were a couple of upset rounds in that last. You think about Sunset. What happens if Takas didn't find those 4 kills with a Sheriff when they had 1 Sheriff and 4 Classics? If he doesn't do that, maybe Koi are coming in 1-0 up on maps. They need to be careful in this round, even though their opponents aren't heavily armed, because, well, guess who's got the 1 Sheriff again?
Try and aggress. That nade, I'm pretty sure bounced back a little bit. Camo has kind of hurt himself more than anyone else, but either that, oh no, that might have been the tanks. I think they traded nades.
Yeah.
Either way, still trying to aggress, but after the push has already been spotted. Well, you talked about that 1 Sheriff. It's lurking alone on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, for Sue, it's not the Reina though. So it won't be a situation where I think you're going to see Shados aggressively fighting that one. I think as the lurker, he wants to be a little bit more careful.
Oh no.
Starzo though, that wasn't careful at all.
He's not looked both ways before crossing the street, and that's a big mistake to make. The rest of the squad stacked up on this B site, and that's exactly where Koi intend to take this. The tank drawing their ire to start, actually avoids the stun, gives him a chance to take down Camo. Where's the rest of the team? Where's the flash? No utility put in. Just a dry peek is a big mistake. Great damage done. Whalers grabs the finish, and it looks like it might happen again. It's left to just Takas, but he's upgraded himself. Now on a Bulldog with Shados, 20 seconds on the clock, still to cross the site. Takas doesn't know that, but now he spotted him, and once again, there's a pay-save card thrifty from mates. I brought it up, but by God, I didn't think we'd get to see it. That is devastating.
Can we delete this round from the game? Like, just from the VOD, so that, like, when people go back to watch this later, they don't have to witness this. Like, it's just so rough from Koi. Like, there was a stun that went through initially, But then it was nothing.
They just stepped out of the way.
Yeah, they moved out of the way. Then the rest of the team just, it was like in single file, just giving these fights over to the crossfire of the pistols. Again, like Starzo just not checking any of the angles. You know that they're going to take risks in this sort of round. For mates, of course, again, they capitalize off of the mistakes of their opponents, but I think it would be madness to say that there weren't massive mistakes. And again, it's Koi putting themselves with a big advantage at the beginning of this game. The thing that's so frustrating is they invest a lot. They put 4 rifles on the board each time, and still it ends like this. It just looks so rough.
I mean, it's the kind of round, honestly, Tom, all cards shown on the table, if they go out with 3 players dead, we're going to be like, it's a round on the board, but is it a win? Well, that certainly wasn't. And now they've walked right into Natang.
Yeah.
3 kills
like this.
quickly as can be. And yeah, what more can you hope for here? There is at least some form of upgraded pistols in play, but Whalers makes it look easy. And after losing the pistol, they're 2-1 up.
Koi had more in that round than mates had in the previous.
Yeah. Listen, I will give them the one advantage that they had to push into their opponents, whereas the pistols did have to wait, right? But that's about the only upside I can think of. Yeah. That is just crushing. And the tank for the buy round that they now come into on Koi, thanks to the tank's big performance in some of these rounds, he's got himself a showstopper. So there's even heavier weaponry in play, and the economy is in the bin for Koi. If they lose this one, mates are going to run away with an early half that was Koi's for the taking.
This is where they need to get themselves back on the horse. It's got to be frustrating. Lose rounds like that, but already. A lot of utility being expended, but nothing capitalized off just yet. It seems like Kadavra is going to be the first to take the fight, wins the battle, and no trade in for an option. The rest of the team still looking to try and make their way out onto the site. And it's just going to be the trades out from Camo. He's at least keeping this one competitive.
Well, that's it. He seems to be one of those factors for Koi. They lose players on the way through, but he's always getting those advantages back into their hands. Still needs to do more. That showstopper we mentioned earlier, it's actually not making its way towards heaven. I thought it might be for a blitz straight back out. The timing! Oh, no! Chuck that in a replay later, because Camo was holding that for what must have been 30 seconds. Now the showstopper's used up on its way straight into the site, and it's barely needed. They're left in a 1 versus 3 with Shadow miles away and caught by the rocket fired through the eye of a needle. There was a small gap for that. He might even have taken himself down if it was a bit to the right. But in the end, 3-1. Pistol round win for Koi, and nothing else yet.
Yeah, it's good as well when you just look at the economy of mates. It's already going to be booming just based off being able to win with the pistols, having a clean conversion in the next, and now keeping 3 players alive once again. This defensive side really starting to build, and well, for Koi, they're going to be back to weaker weapons once again. Most of their pressure has been thrown into this B site for the first 4 rounds. We'll see if they're going to try and probe mid a little bit more, and well, they will, and they meet Takas.
There.
And that's Camo down as well, Tom. The man who has pulled back a lot of the advantages for Koi. They need a new hero. They better be stepping up to the plate quite quickly. 1:20 on the clock. Koi grouped with 3 looking to move through vent, the other outside A. Clearly, the pressure will be put on to Takas and Kadavra. Those are 2 players you don't want to challenge, even when there's rifles in your hands. Stingers and 2 Sheriffs. 1 away from a Rolling Thunder on Shadow, but that's not going to be a thought for this round, not until or unless they find some serious impact first. I like the decoy pre-placed. That is going to grab some information, I'd imagine. Oh, no, actually, it is avoided by Shados. He does well to not just fire straight away. The problem is they found the real Takas now.
3 players within the side. It's at least a kill for Starzo, but Takas is continuing his run of form.
Spike planted.
2 away from the ace. But not likely to over-aggress here. You can see everything being cleared out, the backlines from the tank. And in fact, they're even going to use the dimensional drift just to get the information. Try their best to keep this as clean as humanly possible. There is a Rolling Thunder, but for Shadow using this, well, it's not even going to be an option. And Elton The fray comes Takas. His 4th kill of the round. And a 4th round for mates.
Man, Starzo is fuming watching that. He's like, that's what I was trying to do. There wasn't CNET on the other side, so Takas gets the shot off. Nice connection on the camo. Good awareness, and Grabinho, great trade in the open, and well, the last one's just going to look ridiculous. Yeah, wide swing. You had a teammate there to support too, to take the first bullet, sponge it up. Now, okay, for Koi, things get better now. They've got a lot. They've got a Rolling Thunder, Showstopper, and almost every ult because they're one away from the rest. Viper's Pit could be huge in a round like this. They need to find this round. They can't let mates just run away with it 4 in a row, what would likely be 6 if they don't find it here.
Starzo looks like he might get caught again, and he will. He is having a nightmare day. The recovery ball, Camo almost managed to keep things even. Instead, Wayless survives. And it leaves Shados and Grabinho to try and pick up the pieces. We're 20 seconds into the round and it already looks over.
It's so frustratingly good from Gentlemates. The idea to send a tank straight down mid, that he knows I can take this fight. I don't have to look to my right. And after I take the kill, blast pack straight out. Why? Because I've got 3 players there swinging, waiting for the re-aggression. Koi make the right decision. Look, a lunatic raise pushes mid, gets your teammate. Everybody swing. Look for the trade. Catch them while they're in the open. But they're in the open, but not vulnerable to those attacks. 1 round on the board for Koi, and it's not likely to double anytime soon. If they attempt to plant here on the A site, at least I assume they will. Having control from Shados buys them some space. Damage done on Whalers, it's certainly possible.
Yeah, I'm looking at Shados here. He's got to try and find a timing. He's the player with the individual capabilities to turn around, but when mates group up together, they've been difficult to stop. Paranoia on both sides will slow the push a little bit, but Grabinho's already being pushed away from this position. Nice shot onto Takas, that's at least 1. Makes things more competitive, but Kadabra immediately swings things, and now it's left all onto Shados. Doesn't even connect the first, and the immediate swing from Kadabra again. It doesn't even look uncomfortable at any stage of this round as mates continue to increase that lead.
I think in the 2v4, they played it as best as they could. Look at this mid push though. Just devastating. Even though the trade is found on the player who was swinging out to protect the tank, there's another player there. There's just no way for them to find those kills cleanly without winning major duels. That is 5-1 and a timeout called by Koi. They can feel this game slipping out of their grasp, and they have to seize it back. With 5 ultimates coming into the next round and a full buy, it really feels like now or never, certainly with how confidently Gentlemates have been taking these rounds.
But this is where I'd like to see them go to something a bit more direct. Like, go for an explosive take into that A side. Like, we haven't really seen that yet. It's mostly been lurks in that direction. You got 5 ults, so you can literally use a Showstopper and a Nightfall to get you in. You can use a Viper's Pit to close the round. That's fine. In these scenarios where they look down in the dumps and they're getting pushed every single round with some different play, do something to turn the tide, do something to quell that momentum. And well, the pause in itself will help, just because every single thing that mates have been doing so far has turned to gold. Like, you do talk about the pistols to take them second, but I think the last round was much more of a worrying sign for the side of Koi when you're able to walk mid, have supportive play defending behind, and basically just, as I said, they ended the round in 20 seconds flat.
Just a formality from that point, really. As the final seconds tick down, let's see what Koi have been cooking in the pause. Same sort of mid-aggression from Gentlemates. Lots of players here in the immediate blast pack from Camo. He's going in. Showstopper in hand, right up behind is Grabinho. In this mess, he's managed to sneak up behind with his ultimate, grab 2 kills, and leave Gentlemates down and out of the round. In the first 20, it seemed like they won the last round. Well, now Koi have returned the favor. 4 versus 2. I'll say it, a near unlosable position for them. And Takas has the operator. If given the chances, he will most certainly take them. But for now, there's no need to overextend on this attacking side.
Got the credits. So if they want to, they can take the risk. The operator, obviously the most expensive piece on the table. Gonna actually throw that away from the rifle. The belief that they can win it is there, and at this stage, I don't really blame them. but angles need to be cleared. Koi have decided it's better to play this one as a group, although the swing's a little bit disjointed. It turns things back into a winnable position. The crossfire, though, should be impenetrable, though again, there's an individual duel. Once more, it starts to fall apart a little bit, but Starzo just looking at it by that time. Nightfall, as the defuse is just being stuck, trying to go all the way, and eventually the runaround will be enough for Starzo to win the round. It turns out it was unlosable, but only just.
Only just. You run it back without those ultimates online, I'm not sure what we get to see. But Gorbinho's teleports straight through to the spawn, undetected. You know, all eyes were on Camo. They even managed to deal with him, just a one-for-one trade, but as we said, the chaos, that's where he's able to thrive. The fact that those openings, Tom, lead to a situation like this, ultimately a 50-50 for Takas. He can't hear anymore. He doesn't know what side he's being pushed on, and he just guesses wrong. But if he guesses right, Tom, I almost feel like he wins that round. Here's another chance for him, and again, the opening pick, Takas onto Camo.
They peeked before the orb, right? Yeah. They peeked before it. They like,
that was a haircut.
You expected him to be there, and still the utility was just too little too late. That's your star player. That's Camo gone. Kadabra now, look, they're so confident at this point. Able to find those jewels. Again, a gap found by Gorbinho, but still the advantage is kept. Not able to cross to the site just yet. Gorbinho up above, but that operator now honed in on the angle. Gonna be smoked off, but in the meantime, Heaven being reclaimed. Gorbinho, what a play from him. Around the look done. And he might be able to win it all on his own. What a play.
Back-to-back rounds for this man. Not just his ultimate used last, but this time, the shrouded step up to Heaven. The sneak through, catching them completely by surprise. Again, it's just so disjointed in some of these early fights. It brings me back to that round 2, where they walk out on B without any supportive utility. It was a stun and then just straight walking it out. One player, no one close by. Those are the sort of synergy issues I just don't expect to see here in VCT, but Koi have certainly struggled at times. An individual bails them out, though. Now to 3, and, wow, big ultimate from Takas. That is all 5 players sided. And an ultimate used by Gorbinho, but certainly spotted. He's committed to it. Takas is committed right up behind. 2 kills before he falls, but that may be enough. Whalers even knows this teleport was committed. He knows there's a player behind. You're not going to fall for this twice, but the paranoia, it does a lot to get Gorbinho into the site. Plant can now be found, and a 3v3 after. The danger is the rolling thunder, but that's gone too.
Wanting to try and be the hero, ends up falling a little earlier on. The tank is just sending it over the top. Thankfully, there's a trade, and well, Starzo will have the second as well. It's scrappy. It's somewhat insane at times, but hey, Koi climbing back into this game, I guess.
Oh God, he went for a hero landing on the site. That was ridiculous. And hell, I sort of start to believe once I see him going forward, the way the game's been going. But Koi recovering on this one as well. And again, this, we didn't get to see this. This is ridiculous. Full commits and just grabs 2 looking the other way. Paranoia was dispensed as well. Gorgeous stuff. This,
it's
one of the most ambitious things I've ever seen. Maybe he thought the planter was alone. I mean, they saw 2 players run. He saw 2 players run down elbow. So I don't know where his mind was at, but hey, sometimes you got to just throw it at the wall and see if it sticks. This time it didn't.
Seems like 50% of the coaching staff now believe that Koi are going to be winning this game. The other is Barbar, who looked lost. I've never seen anyone look more confused, but Eros is in full belief.
They have a gate crash on site as well. It's used right here. Takas finds Starzo, but the pit hasn't been cleared. Still, Takas causing problems on the site. Are they going to go out of this? Shados could take a huge risk by stepping out of the pit. He's a bit of a thorn in the side of this squad, but Takas, he's going straight in. Nice reaction by Shados, turning on a dime. But the tank pulls it right back, grabs a rifle out of this. The 2 players to root out of position, has to tap it, but the paranoia forces him back in the spams. Well, that should end the round. He doesn't have time to bait both into the open. The stun, still not the kill, and it's time to get out. He's weighted by Gorbinho as well. 5-5 in a well-earned round for Koi.
Yeah, I think they might be starting to actually explore that map a little bit more. I said it earlier that the A site just had gone untouched for the majority of this game, but now using those ults more effectively. Some of the stars starting to come online as well. Shados having a big round, being able to stay within that pit.
Come on.
And from what was a dominant position, 5-1 up, we now find the scoreline equalized. Still had moments from Takas, no doubt, but this buy is not a particularly good one for the side of Gentlemates.
Oh, you've been caught. That gate crash used the bail. Back over towards the A side. Koi seem to have their sight set there. A bit of mid-aggression from them. Some noise made. Smokes down, and then they back off. Moving instead towards this A site, but look at the reposition from Takas. For a moment, it looked like he was going back over to the B site, perhaps supporting mid, but instead he's found his way to this familiar spot. He's caused problems before with an off. Now with Bayaz down, he's the only problem for this squad, and now he's spotted. Flash used, but he's not able to get much done in the back. All players tucked in and away. Takas running out of opportunities. He'll wait for the retake to commence. 4 versus 5. Koi have earned themselves a post plant.
Just looking at the tag with 2 blast packs of the judge.
Oh, we know what's happening.
Oh, he's going to try and clear the closer angles. I was expecting a full send out heaven, but I guess maybe deciding otherwise.
A blast pack through elbow now. And Paranoia used as well to lead the way. It's gorgeous, but Camo still lands the shot. And Starzo cleaning up the plate. 6-5 now for Koi. Really impressive resurgence, Tom. This map started out in absolutely abysmal form. I had almost no faith in them recovering those early stumbles, but they've certainly started to put the pieces together, and it all started with that round where they 5 ults online.
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless as well. It's starting to keep things a little bit cleaner. I'm also curious. I'm not sure if I'm losing my mind, but I saw for a second the tank is shooting the wall with a classic, right? Now in my head I went trying to clear trips,
right.
And then I realized the other team don't have trips.
Yeah. I don't really have an answer for that one, I'll be honest with you. Big play on attack gas, and he's only good for 1. Damage done though, allows the follow-up from the tank, but the trades, it comes out even. Down to the 2 versus 2 with the position for Whalers, now completely spotted. They know that he's here. The Prowler's even giving it away, but the shots still land. And the Shrouded Step gets him out of dodge. Shados doesn't know where he's gone and doesn't know where Kadafra is. He at least suspects that the orb in a good position, but what does Kata do? Does he decide to step right through it? The Toxin's failing. Make that a null and void point. He's tucked in. Oh, although might be about to give away his position. He's right on the edge of Shados's vision, but just about obscured. They're waiting for that first point of contact to both swing, and there it is. Kata had it. Whalers was right on the corner just in case. 6-6 at the halftime. Big round from Gentlemates with early aggression. They managed to finally break that Koi win streak.
Yeah, it's a nice little mirrored half. If you fold it perfectly, it fits together. It's yeah, very peculiar. I don't think I've casted a game like this before where we just go from sort of dominance to dominance, but it was like a bit in the middle where I felt like both teams won some very peculiar rounds.
Está loco. They are a little bit, you know, but you're playing against Gentlemates. You have to kind of expect that.
6-6. Now back onto that attack. That's where Mates had themselves an 11-1 half when they played versus GX. As said, this is looking like a very different game, but even the first half was a half of 2 halves, so who knows? Maybe this is where the tide will change again.
It's the second round I'm more interested in at this stage, Tom.
I just can't think that Koi will lose a 3rd round like that.
But you know, I didn't think they'd lose a 2nd round like that, Tom.
True.
And well, we got to witness it anyways. Again, harder to do on the attack. We'll see if there's even a position for them. They'd have to find the pistol in order for that to happen. Being good in them, Gentlemates spread quite nicely with a gate crash still to be worked with over towards the B site, at least for the time being. Bait out some of the utility from their opponents. Use some of their own. Gate crash is used. Now B is the new target. 3 players stacked up, and well, I mean, a fairly well sold fake. Look at the positions on B. They are off site, just conceding the space.
Yeah, I'm Looking at that paranoia, though. They've held on to that utility for a reason. It seems like the plan from Koi was to go for the retake, look to play this one as more of a unit. Still having themselves a snake bite as well. They'll be able to clear the back corner, but as we know, mates like to be disruptive.
Saw Takas up on the rope for a second, but he's sitting down below. Contact from afar will be, once he sees them, Cadaver's swinging.
Oh, he saw the gun!
Doing the same, but they've seen him, dropped him down below. A big opening kill for a man that usually causes so much damage on the way back in, but now it's the tank taking that role. 2 kills, nade dispense, Grabinho down to 20, barely holding on in the corner. Starzo tries to take that space instead, but he's shut down, and Shadow left to do it all. That crosshair not getting the bullets to the head just yet. Although he finds it eventually, it's a little bit too late. Gentlemates take this pistol. We'll see if Koi can perform that same round 2 upset.
I'm hoping, for my sanity's sake, that they can't. It looks like they're putting a little bit more investment in on that defensive side. And, well, we've seen both teams sort of go for multiple rifles. Yeah, that's what, just that little bit of the gun showing gave up the game. But it didn't matter in the end. The tank having a big round, and, well, it seems like maybe it did matter to the side of Gentlemates. They're actually going to take themselves a pause here, which I will say is odd. I've not seen many teams win a pistol. I think if I expected any team to do that, it would be Koi.
Yeah. After how this series has gone so far, that might not be a bad call. For mates, maybe they're looking at it like, let's not pull a Koi, right? Let's make sure that we follow through 2 in a row.
Let's not coin that term.
Hey, listen, show me the stats. Who does it the most? I think it might be.
I don't think you'll like that, because if you include last split, I think Liquid will be up there as well.
I don't care. But, let's take out the foot games.
Oh, okay, okay. It's a convenient.
Without Ada Captain on the server, who does it the most?
We're going to abstain certain data. That sounds... Are you running for office?
Stop the count. Gentlemates game. 7-6. Well, we don't know. It could go that little further. Koi might be able to upset them here, but realistically, they're saving the credits for the next round. That I really can't overstate how rare it is to see those second round buys find the level of success mates have been able to show us here. Now, for them, 3 rifles, 2 pistols. There's also a pretty big margin for error. They lose 2 players, and that's still not the end of the world for them. So in terms of damage and impactful damage out of Koi, we need to see them drop a lot of players.
Stun and a counter. Both teams held, and unfortunately that was where the trap was planned for. Trying to bait someone into that fight, but it's patient from the side of Gentlemates. Not overextending. Orb was at least claimed by that defense, so something extra to play the next round with. Whalers, though, similarly to when he was playing the Cypher in the last map, has found an unbelievable amount of space.
Yep. He's walked his way straight through B. I mean, this seems to be we've seen this on the full buy rounds from Koi. Just don't play B on the last map. But here on the pistol, it's a bit more acceptable. There you go. Good night, Camo. Sweet dreams. Grabinho's caught off as well. The fight on the site, the range not favorable. And sure, eventually Whalers will go down. But as you may have noticed, and I hope you did, he was one of the players with a pistol. There's the other one. Those are the guys getting more aggressive, risking their lives because they haven't got much to lose and orbs to gain. Just Starzo left. If he can drop 2 players, they'll feel that hurt, but that's going to be a tough task with Gentlemates grouped up hunting him down, and Takas even coming through mid just to keep him boxed in.
Yeah, I like the fact that they have the sort of the double lurk playing with almost nothing. Basically just information finding. None of the weaponry will end up going down for Gentlemates, confirming their lead, but just as the last half, they had a very good start, and then it was the resurgence of Koi that ended up being the biggest story. For now, for Koi's sake, I feel like they need to get that resurgence off a little bit quicker this time.
Yeah, that's a fair call. You can't let mates string together all those rounds, and well, Koi putting their credits on the line here and now. Defensive side. Look at the map. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any early aggression out of this squad. Perhaps it could be Camo going down on mid, but no, they are backed off. Going to allow mates to play their early attack side how they want. I'm surprised the decoy is used so early. It's obviously one of those pieces of utility that doesn't get refreshed. Put up towards vent, sees nothing. Not sure what you can do on the back of that space, but it does draw the eye of the Heaven player. Then it's smoked off, and they're straight through to the site. Flash for back, clears it fully, and gets the spike right in there. Planted by Natank. He'll be the man farming up those orbs, now just 2 away from a showstopper. It could even come into play in this round. Koi have a lot of dangers to avoid on the way into B.
Yeah. Knowing the tank, he's going to get an orb one way or another. Aftershock already forcing him into the open. The spam doing a lot. Takes down Kadabra. And in fact, there's a few low players now for the side of mates. This retake looking good so far. Hero needed, and already Camo's going to get another. Whalers trying to fight back alongside Bayaz, but they are being picked apart. And now the in-game leader has to try and fight versus 3, and it isn't going to be happening. A stellar retake from the side of Koi, as they'll clean that one up nicely. But as said, that was a bonus. It's still, again, a stronger bonus than, say, some weaker weaponry, but it's still going to be a comfortable buy-in for the next round.
I have to say, Gravino's been really impressing me. I thought first round of Sunset, he was fantastic with the utility he put out. Since then, it was hit or miss on that map. But here, I feel like in a lot of the rounds where they have needed somebody to step up, he's been the one. He kicked off with 2 rounds in a row, the win streak that they had in that last half, which is a large reason of why it's even close right now. I think at least like close to half the rounds, he's the main player I look to for the reason they took it across the line.
Again, seems like the plan from Takas is to throw out utility across the map, sell it as a bit of a ruse. Don't think it's massively changing the way in which Koi are playing. As I said, I feel like the last map was where they were incredibly overreactive to what their opponents were doing, and it ended up costing them. And this map, early days, but they definitely look a little bit more comfortable.
Time to jump. I'm overthinking this, but the fact that he uses the decoy at the start of every round, it makes me really want to see him just run at the start of the round in a straight line. Just fake decoy it.
But they're shooting it each round, so.
They didn't shoot it last round, you know, so it's sort of like you feel it out, like a 50-50 chance I get to play, you know? I'd love to see it, but I don't know that we ever will.
And the tank is one off a showstopper. Whalers is going to rotate in. The defense is already on the move, and it puts pressure onto Grabinho, but he has been thriving under it. He dodges the stun. Already manages to drop a second man as the lone defender. He's done an excellent job. Takes out the tank as well, so no showstopper coming up this round. And for the defense, well, they managed a 5v5 retake just last round. Now they have a 4-on-3.
1 kill from Camo, and this round's over. Showstopper will be online, and I think they'll use it just to finish the round off. And, well, no kills for Camo, a kill for everybody else, so that'll do the job. No need to pull that rocket launcher out, and in fact, the defuse, well, they're debating who it's going to, and it looks like Rolling Thunder is the choice. Makes sense as well. If you're going to send a player forward to grab an orb even, you ain't going to do it with Shadow before you do it with Camo.
Yeah, he might take an early fight, but also there's the... It's what they would probably prefer in the retakes, because that's a lot of what the game plan has been for Koi. I think both ults are effective, but that's one that can create some pretty awkward scenarios for the defense. And while it is starting to look a little bit awkward, 2 rounds cleanly taken from Koi. Economy will start now to build, and I guess the main threat, again, that showstopper, but I'm always going to look at the Guardian of Takas. This guy just seems so clean with that weapon in particular. Again, bring out a little bit of utility towards this A side, but I think Koi now just watch it go by and go, okay, that's there, that's cool.
Lurk on A hasn't found any success. Dropped immediately in a round like this. That's where you really want to be able to thread the needle. Push up spotted. They know that Takas is close, ready for the fight with Shados. Well handled, dodges the stun nade combo. Not the first part, but the main part. The nade not doing damage to him. And now, you're in a bit of an awkward spot in this attack. Blocked out by that utility for another few seconds. Once it goes down, you ain't going to be using that showstopper unless a few kills go your way. For Gentlemates, they see some guns on the floor. One of those was Takas's moments ago, but it is far out of reach with Shados locking down the control. Another Andalucia flawless. And now the lead in Koi's hands.
Yeah, not seeing that same success when they steamrolled GX last time out. It was only one round that GX managed on the defense, whereas mates were almost flawless. A lot of that came down to Kada, and we've not seen that success just yet. Still early in the half, but he was able to find a lot on lurks, even have impact on opening kills and clutches.
Nice, let's go!
But right now, it seems like Koi are building further and further into this game. The mistakes of the last half not quite coming back to bite them just yet. Again, I'm looking at the ults. Showstopper available. Still, Camo is only one away. There's been a couple of rounds where he just hasn't been able to get a kill. But now Shados is only a couple away as well.
Hasn't been able to get a kill, but also hasn't died, so...
Yes, exactly.
He'll take that. That's a win. For Koi. I'm worried about the Showstopper. We saw it used very early on by Camo in the same position, going straight up through mid, and I feel like it's moments away from the tank popping it. Once they take this control, Decoy leading the charge. It's first around the corner, and look, again, they avoided. Can you just imagine, Tom? What if that was Takas? He'd be on B right now. But no.
Right.
It's not to be.
Again, they're trying to sell these fakes. They're trying to push and pull their opponents. They send that decoy up. It makes a player go towards B. Then they run towards the vents. But the thing is, Koi are now re-aggressing, taking map control of their own. Grabinho, I think he just spotted a pixel. That's a spike on the deck. And he's just wiped them out. There's still a second man. They didn't even know. The Shadows is just waiting around this corner. The Showstop finally eliminated him, but the round's done. It's already over. They used an ultimate to clear a player, and he took 3 before they even got close.
And he damn well was close to taking the tank as well. If he's 2 meters further back, he's got enough time for 1 or 2 more bullets. Wow, what a round. I said Grabinho's been responsible for a lot of the big rounds out of Koi so far. He still hasn't got his kill.
He still hasn't seen anyone.
He's just, oh, there we go. He's got an orb. So he finally got it. He's just bored at this point. But hell, you'll take a win, even if it comes with a bit of boredom, because your teammates are cleaning up. This is so impressive. Continuation of the spray into the swing of Whalers.
Shados is that guy who's at the very front of the cinema. Like, he's got neck pain just from watching that. Timeout for Gentlemates. 4 rounds in a row. As I said, we've seen streaks already throughout this map. It wouldn't be impossible for them to turn the tide, but this has looked a little bit stale, a little bit stagnant. And again, they're trying to do what they did on the last map. They're trying to go for these plays, condition their opponents into rotating, and because they haven't had any success, Koi are just sitting there. They're not falling for any of the fake outs, they're not falling for any of the TPs, and they're even re-aggressing now. They're getting more and more confident as the rounds go on, like taking that B main control late in the round, knowing that there wasn't anybody there in the last part. The mid control wasn't really... That was the thing. That was a full mid take where they get Vents control and even get towards B heaven, and then Gentlemates give it all up to go back to B, but they don't know what control they've lost.
Yeah, it's those gaps, the fog of war in play. And it's been hard for Gentlemates here on the attack to find value. 4 in a row. Some off defuses, some off time, some off kills. Doesn't seem to matter. Koi have got the solution. After that 13-1 debut with Cadaver last week, I was gonna say yesterday. Jeez, that'd be a tough turnaround. It certainly stalled out up against Koi. As I said, a few swing rounds in the back of Koi's mind over on Sunset that this could already be looking like a 2-0, but they are fighting for a 3rd map, fighting to take us all the way to Lotus. For now, a 2-round lead, 3 more to go.
Spike drop.
Well, they're gonna know that Bears is there, that's for sure. Again, a similar hold from Koi.
There. Bring them down.
I think removing that Yoru for extra information from Starzo. Their assistant coach was saying he's going crazy. Thank you, Kukuka. And it does seem like he's looking to do that here.
Nice paranoia. That makes it very hard to fight Heaven at this point, and it's all a fake from this attacking side. That space given up means players aren't ready for this Heaven split to come through. Look at the positions. Shados, oh, he gets baited out. The decoy survives, and it's Grabinho again with the pressure on his back. Showstopper Out of camo. Oh, it's a nice shot, but too far away by an inch.
30 seconds
Cadaver
left.
survives on 13. That's the spike still under their control.
They're going back
and
again.
A
They're
fake
so
towards
lost.
A fake back towards B. Taka's taking space into spawn, and now they're back towards B again. It has been like a yo-yo, and all the while, Grabinho is still sat here, still waiting. Taka's doing everything he can, but 12 seconds left. The spike needs to be planted. Grabinho's already found the first, and he's looking for more, but the plant's undeniable at this point. And as he extends out to stop it, he's dropped. Starzo, the last man standing. 1 versus 3, some damage done, and utility not in play for these attackers. But in heads-up aim duels, they've got the bodies to pull this across the line, and the time ticking down. The flank from Kadavra using his low HP to avoid the fight, but he might be needed. In fact, he will be. The one that closes out the round. A narrow margin for Mates, a little bit of chaos in the mid-round, but they got there in the end.
A little bit. This whole round was chaos. I think it just comes down to, again, Takas with that Sheriff. I went a little bit quiet, but just the fact that the timing here was good, but him able to catch 2 players rotating, that was the problem. Other than that, I think this round falls apart. Like, you can see, if you watch where Kadavra is on the map with the spike, he's going back and forth the entire round, doesn't know where they're going. It wasn't like a clean call this time, but when a player is able to pop off like that, it's definitely going to help them out. And well, it seems like Koi want to hit rewind on that one and try and bring something into this next round, because that was a rough one to lose.
Yeah, it was a tough one. It really was. And with 1 round in between them now, Mates are hot on their heels. Credits are still good on that defensive side.
Yeah.
They're little streak of rounds and
How
some
many rounds did Camo
Andalusia
die?
flawless. Yeah, right? They certainly got some cash still to work with, some weaponry still in the bank, and even a round loss here, they'll be able to bounce back for another buy round. So they have quite a bit of runway ahead of them. But they need to be very careful not to stall out. This is the time to put that engine up to 7th gear. I think that higher is better, right? I don't know how to drive.
Sure.
Cars have 7 gears.
I think a lot of them will have 6.
Damn
But it would depend on the car.
It's a special car. It's a
Also,
really fast one.
you have to you put the gears up the faster you're going, so you have to already be
Already be
going
there.
fast to
Oh, if you
then
just hit 7,
get it.
you ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, no, if you hit 7th, you'd probably break your car.
Right, okay. Well,
If you just started and then just tried to go straight into 7th gear, you're not going anywhere.
there is a reason I don't drive. I like this for Grabinho. He's going straight in. He was on 7th gear, but he did stall out. I'm learning.
That's a good start to the round. He's definitely a player that you want to pick off. Again, though, it's not just going to be sitting pretty for the side. Koi. Now they managed to clear the site with the Omen ultimate. That will give them a lot of information that the back is already clear. Going to try and push into this one, give the space over. The game of chicken in middle could be everything. But with a rolling thunder on either side, it's mainly going to come down to who can clutch this one out. That's actually going to work out. Shadow peaks, and now they're still waiting for Kadavra. Starzo so patient with it that this now becomes a man advantage. Spike still not planted. Do they check a corner again? There's been so many off angles, and they're using their ultimates. They're trying to clear absolutely everything. This man is still sat there, still waiting, just looking for the moment to strike. There's no way that Starzo is going to peak this. There's absolutely no chance they have any idea. He's just waiting for the right moment to try and strike. It's only going to be one though. A snapshot back from Shados, and still Koi will win the round.
Oh, that is devastating. Takas is going to be kicking himself. He had everything, the trigger discipline to let them pass.
Always kill Shados first.
That's it.
He's got the fastest reactions on the server.
He spun on a dime, heard that first shot, went, that's not one of my boys. Immediately on him. Oh man, I mean, that was a round-winning play. 9 times out of 10, you walk out with a success there. The fact they took so long to go through and he still didn't fire was ridiculous. They're waiting for Kata. They're biding their time on the way through, and look, oh, that was nasty. An extra second adjusting, the round is gone. But Koya found themselves 11-9. I said if they lost the round, they'd be able to buy right back up. And that was true for Koi. It was not true for Gentlemates. They are left to classics on a lot of these players with 2 rifles invested where they can. Very tough one to find victory in, although one that they have a pretty high success rate up against Koi, even with weaker weapons than this.
Yeah, you're looking at Takas. He's the guy in these sort of rounds that seems to come up big. Let him off the leash. Be that little bit more aggressive. Again, though, Koya, happy to go walkabouts. They've been claiming this orb quite regularly. The B site already locked out, and I don't think they're gonna catch much, well, other than the trip. This time, they've actually managed to dodge the haunts as well. This is gonna sell some fake information. That might just give the space over to mates, and while Takas, it's all gonna be on timing, really.
Success Takas found at top heaven was crazy in a lot of these rounds. But he had the op and he had an open fight instead. This time it's Shadow walking backwards into Takas, who had thread the needle through the vents. He's forced down for a moment, but he'll be right back into the action with a gate crash to the A site. He's here to support. And what a nasty play by the tank. They're somehow not ready despite the space they've conceded for someone to be in screens. And Takas below taking an easy frag on Camo. Shados, well, the pit has just fallen and he's still close by. I don't think he's going for this one.
No, I don't really blame him. And and it's weird because I feel like in a lot of the buy rounds, Koi have been so methodical, so careful. Like, think about the loss. Okay, there was a player that went unchecked, but it was the second player they were clearing that went amiss. And then this time it's like you have players rotating that don't have their guns out. Like, you know that you're up against pistols. You know that there's going to be riskier plays in the fashion of which Gentlemates have been doing all the way through the series, and Koi still get caught out by them. It's a big round again from Takas. I genuinely think he's had more kills in this half in low buy rounds than he has had in rifle rounds.
You might be right. And I think it might be getting the Barbar. Just a little bit.
I don't know, he looks pretty chill. The food is still there.
It's intact.
Yeah, it's not. When that's off or flying in the air or...
Oh, we know it's going downhill.
Maybe
then.
an arrow's his face. You just see him, he's been like pied.
We'll pass it to the face. Well, 11 to 10. One round between them. Rolling Thunder for Bayaz. No other ultis online. Rifles for Koi, but credits now creeping low. Still, Shados stacked and good money on Shadow. They might be able to piece together something for the next round, but it's a matter of taste. It's like Mate's set to equalize. But here on the attack, a new direction. 4, soon to be 5 players setting their sights on the A side, and I don't think they've been this direct. Certainly not without mid-control in a little while.
No, you can see that it's being searched for. They're looking to use these ultimates, maybe put a stun in tandem.
I'm back.
The site will be under their control. Rolling Thunder for the post plants, definitely going to be helpful with no lugs. It could be problem. Actually, yeah, they're going to use it straight away. Wanting to try and capitalize instead. Kadabra peeking. We'll put this advantage now with Koi.
Yeah, Camo dodged the ult, and well, with an op in hand, it's an easy kill. 2 players towards top heaven. It's mainly the tank that needs to cut this retake off. Up top, Whalers got Shadow through the smoke wall, drops in the tank straight onto Grabinho. And now, a tough choice for Koi to even go for it or not. Camo, though, finding the kill, spurs them on. They need to root Bayaz out of position and have no knowledge of where he's gone. Indeed, without that extra kill, without the overpeak, there's no way in. Koi will save, and Mates have found it. 11 to 11, neck and neck.
Yeah, I think it's another scenario where you have to give credit to Whalers for high impact kills. After the opener went the other way, him just being able to, I think he killed, was the second guy through the smoke?
It was through the smoke. On the very left side. Look, oh, here it is.
Yeah, he did.
And it was 175. He got him in the head, then the body. Through the wall, the first shot, I believe, would have been.
Either way, him being able to deny that attempted retake has put them back level. As I said, this game has been streaks of rounds, and they're looking to continue that. 2 more, they take this series, put themselves further up the board. Starzo, well, maybe a little bit of an opportunity, but not going to be anything.
Here.
The ops back in Takas's hands, where it's found a lot of success in the same position, albeit pointed in the other direction. Ooh, nice tags. 56 HP left on Shadow. Deep Flash doesn't catch close. Cat is good for the first. The other players had fallen back. The 1-to-1 trades with damage onto Shados. Not the end of the world. I think Koi have gotten out of this one in a pretty good position. If Takas was still close by, I think advantage would be with the attackers.
Shadows being low is the only real problem. Camo's kept this aggressive position. It's just whether he gives it up. And look at the timing. The timing he gives it up. And then the swing out from the tank. The pre-fire. Well, he's looking to clear the angle that Shadows was in before. Doesn't expect the operator to be there. Both players have their smokes in hand. And the timing couldn't be better. It leaves the pressure onto Camo.
30 seconds left.
He's got every single member of Gentlemates bearing down his neck. He can feel the breath upon it and not going to land that first shot. Has to go with the classic Whalers again. It leaves Starzo to try and save them. Otherwise, 12 is on the board. Might have just found a gap, found a timing. First kill goes his way. Takas is there on the swing, waiting for some form of contact. And now the C's is going to be thrown through just to try and isolate another battle. Has the information of where both players are, but they're going to peek him together. The mates take it 12, one away from this series being done.
It was a long road to this point, but now match and series point within their grasp. Gentlemates have stumbled in some rounds, but, well, Koi did just the same. And it seems like the narrow gap is leaning towards that attacking side now. Coming into this round with a showstopper on the tank. 2 other ultimates. Well, impact will be questionable. Tough to find. And here's the thing for Koi, those kills found in the last by Camo. He picked up a few, he died, and he's now just 1 away from a showstopper of his own. Getting that online early could be huge. We'll see if he'll be able to manage that. Very tough round for them at least. Still having a couple of credits left to use. So full shields and rifles. And at, well, an inopportune moment. First thing my eye went to is, where's Kata's water cup? But he hasn't done it 2 weeks in a row.
Can we see if there is pasta on the ceiling?
Koi coach cam.
I just need to know.
There's tissues on the way.
If something has gone flying in that room, because it seemed dangerously close all the way through this match. But yeah, and an opportune moment for a pause for the Gentlemates. They have continued the momentum of the last couple of rounds. A hero play, and that's the thing. It's like there are some matches where you watch it back as Koi and you go, okay, we made a slight mistake there. I think if they end up losing this one 13-11, back-to-back 13-11s, there's going to be blatantly obvious stuff that went wrong. Like clinical mistakes, losing to ecos multiple times. Like these are things that are more fundamental problems. If they bring it back, show their true colors, because we've seen it throughout the game. They've had, like, I think Grabinho again, it has been a highlight. Camo's not quite been there like he was the last time they played this map, but it didn't go great versus Foot. It was only really him that was online. And I think Starzo definitely has had more impact over on this fade, but for now, the mates, when they've needed it, got the rounds over the line. They're pushing back into Grabinho's grounds, though.
This is his chance. He has been so impressive thus far. The paranoia will only be used to slow them down. But with the ult out from Whalers, there's no stopping this ball rolling. Mates are right into the site. Spike being picked up on the way. Spike still sort of just on the ground waiting for someone to take it. It's Kata. I thought maybe we were going off ult orbs. No, Kata still hasn't used it. They're trying to bait them in closer to use this showstopper. Flash is good. That has bought time and space and maybe stopped this ult from having the impact they were hoping for. But in the meantime, the spike was planted, the space was taken by Takas, and this time the flank is successful, and he's right back to main. His low HP, not a big factor. Great stun for Natank, and a showstopper from Camo. An opportunity to pull this one back, and it's got Whalers at least. There's still a chance for Koi, but they need kills, and they need them now. That spike ticking ever further. Grabinho good for the first. This could be another hero round, but Natank has put a stop to it. Headered the nade right back at his opponent. And with Camo now, 2 players to find. They're spread and they've got time to work with. What a shot! If he can find this last, perhaps there's hope, but Natank puts an end to it. 13-11, back-to-back nail biters, but it's Gentlemates walking out with the victory.
Yeah, a 2-0, but you might not feel it with the way that map went. It was back and forward all the way through. Dominant moments for either side, but we spoke about this earlier. about that poor map of Sunset that was had by Takas, struggling with opening bloods. He had 9 in this map. 9 opening kills. What a performance from the Duelist. And talk about impact rounds as well, coming up with that Guardian. It was one that he could be proud of for sure. And for Mates, obviously having to deal with a quick change of coach at very short notice, this was an impressive performance.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Koi as well, with the season that we started out on, I think they've done a splendid job to be able to course correct their slogan out, giving hugs, as they're happy to have taken this across the line at 2-0. It's good for their map differential. It's a great statement. Takas looking on the Duelist, absolutely flawless in those early fights. His operator is dangerous. For this squad, a lot to build on moving forward. I think it's got to be devastating for Koi, though, looking at some of those swing rounds, one off of players like Takas with a Sheriff at times, able to put rounds on the board, and well, they'll have a lot to look at if there's anything left of that notebook.
Well, your man Kat is going to be feeling happy about that one. A first win on the board after a few close games. That's the thing, other than the 13-1 victory they had, I think everything has been a 13-11 in the matches that they've played. But this was the one that came through with a victory, an important one at that, if they're going to be fighting to make it back towards the playoffs. And I'm sure the Gentlemates fans will be wanting exactly that. High impact rounds, the heart racing every single time, and Gentlemates with another win in the books.
And look, if they came out with the objective of putting on a show, they certainly succeeded. Some of these rounds are going to be in the highlight reels, for better or worse. But at the end of the day, for Mates, it's an essential win, taking this across the line. I believe we heard it from the desk earlier as well, that if Koi had taken it, Foot would be through. I believe that was the stat we came in with.
Unlucky Foot.
Foot devastated at home. They thought this could have been an easy week for them, but despite the changes in the background, Mates still come out smelling the roses. Again, a tight scoreline, but a win's a win. All people remember is the 2-0.
Who's down on the stage?
I think Yinsu's there, and
with
possibly Whalers! Whalers! Whalers!
Whalers, Whalers, Whalers. It is indeed. Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. First of all, massive congratulations on this win today. It feels like you guys have looked, very, very good on certain maps and so on, but you haven't managed to find this very solid win. So how does it feel to finally get the result?
It feels so good because we worked so hard during the off season, and we just feel really well right now. So yeah, we just focus on growing up as a team, and I think it's working.
Yeah, I think you definitely showed that on the server today. But it does feel like you've had to deal with more changes than maybe some of the other teams, because obviously Kat are coming in the off-season as well, and now your coach, Existence, we heard the announcement today that he's not here with you guys. He won't be until the end of the season. So how are you dealing with these changes, and especially with somebody who's as vocal as Existence not being here?
I think the change was needed because there was just a toxic environment, and we couldn't be ourselves, couldn't play. We had no freedom in the game. So right now, we are more free, but we're making small mistakes. But yeah, we need to go through this process, I think, to get better as a team.
Is the freedom you're speaking about comps, or what exactly do you mean?
Just overall, not comps, but making move. Don't be afraid to just triple pick even if it's 3v1. Just some stupid stuff. But I don't know, we just need to get confidence back, and I think we get some confidence back. So yeah, we just gonna try to step up on it.
Kind of more risky things, is that what you mean?
Exactly, taking more risk in game, yeah.
Having the confidence. I wanted to ask you as well, because I know, being a pro player in this league on this stage, there will be times in your career where you have to face some criticism, and I think you've definitely faced that yourself. So how have you been able to deal with that? Because I'm sure you wanted to get more wins last stage, and you didn't manage to do that.
I mean, I'm pro player since 10 years almost now. So yeah, I'm not getting affected about people watching on social media and stuff. So we just focus on the team, and we're just working.
I mean, if you're winning, nobody's going to say anything bad about you, are they? And I also wanted to ask about Cadaver as well, because obviously he's very flexible, and you've also had to learn to be really flexible as well. So what's it like to have him on your team?
He's very vocal. That was needed actually. And yeah, he brings a lot of energy, and I don't know, I think the mix of all of, how can I say, personality in game, fit pretty well. So yeah, I'm just so proud of the team right now.
The vibes are good.
Exactly.
The vibes are good?
Exactly.
And last question I wanted to ask you is Natank. We're such a big fan of him playing that stage. A little bit upset to see him not play the stage last week, and he's back on the wall again. So what was the reason for that change?
I can't say anything about it, but yeah, he's a good stage player for sure.
Are you happy about him being back on that wall?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with him playing duelist, any character. Like, I'm still proud of him.
I mean, he's been doing very well. Thank you very much, Wayless, for
Thank you so
joining
much.
me. Congratulations once again. That was a great game today, but we have more, you guys. You heard it from the crowd. They were cheering because Fnatic and KC will be taking the stage right after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it
Welcome back, everybody, once again to the Riot Games Arena. We had a great first game already, but before we get into the second one, I like to tell you guys about a limited time offer we have here with PaySafeCard. Register now for a €5 sign-up bonus and use it to back your favorite VCT EMEA team with the bundle, or just dive into that new battle pass. Make sure you guys don't miss out where this offer, while this offer stands. I'm your hosting soon. I'm back here with Kukuka and Ash. Tom told me yesterday he hasn't bought any bundles from any team. So I want to ask you guys, which bundles have you got?
I have the Sentinels one and the Heretics one and the Genji.
Carmine Core and Paper X.
Okay, I have Paper X and Fnatic. That's but I'm looking to cop like Billy Game. That
is my next one. That's my next one.
That is actually my next one. But yes, let's talk about this match coming up. Obviously, with the Gentlemates win, that means no team can lock in today.
That's great. That's what we
It is amazing. We love that. So Foot and Fnatic, they still have to wait for next week's result. And I feel like this kind of shows us just how close everything is. There is a world where Koi can still make it, where Giant X can still make it. It's beautiful.
There is a world, hear me out, where Koi can make it on top of Navi. I am telling you, there is a world in which Navi does not make playoffs and Koi go instead of them. And we will find out eventually.
Are you living in that world, Ash? Are you there?
I'm kind of living in that world because you think about the results for Navi this split, and it's not looking too great. And I feel like everyone's kind of hopping on that Koi train right now.
I'm on the Koi train. I'm on the Koi train.
We're for Liquid, you know? We're here for the show. If everything is like super done, yeah, exactly. We do it for the plot.
We won the miracle run. But let's talk about this match, Fnatic versus KC. This is just always a banger. I feel like this entire year, it's been so close between these two. And every single time, there's been a different kind of stake. There's been a different, something different that they can fight for. And this time around, Ash, do you think the context is still the same? Because obviously the first time KC, you know, they looked incredible. The second time Fnatic kind of pulled a bit of an upset. How are you feeling about this time?
I feel like the context is pretty similar, but at this time, I'm expecting it to go to that third map. The last two times, they managed to take each other out 2-0. I want to see this series go the distance with this mini rivalry that's built up between the two teams.
I think this is also the perfect week to see this head-to-head. I think that both of them have innovated a little bit in this, you know, after this break that Casey did have, but Fnatic didn't. And we're still trying to find out where we would position them on the board, like who's on top of who.
I'm glad you mentioned innovation, because for those of you that weren't here when Fnatic were innovating, they were setting the meta, they were doing absolutely crazy things that literally everyone else around the world would copy and try and make it their own. This year, not so much. We didn't see as much of that from Fnatic, but also on the other side for KC, they were innovating in EMEA. They were doing things that everyone else was copying, and it feels like we finally arrived at a point, Ash, where they could go head-to-head and see who can out-innovate who. So let's start with Fnatic.
Yeah, this was a really cool comp that Fnatic pulled out on Ascent in their matchup against Vitality. And I know we're looking at it. We have our eyes on Chronicle on that deadlock. That's the big piece that we have to look towards. And it was pretty interesting to see some of the strategies that were being pulled out. In this run in particular, we see the anti-KO ultimate setup here, where they've got Durka alone on that B site with both of the Sentinels setting up that trap utility, just able to buy him that time when the execution does come through and allow for more time for the rest of the Fnatic to actually get the rotation down. And it just allows Durka to find those two picks, their backside as well, with the players that are pushing over towards sidewalk here that you'll see in just a moment. Two quick picks. And it's just how the traps there from the deadlock were paired with the tripwire as well. And the Fnatic boys, I mean, they're coming in. They're excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what else they can do with it. But we also didn't see the full depth from that composition either, because Chronicle was also often playing in front of his utility. So I'm excited to see if this map does come back out, what more they have in store.
This is the thing though, this is why this is a very pivotal moment for them, right? Because it feels like in the beginning of this year, they were getting a lot of flack for not changing things. They were still running the same comp on almost all of their maps compared to last year. And Ash, this feels like the old Fnatic again. They're back. They're trying new things again. They want to set their own meta.
Yeah, they really do. And it's also while they're having Hero come in here as well in place of Leo. And I feel like that's also a lot of pressure on this rookie player to come in, step in into a Fnatic that has so much experience. But not only that, they're also taking it to the next level in how they're looking to build their compositions.
I mean, this also, Haven, we ended up seeing Haven. They're just kind of getting the ball rolling. But I want to put you to the test, Ash. I want you to put your coach's hat on for a second, you know? Imagine you're Elma, you're Mini, you're there. You want to innovate a little bit more when it comes to Fnatic. So which map would you kind of try new things on? And what agents would you have these boys play?
Well, I think we got to look towards the Icebox because there's a really funky comp last time around. We saw Durka on that Reyna. It fell very, very flat. And you and I were actually having a conversation last night about Fnatic on Icebox. And
we do this a lot every night, you know, before we go to bed, yeah.
Yeah, it's our nightcap, right? Some pillow talk there.
Oh my God, that lineup.
But Durka has not played any, or Fnatic have not run a composition without a Jet or a Chamber since Durka joined back in April of 2021. So I actually want to look towards this Icebox, and I'm going to keep some key elements, but Alpha did pop off on that ISO on Haven. I do actually want to see him slotting into the duelist role here for Icebox. I think there's really cool opportunities to use that contingency, that wall, to actually try and scale up over towards B long, for example, or even pushing onto that A site there as well. Boaster, we're going to keep him on the Viper. We're going to... Viper, you don't really see many teams running composition without her on this map, and I think it's a staple that we do still have to maintain.
Talent.
Any opportunity to mention Christine?
Yeah. I'll show.
But Chronicle's going to go back, and he's going to stick on that Sova there as well. We're going to keep that. We're going to want to innovate too much. We're still bringing a little bit of spice, but we're keeping it comfortable here as well. And Durka, I actually want to place him back on that Chamber since we're not going to be seeing Alpha on the KJ. And then I'm going to keep Hero on the Gecko because I do quite like the idea of just being able to even have that Gecko get that wingman down and plant along.
I really like this.
I feel like it's a pretty far.
You got me with the chamber. You got me with the chamber. I really like this. Like, I want to see, especially knowing how electric Alpha is, how the mid would be controlled on the defense and everything. This, you know, you should sell this.
Yeah. Hey, pick her up. I actually really enjoy this, and I hope Minnie Elma, if you're watching, you'll let them have the credit, right? No, it was a team effort.
Minnie was DMing me. This is all him.
I'm gonna have a word with Minnie. Why are you DMing my girl, Minnie? Come on. But let's talk about the other side of this because while Fnatic were kind of, getting their swing back into things, Kukuka, Casey, they were not shy coming into this year.
Oh yeah, there were so many things about KC that made us go crazy at the beginning of the year. How about, hear me out, think about kickoff. I know it sounds millions of years away, but they were the only team here in EMEA that ran Gecko on Icebox or on Sunset. Can you imagine right now how the rest of the world has been shaping in our region to not see those agents there that have been so important? Also, we saw them running the Yoru and the Astra on Split. They were the only team. Just now, we just saw Gentlemates getting the win with that Yoru, and it's that innovation that made us, love the team. We were so excited to see the Eng method and how that was going to suit with the rest. Now we want to see that happen again.
Okay, I'm gonna put you to the same test because Ash was cooking. So I feel like what map and also what agents?
I went for Sunset. Am I expecting to see Sunset today? No, and if you did, then you've been missing out on who bans what. But, so I went for Sunset because they changed the composition the last week and we saw them play in with Jet and Brace. Not sold, too boring, too 2021, no. So first, let's do the basic. Shin in the Omen, because why not? He is brilliant, he feels very comfortable in the agent. Why not take it? Same goes for Tomasi. So hear me out. I was thinking, who am I going to put on the Neon, right? Because I wanted to see the Neon.
Is it Tomasi?
I was thinking about it. I'm not going to tell you that I didn't think about it, because when he was in the best out of all teams, exactly. He used to play that Neon, but same goes for Martins, it goes for Narrate, but yeah, I put him on the Cypher in the end because, he has the reps. Why are we going to put anyone through the hurdle of learning everything else when you just have someone that already does a good job? Now, hear me out. Magnum, I'm going to keep him on the Sova. I think that the Sova has proved its worth in the map. I think that there is so many things that you can do with it, and with the rest, you're not going to need the flashes. Because what I have done is I've put Narrate on the Neon, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm following.
And then, obviously, last but not least, is Martin on the ISO. Now, hear me out. Just think about the Sunset that we just saw with all those fights on to middle. Just imagine Martin, and if you want some nightmare fuel, just think about going in ranked and getting Martin on ISO and Narint on Neon, and they're in the opposite team. I am sorry.
This is very meta. I feel like
Right?
this
I
could
can
be
see this
something.
I can see this working.
People will be yoinking this. People will be yoinking this. I like it.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you triple duelist this and put Tomasi.
Hear me out. We can also put like. I can't really like it like this.
Yeah, I do like it. I don't know why I'm trying to
like
like shake it up, but
Stun, you have the walls for walking in, like the contingency. Like there's so many things that you can do with this.
I do like it. But here's my question though: is this something that you feel like they both need to keep doing? Do they have to keep changing, keep evolving, keep doing new, basically doing the Na'Vi 2023? Is that? Is that the solve? Is that the solve, you think? Is that the win condition? I'll start with you, Ash, because Kuka is
I'm sorry, my attention
preoccupied.
span is-
But yeah, is that the win condition for both of these teams? Do they need to constantly reinvent the wheel?
I do think that, I don't know if it's necessarily a win condition, but I do think that, you know what, I'll say I think it is a little bit of a win condition for both these teams, because I feel like that's where we see both these teams shine, is when they can get ahead of that meta, they can catch their opponents off guard, because they do tend to be those leaders within the meta within our region and globally as well, as we've seen from both these teams, right? So I think there is that expectation of, okay, once they start doing these new things, people start to fall in their footsteps, they get the reads on them, but they really do pop off when they are able to shake things up and catch their opponents off guard.
I think that the priority list are a little bit different. For Fnatic, I think it's going back into shape, into form. I don't think it has to do that much with the compositions, but actually about what we see in game. We just want to see them comfortable. If you change something or if you don't, the important is that everybody knows what they have to do, that everything is in synergy, because we know that Fnatic has what it takes. If you take these players pound by pound, like there's such sharp shooters, it's very difficult to go up against them. And we can say the same about KC, but I think that for them, it's just like finding that core identity. They have so many good fundamentals. Their retakes are one of the best, if not the best, in the region. I think that it is a point in their favor how flexible they have proven they are. To me, it also goes towards Magnum in this sense. I feel like the plan sometimes is so bright, is so crisp, and sometimes is the mid-round in that they're a little bit like, but that literally is sold by reps. With reps.
Honestly, I am willing to go out the limb and say that Magnum calls the best fakes out of everybody.
Okay.
His fakes are insane.
Yeah.
Like, he catches everybody off guard with them. And very quickly, who's playing ISO on KC? We know who's going to do it on Fnatic.
I'm going to
doing
say
it on KC?
Martin.
I want to say
you want to go
narrate.
narrate?
I'll go Tomasi.
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
go Tomasi. But this is a thing. It's going to be the third time these two teams face each other this year, and it's always been a banger. There is going to be a score to settle between the two of them, and of course, a spot at playoffs as well. It's time to bring our Fnatic and Carmichael onto the stage. Do my eyes deceive me, or is N wearing a suit? Where is that sweater?
Yo, Zash is wearing a suit as well.
Where's the sweaters? It's so hot in Berlin right now. I need to know the lore. I need to know the lore behind this. But before that, let's talk about the map vetoes, because there's options here. Fnatic, they will ban Sunset, I'm pretty sure, but what will KC ban?
I mean, the Ascent, yeah, that's what they've been repeating for quite a... Yes, we're going to get the Haven. I am so excited to see something new coming in from KC, and they've decided themselves to go for Lotus.
And Fnatic left the Icebox as an option at the end. I'm very surprised, Ash, like you were talking about, their last Icebox, it didn't look good.
It didn't look good, but I guess maybe there was that option of, okay, they've prepared, they've looked to pivot, but heading over towards Bind as our decider, I think is where things do get tight. I feel like we are in for a very long series if we do end up being to that third map.
I honestly thought maybe KC would try and take out the Haven just because I don't think they should be that afraid of the deadlock stuff, honestly.
I think that maybe they did not know what to expect. Is the deadlock going to be back? Is it not? It's a map that they've been banning for, you know, a few times, so why not just stay with that? It's also a set, like, honestly,
on the Haven.
Yeah, but hear me out. It's a different team. It's Egg. He didn't lose.
Oh, this is adorable. Here we go again.
Whose turn is it today?
I mean, for the people that aren't super aware, back in the days when N was coaching Gambit, they absolutely hated Haven. They would avoid it every chance they got, unless it was a best of 5 when they had no choice. But like you said, it was a 100% win rate when they were back then. It was also the place where when Gambit were 12-0 up, N caught a timeout when they were 12-0 up.
Hear me out. When Rekka went on that arena, he didn't know how to dismiss. I can tell you there's a few people here that know how to do so.
Well, let's take a look at agent select here and see what are we gonna get. Is this loud? Are we looking at loud?
It feels like it right now. I mean, Tomasi on the Harbor coming in here for Carmine Core. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're able to scale up these sites, especially with Martine being able to flash through some of these walls there as well. Running the double wall is something that we have yet to see here on Haven in this region.
I don't think Tomasi has ever played the Harbor before.
I don't think
I
so
might
either.
be wrong, but I don't think so. Like we've seen him, of course, on the Cypher and whatnot, just playing as a Sentinel. But this is massive for them. I was kind of hoping and praying for the Neon because we still have not seen it from KC.
This is also the very first time we're seeing Shin play anything but Omen this season for Carmine Core, which is a big change. We've seen how important his paranoias have been for this team.
Well, talk about innovation. This is exactly what we wanted to see from KC. And also 2 casters as well to take you guys through this. Over to you, Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much. This is a certified banger between these two. A lot on the line here, Josh. Some high expectations. Kicking off on Haven, we've seen Fnatic very recently in this sort of situation. We saw Alpha, an absolute highlight, looking locked in on that ISO. But away from Fnatic, talk to me about this Carmine Core composition. What do you make of this?
It's the loud comp with a twist. So they're putting Gecko and Euro in instead of the Jet in the sky. We're going to see a lot of flashes, a lot of attack side misdirection, fakes, map control, with strong burst potential with all those flashes. And defense, very proactive. Euro, Gecko, Harbor in the pack.
So much to be seen between these two. A real litmus test of who is towards the top. Carmine Core from the start of the year, one of the teams to watch. Fnatic.
He was vulnerable
Magnum.
because of the Viper Molly and got 1 tap because of it.
Beautiful. That's a start you'll love to see for Carmine Core. Now, what do they do from this point forward? Still so much utility to invest and a lot to achieve, though. It's Boaster. He's got a lot on his shoulders. Martin, aware of this. Wingman's going in. Can't really... Oh, actually, no, Boaster does get to deny that. So Spike's down in their hands. A lot of players now here. Lil look towards Hero as well. Wonder if he gets that next layer of pressure on his shoulders over towards Garage, but he's got to be careful about this. Could be... Oh, the timing. They've already slipped up. Oh, wow, Tomasi, another step in the right direction. They got options now, but that Spike's still an issue.
It's going to be interesting to see how they break through this, but they do have rechargeables here. That Viper wall can shut off that A-Link line, and here comes the first opening.
Yeah, KC, such good work together. Really robust in this. Boaster had the first contact, really beyond that first kill on Durka. He's done well with 1, nothing more happening. KC with a great start there, Josh.
I was surprised that that fight was happening exactly when it was happening. I thought for sure we're going to see, like, okay, a Viper wall is going to come up, and then maybe they wait for the Harbor wall to come as well, and then there's going to be the peak. But then Fnatic just walked into it. I'm like, wait, is this happening? And then it happened. But great opening for KC, getting that first pick off onto Durka as well. Even though the Wingman goes down in the site, Spike's on the site, Fnatic can't really do anything with that. There's so many lanes. They have to worry about so many different flanks.
You're right. You could already see that kind of coming to effect with that pressure through Garage, the pinch through Connector. So KC get all those benefits, right? We're seeing those Phantoms come out. Magnum already
first pick
finding
again.
Boaster. Yeah, he's doing really well on those first picks. Here, you just want to see those rifles stay up. Obviously, for Fnatic, they'd love to cause a little bit of a problem for them. See that 3-man walk as well. Hero's got to try and survive. He can't. He only had a classic and the cage to play with. There was only so much he could do. You're seeing that harbor wall in effect as well, keeping them very secure for this. Plants in. Casey looking very robust. This is going to need a lot, though. Alpha does find Shin. Again, they only have those classics. So there's no sheriffs. There's not much more here. And it's very difficult to close that gap, especially against the Phantoms and everything else they have at range. Okay. Alpha.
You were saying?
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I'll never doubt you again, Alpha. The Wonder Kid makes his return. Oh my god, stop it! They've already done well here. They've cost him one of the 3 rifles. If Chronicle can get another, this is job done. Oh, a headshot too. Hey, that got a little dicey. It's fine. They get away with 2 standing. Casey overall achieve what they need to there, but the loss of the rifle will cost them a little bit of safety and security, I guess, in this bonus.
It's going to make this bonus round bye a little bit weird and awkward for Karmine Corp. They either have to fully invest here, in which case this is a very important round, they have to convert it, or they choose to not fully invest.
It's a little bit of a reminder of what Alpha was doing. Just last time we saw him on Haven. This is the first time they get the rifles in hands. See now.
Does this work? This Viper wall here is to block off the line for both the long and short defenders here, and it creates a lot of pressure. They use the Cascade as well. It's keeping 3 of Fnatic players towards A, and the group towards C is coming right now. It's all on Hero again. He's got 1 teammate, Durka. He does have a flash available.
This is so much.
But a cove.
Yeah, and look at this, the Mosh. This is so much to handle, and pressure behind, does well. Finds Martine and just gets dizzy down, but Hero! A moment to shine for the young gun! And his Durka and Unison support systems there. He handled that pressure like a veteran, and Andalusia flawless on the first time they get the rifles in. And you said it, they were keeping so many present from Fnatic over towards A with just that utility early on. He did exceptionally well. I don't know how he even got the second there.
I've seen Hero in this position before, just between the default box and the platform, just spamming down the line, getting value off the trips. I have to wonder, the last time we saw Hero in a position like this was against the Neon with an ISO,
yes.
and the walls didn't come, and the shields didn't come.
Yeah, it was when
and
Safe
here,
didn't invest it behind him.
They have a cove. Or maybe they didn't purchase one. Where was it? It wasn't on the site. It didn't protect them.
Yeah, Hero's going to be happy. He's had a second chance at that sort of moment to shine. Near unfortunate, you could imagine. Now we get into the first real buy round for both sides. Magnum is going to be down on just the Sheriff. And it looks like pressure towards B. Now, looking for the full commitment. Now heading in. Wingman once again denied, but Fnatic quick to respond here. But you can see the lines being drawn. Both connectors, one towards A and that one towards C, of course, were denied initially. The Viper wall down, and Boaster getting curious, but Martine is inserted here.
He's ready
He
to
can
come
hold
back
this.
up.
And that's nice from Martine. You can see the investment of the ult off the back, so they know what's coming their way. So it's still going to be hard to fold towards the side. If they want to get that pressure through Garage, it's not going to be easy.
Why not?
And Durka just stands and delivers. 2 back-to-back, 1v1 me, baby. Alpha up against Martine. That's a dirty head-to-head. Oh, Martine, so clean with it, but what are you meant to do now? It's just Martine. Position will have been noted. They know it, they've read it, they've got it. That's 2 for Fnatic. KC held on those first initial 2 for themselves.
I love the dancing that Martine did there. It was all in the footwork. It was just taking Alpha's crosshair. He couldn't land that shot.
That was lovely. Sadly, I guess, bigger picture, they didn't get the round off the back, but that was a beautiful moment. You love to see it. And I think this is one of the things I actually like about ISO, kind of taking a step away from the game for a moment, is that we get to see these mad head-to-heads, just pure aim fights between the 2. But sadly for KC, because of these 2-round losses now,
good job.
They're going to be suffering. They've got Sheriffs and Stingers. They've got a couple of ults, though, but whether or not they want to invest it here, a tricky predicament to be in.
Revealing area.
Little mid-walk. Narrate can be focused towards Alpha. Doesn't see Durka. Trade not going to happen. Nice little quick TP away. Doesn't let that come through. And the re-aggress from Alpha. You're right. It's already been flooded, right? But the spike was in the hands of Tomasi, so he's got to be careful to not go down here. They don't know that, but they're trying to get as close as they can. Alpha is going to hear this. Playing it calm and collected.
At the deep spawn line.
have no idea about this flank. There's 2 players on it as well. Nothing to spot it, I don't believe either, so it's just going to be the guns in hand of what they've got. Shin does have a Phantom. That's really about it. Most of the util focus towards that CT play back in.
Get the smoke off short. There it comes.
And there's the ult as well. Durka just going to be clearing, spotting the players out, noting the utility. Nice shot from Tomasi, holding the flank. Ult coming out for Tomasi. He wants to try commit. What a shot! And now Durka on the side has to do damage, has to go above here. Tomasi already did so much work. Can he do this? No way! I mean, the HP was low. There was a slim chance. You can't say he didn't try. But Fnatic take another step forward.
That was a very valiant effort. And I think one of the things we didn't catch on that round was that how KC was moving 2 players up short right away. They had that Viper wall up, and they get to shift walk up all the way with all this pressure towards B, towards middle, and it completely catches them. Chronicle has no idea they've got up that far. This could have been really just bad for these guys. Had it been a full buy, it could have been a round win for KC.
Wonder if they can find a way to exploit that further, I don't know. But that was down to the wire. Need a little magic from Durka, and they got it. But still, we dive back in here. Fast pressure this time over towards A. Chronicle is joined by Durka, so he's got himself in the right place potentially. And Alpha's here as well. Paranoid going in towards Sewer. We're going to see now them trying to re-clear this, utilize anything they have to try and keep them at bay. Chronicle has found Tomasi and Fnatic meeting this, greeting this aggression. They're happy to brawl over towards Long. And Alpha, oh, come on. Feeling confident. Showing that diligence. Magnum now. Beautiful. Chance made. Spike's a bit of an issue. Luckily, Shin is still alive, so he can create a bit of safety for the cross.
Toxin screen down.
Magnum's going looking for the next one. This is going to be a really big fight. It's so important for Hero to be able to stay alive here and keep his life. If he just tucks in this cubby, it's going to be a really good position. Shin should not really expect him to be in this position here, especially with that Killjoy pulling that alarm bot back.
It's on his shoulders. This one kill. Check it. Shin, he checked, he sped up, he tried to clear it, but still, now you know where Magnum is as well. Doesn't need to overdo anything here. The cross is already being watched as well. The support coming in through Garage. Magnum is going to have to pull off some heroics. Not going to happen. Fnatic, that time willing to challenge over towards Long.
Those little things that players will do to kind of give you every edge. Magnum pulling away his alarm bot in that position. If Hero was pushed down long C and sees that alarm bot goes away, he might be thinking it might be back to B, might be back to A. He's going to take that alarm bot and reposition it somewhere else. They're not going to be going there. And maybe bait Hero to actually push. And it's just trying to give Shin a little bit more of a chance. It didn't work out, but doing those little things, it can work from time to time, and those add up, definitely.
No, you're right, especially between this level of team now. We do have KC slowing things down. It's time for the timeout. I mean, the boys came out suited and booted. They look serious today, looking sharp as ever, Zaish and Eng. And it's quite interesting, right? Because historically, a lot of the credit when it comes to at least Eng is with that Gambit run that they went on, but this was never in the wheelhouse. We saw that one time that, you know, the desk was even referring to it, when we had Redgar on the Reyna and it somehow worked against Envy. I think that was in, what, 2021? You know, it's ancient history, it feels like here, but it wasn't something we've seen them run often, especially back in the day. Obviously a new team here, a lot of new players to work in, but this is the first time we really get to touch base with Carmine Core since the update, since having all these options here, especially with Haven coming out. So it's a lot of question marks around this team. When you saw the map veto come out, were you thinking this is going to 3? Did you think it was a potential 2-0? Where did you see this?
I didn't know where Haven was going to go because we haven't really seen KC on it. The new agents are out. So it's a big question mark. It's up in the air, but also kind of the trajectory of both teams. This is a big testing moment for both of them. So it's very difficult to kind of pinpoint exactly where they're going to land.
No, you're right. Okay. Okay, same sort of focus towards Long from Fnatic. No fight on it here, but they've got to be careful. Sheriff's coming out, and I think, forgive me if I'm wrong, I think it was Magnum who was landing some belting shots. Tomasi as well, having some of those big impact moments. So they've got to be careful. There's certainly a lot of danger. And Alpha leaning in off the back of all the utility invested, and actually cleared on Boaster. That's Martine taking a good amount of space. Pops the ult, and now there's a lot of scrutiny coming the way. Alpha's still sticking around here. Martine just shadowing Hero. Oh, What's the game plan here? Pivot through towards C? Yeah, but Hero's already caught one. Shin trying to make it through, gets caught early. Magnum does land another though. That's Durka gone. Hunter's Fury from Chronicle. Love to see him back on his agent, but it's not finding the value he wants here. Hero now called upon again. Can't connect it, it's all on Kron. A 1v4, and this is why KC are dangerous. A timeout and a probable round conversion. Kron, yeah, couldn't beat the timing on this. And KC getting robust in this post plant. They look fantastic there.
I do wonder what Eng decided to tell these guys, because here it was an eco round that they went in with it. They used only the Yoru ultimate, and that was after they got an opening. They got the pick on B. They're going into the transition into C. Chronicle still deciding whether or not he wants to attempt to go for it, see if there's maybe a little bit of a mistake, an overextension. He can punish it, go for it. Looks like he's just going for exit kills, I guess, but it's not really necessary for him. It's not worth it.
No, the chance has passed, hasn't it, really, here? And Tomasi's angle. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's very good. KC, okay, brilliant pay safe card, thrifty round there for KC, and it will take away a little bit of the stress, because Fnatic was starting to build momentum, it felt like, with those 4 in a row.
They were building that momentum, and I'm curious to know, was the timeout to call this next round coming up, and it's like, hey, you guys are going to do an eco, just do like the fake A pressure, go into B, and then they kind of took it from there, and then they actually talked about what they're going to do on this round here, but then they accidentally went that, because they do have the Thrash, they do have the Killjoy lockdown, so there is potential to do another full-on strat, a heavy hit. Durka, C opping the first time this game.
Count to 3, it didn't even count to 3, just pulled the trigger and it worked. Waiting just behind that wall, and he's got his first man down. That's Tomasi gone, so the utility can be a little sparse, but KC still have site control. Can't punish the crosshair, but Durka on a good readjust.
Oh, no.
An opportunity missed. Shin, completely in no man's land. They're drifting forward. You've just heard the ult go in.
Twice.
Another chance. Lost there. Hero wants to make up for it. Does. Brilliant. Needs more. Can't get it right now. Alpha does. Fnatic starting to crumble towards the site, trying to compress the site down, and they re-clear cleanly. Durka got the first and a follow-up eventually, but the pressure was just too much for KC there.
Fnatic just completely disrespected that lockdown. They saw it get planted, and they didn't say, you know what, let's wait it out. They said, go forwards, keep going. And Durka getting that opening pick through that harbor wall, getting out without being traded right here, that is just a... You can't miss that shot. That is just so unlucky, unfortunate that he was able to get away from there. Alpha, does he have like a 100% win rate on that ISO ultimate?
Nice,
just
good job,
taking them
guys.
into that arena.
Yeah.
It's like a Riot dev is like, I need more arena shooter in this game right now. I need more arena shooter in Valorant, and I'm gonna make an agent that does that.
Look, I blame good old Dan the Penguin for that one, but hey, I'm a fan of it, all right? High dizzy, quick play. Durka, that's a rough miss for him there. Shin just W keying, but Chronicle's gonna make up for any sort of mistake. The safest pair of hands sometimes, this man. Gonna try and re-clear towards long. They put a couple of question marks to it, and he wants those questions answered. Martin will be spotted and forced away. The secondary couple of pings will show where he's gone to. And Alpha now, wrong side of the map.
I bet it's time like these that KC was wishing they were running the actual loud comp with the Sky to heal Tomasi back up. That combo with the shock and the ISO vulnerability took him down at 24 HP at the start of the round, and here comes Hero.
Always got to be
Trying to defend.
careful. Yeah, got to be cautious though. Almost got caught there. But now he's got support. They've got garage control though. Magnum be able to slip in towards this is exceptional. He's applied pressure to the two that are coming through from CT. Already taking down a man on the other side. So Alpha trying to pick up the pace. He's got to fight.
Wait.
He might just get a follow-up. Oh, the timing on this is everything. Narrate's still got the angle. Don't forget about this guy. A little quiet so far, but always has the chance to shine. But Fnatic holding firm here. And credit once again, right? Let's kind of take a second to be realists about this. Hero has walked into one of the highest pressure teams, one of the highest expectations, and he is being tested here. This Seaside has been hit time and time again. He has been playing this very well for a young player coming in, stepping into the shoes of someone like Leo. He's doing very well for himself, so credit here. Leading the board in this matchup too, at 12-4. So can't be upset about that. They should be happy with their pickup. Always known for good scouting. I mean, they plucked Alpha out of nowhere. They've been finding all of these guys. It's probably Mini. I always just give Mini credit for no reason. It's always the best way to be. For now, though, it's
always
just...
nice.
Yeah, hey, look, it's Mini. You gotta love the guy. For now, though, what does Casey do? It's starting to feel the brunt of this here.
One thing I have to just kind of look at and focus on is, oh wait, is this a fast opening again?
Well, I'm waiting to see if they fight on it. Durka has gone back towards site.
He's peeled off.
It's that next layer if they fully commit. No, they're looking to pivot, so they've kind of drawn that attention towards
It's the front
long.
B walk, yeah.
Exactly, and gone right back to this.
And B is not defended. As you're pointing out about Hero, he's defending so well, but that's because he gets 2 trips for himself. Here, nothing to defend B. The Viper ultimate to lock down that site. The Harbor Wall is going to come down in the next few seconds here.
I'm waiting to see if Durka gets to pop the ult on the other side, if he wants to try and use that to clear forward, potentially. Hero's going to be isolated on this side. There it is. Ult's going to come in.
The counter thrash.
Yeah, the counter coming out, so they can't really work off the information he's trying to relay. I'm not too sure if it did, but he's going to spot all 3 players here. What does he do? Yeah, Chronicle. Oh, the combo! Almost had him dead. The mosh on top of the ult catch. And now Hero's already found Shin. Wait, hold on. That was huge. Where did Hero get that from? Maybe pinged down by Durka. I don't know. But Alpha's clearing house. Tomasi. Oh, bye-bye. Have fun, Tomasi. 1v1 me. The defuse is happening. You got a time limit, and Alpha finally loses one, but you ain't out in time.
Oh, no. I don't know how Fnatic's doing this on these rounds, on the retakes. It's kind of unbelievable because you would think KC's in such a strong position here with that Viper spit down, with that opening kill. It's a 4 versus 4. Thrash catches Chronicle, but there's no follow-up there. And then Hero somehow slips the gap, finds the Viper. Viper pit's gone. Like, there's so many things that could have gone in the favor of KC right there, but Fnatic is just so many, and the shield saving him there too.
Yeah.
It's just, in part, Fnatic got a little bit lucky with some of the timings.
Absolutely.
But KC could have been a little bit tighter on how they executed that, how they played together in the postman, because they split up a little bit too much. Here comes the Harbor Cove, the ultimate for that seaside split.
I mean, Hero, again, on a platter, he has been doing well. You can't say he hasn't been, but Martin on the site hunting down his man. He wants his target found. The raid's going to take down Durka, but Hero's still here. So is Boaster working off the back of those trips. There goes in the shield as well. Do they want to back behind it? They do. Boaster's not going to see it. They've got to know that they're in the smoke. They know everything! KC trying to cower for cover, and they get revealed. They get punished. Fnatic just herding them left and right. They seem so ready for all of this.
I don't know what KC's doing there. They're in the smoke. They're ready to go through. We see Viper with the molly out. Can we just flash and push through together? Like, why are we just sitting here doing nothing? We have to, like, we need to understand what the value in this comp is. I think that kill on Yoru, maybe? I don't remember how it happened, but yeah, maybe losing Martine, losing those flashes, prevented that push through the smoke to extend into the site.
They're going to be gutted about this, though. 8-3. And some of these rounds have been close. We saw them earlier on. Knife's edge sort of stuff, but Fnatic just step after step. Making that scoreline look really horrific to handle. Durka, he knows what's going on now. What are you going to do about this one, though? Martin trying to lead the way.
Durka could TP out. He's at heaven now. He's gone.
Safe enough.
Clearing out for Hero. Found him.
But the reposition, he still gets his man. He still gets his one. Nice from Martin. But still, there's the information.
Hero got another.
I don't know how they're doing this. KC are once again locked on the site. They can't peel away towards long. They have nowhere else to lean to. They have to fight forward to an extent. They're a man down here. 3 players. You still got the paranoia with Boaster just coming in now. It's time to start working off the back. Through garage they go. Narrate for the first fight, but the spray's good for Durka. Martin wins his though. CT not looking safe until then. Hero again. This guy is fitting in with Fnatic like he's been here from the start. Beautiful work. Knows to balance it out well, playing from garage there, coming back in on the retake, not outstaying his welcome. Josh, I'm sold on this young guy. He's doing well, but overall, some of these kills just feel like they're happening at really odd times. They're getting caught out here.
I don't think Fnatic has made a single misstep this whole game. I think that's where everything is stemming from. So Durka getting a first pick, being able to TP out. We're seeing Hero on multiple occasions being able to get a kill, stay alive, and then go with his teammate. But it's all these retake situations that Fnatic find themselves in where they're always together, they're always side by side, they're always getting those trades. They're moving so well together, and this is kind of the Fnatic that we were expecting to see earlier in the year, that we've been waiting to see. They've been slowly regaining that form that we've come to expect and know from previous years, and it seems like they're hitting that stride right now. So it's all about, can they maintain this, not only for this map, but for the series and then for the future.
looking revitalized here. KC at the start of the year were one of the teams to watch, kind of held up there with Heretics as we were talking about performance. They were the two teams that we were really looking at as the ones to take the place of your Navis and your Fnatics.
They won the kickoff.
You're absolutely right. And now they're being held on 3. Now this is the first map. This is Haven. You know, once we get into your Lotus, you potentially bind, things could change. But this is a glimmer of what made Fnatic great. Some of these elements lining up. However, second half now, Fnatic on the attack. KC, well, they need this pistol, to say the very least. This one feels critical to their success. Like this presence from Martin, pushing up, taking some space away.
It's a very valuable position. You can hear so much if Fnatic makes a misstep. That alarm bot's going to trigger and let them know exactly what's going on. Martin might hop up into the window off of that contact, but his teammates are ready to protect him at B.
Has he been made a raid boss? No, okay, so he is just the sheriff for himself. I was wondering if maybe someone would have dropped that over, but not to be. Still carrying on in this way though, Fnatic. Kind of took pause for thought and then started again. Martin has heard these steps. I think that was the final player, probably Boaster coming over. And there's the TP and there's the win. Supported, systematic approach.
30 seconds left.
Plant there now as well. So Massey looking to try and set in motion maybe a more comfortable retake, a safer retake. Narrate as well, waiting with that wingman. Martin, could be huge work for him.
That's a huge
Massey,
opening.
brilliant work from KC, holding the line here. Boaster. Oh my god.
Oh, no way, the lineup.
As if they walked through like that. Boaster gave them a chance back in this round. He was looking over, and Martin with nowhere else to go. Middle of no man's land. That's 3 alive. That's the pistol in the second. Fnatic looking like they want to close this out quick.
That was a defender cove as well. Like Fnatic doesn't have a harbor, so that cove with that little sliver of a gap where Boaster's able to just slink through. Line them both up in the head. Oh, that's gonna be devastating. I think losing that first player on the site as well. It's kind of one of those situations where you're wondering, why is the Killjoy still in the site? They've lost Alarm Bot, they've lost Turret. Like, your teammates are outside of the site. You have Martin on a flank. Why are you still in the site, losing a duel to a Yoru TPing in?
Questions I'm sure they'll come through towards, you know, that VOD review that they won't be happy to have, but they need to.
Yep.
If they're going to start, you know, introducing Haven into the map pool for themselves, and you're already getting tape like this, and you had tape on Fnatic playing this, there was a visual, whereas obviously KC haven't played this yet. So Fnatic walking in with only their game plan in mind and maybe some consideration, but that's about it. So, can KC cause some mayhem?
Headshot.
First answer, no. Good damage. Hello. That's not bad. What does he get as an upgrade? What's his reward? Not massive, but he was good on the Sheriff, so maybe that'll...
Oh, that's
caught.
a big
That's
pick.
big. That's a rifle. You can see Alpha wants to protect that. He's instantly on guard duty. Yeah, pops the shield, wants it, wants to fight. Paranoia is great. Big support. The Dizzy goes up to try and stem the bleed, but he's still going. He's
What
still
game is he playing?
He's just going in. Purely aim labs. That's a sponsored segment right there from that man. 11-3. Fnatic just taking fights.
Can't wait for the dust to run that in the, you know, in between the maps right now. And for the aim lab of the day,
Little shoot
we got
around,
Alpha,
yeah.
and it's that clip.
God. Look at this. And there was a chance there, right? The rifle going down, Magnum finding this position. They've done a couple of nice pieces there to get themselves in a good position, but...
And I thought that initial classic headshot that went onto Durka took him down to 47 HP. That enabled just that one classic shot. Yeah, it's absolutely
mad.
just, it's disgusting.
Sorry.
It's...
Like the amount of like crosshair breaks there with like the Dizzy going up, the shield he's going for, back and forth. It's so easy to kind of forget how good Alpha is mechanically, but then it's just like instant reminders, you know? Nuts. Okay, Casey, well, you got guns, you better use them. I don't know what to say, you're at 11-3. This feels like a bit of a blowout.
It's you and me. It feels like a massive misplay from KC, and I'll try to break it down later about like how they've been approaching it. I think things started just slipping out of their hands, and they started to just let it continuously spiral out of control. Durka getting another kill through a smoke. That's like the 10th kill they've got through smokes this game.
Yeah, and they might want some more. Shin trying to get in on this Narrate as well, trying to break back through by CT. Finally getting some fights in their favor. Shin and Narrate on the site in a 2v2. Where is that spike? Okay, it's deep towards the site itself. Hero and Durka now. There's no way. Yeah, okay, Narrate's got him there. Durka. One. Whoa.
He can pop his ult and get the spike and
he's seen Shin.
Reposition.
Yep. Well, he's at least going to TP away.
Shin thought it was a fake TP or didn't hear it. One or the other.
Yeah, because he's still kind of checking sight, trying to be diligent about it, trying to be safe, and we can see where Durka is. He's off and away. He's out of there. How does he want to play this in the post plant? He's got a lot of kits still to play with as well.
Shin can't move. Yeah, Durka gets to decide wherever he wants to go.
Left. Spike planted.
Plan for long and short, instantly repositions. He could use either of these angles. Shin looks like he's going for that rotate onto the flank. This could be one of those moments where you just get timing, but Durka's just gonna hard focus on the flank. Okay, position known.
Okay, this is a good little 1v1 here, but Durka gets back towards the site. That's the scary part here. Shin.
Shin knows.
Oh, the angle! It's still going on here. It ain't over yet. He's got for the ult. That's nastiness. What's Shin meant to do here? Perfect reposition. Ooh, still on for a shot. Knows it's a fake on the first try. And the pop-in swing, just going wide on that with a Red Bull clutch. Durka doing the dance. That was a lovely little 1v1 for him and Shin, but still, it's 12 for Fnatic now, Josh. This is looking like it's almost out of control.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It's just so many things are stacking up in the favor of Fnatic. They haven't made a misplay, and they're capitalizing on everything that KC's kind of doing wrong. And KC started off the game really well. I think what ended up happening was that round where they lost a lot of players on the round 2, they do the full buy on the round 3, and then they lose in such a fashion where they don't use the Cove, and then Hero gets 3 lined up. I think from that moment, it was so hard for KC to just refine their footing in the whole situation, and it just kept spiraling out of control for them. And now we're here 12 to 3. You have to keep in mind, KC got the first 2 rounds of the game.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
right?
Context is making this seem a horrific showing for them. Maybe Haven not quite ready in their map pool. And maybe just affected by those early rounds. It truly could have been. We've seen that they've struggled sometimes when it comes to those international tournaments when they get tested like that. Certainly the difference between the experienced teams out there, they can recover. But for now, we see 12 to 3. Eyeing up the A site here. Not being subtle about it though, so I wonder if they do try and commit to this. I think KC is starting to doubt its efficacy if they continue this way.
And I'm shocked that KC continues to do this A-site setup with the Killjoy instead of having the split up information, using that pack to take a lot more map control. I thought they were going to be way more proactive than they actually have been. Just the Yoru Martin push down long C in the cubby, and here comes Fnatic rotating back, breaking all. They're looking for the Killjoy utility. Where is it? Well, we broke the alarm bot. Turn's got to be a B. Eagle Eye. Opening pick on Magnum.
That's a completely available follow-up on B. It's all individual. It's all perfect for Fnatic. Shield to the left, look to the right. You got Tomasi, and good damage from Tomasi. Couldn't convert into a kill. Now vulnerable and being spammed down here. Chronicle waiting. Big boy on the other side. Good
Spike
pick there.
at 12
Time.
seconds.
You're right, 10 seconds now. Durka goes for the fight. 10 seconds still on the board, starting to tick down. You can see the pressure side out. Tomasi considering, do I go ahead on this? Chronicle was waiting, punishing that temptation. It's on Martin. It was a 1v3, now a 1v2. Hero and Chronicle.
Double peek.
They're going for it. There's the swing. They know he's there. He doesn't take too much damage. He's got a 1v1 now. Hero down on good HP. 30 on Martin was never going to be enough. Fnatic, a clear-cut affair. 13 rounds and barely a mark back for KC. Josh, they did not look ready for that one.
Fnatic looked super prepared. Again, like this is the second time this week we're getting to see them on this map. They are picking it for a reason. They understand the map, they understand their comp, and KC, they need to be able to mentally bounce back from this.
You're right, that's what we're going to be looking for after this break. Lotus coming up next. Do they have what it takes?
Good job, bro.
Nice, Durka. Fantastic.
Nice. Hello. Hello.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day.
What a heroic performance that was from Fnatic. Honestly, I was gonna come in with like, what a great performance from Hero, because I just felt like every single round, every single play, everything that we saw that was great, all involved one way or another Cuckoo Grenache Hero.
I think that we were so surprised, right? Like Hero stepping in, but time and time again, with Fnatic starting on the defense, just don't go see. Don't go see his movement around the map. All the utility that was dumped on him time and time again did not matter, Ash.
No, it didn't. His ability to just play within those smokes, even this reposition towards Long as well. The fact that he has the cam that he ends up checking after he gets this pick to immediately find the location of Magnum here was insane. But you also just look generally at the trip positioning here on that C site. He has that backside trip for when he does have to fall off to buy that extra time, because he knows that the C pushes are going to be aggressive. They're going to look to clear through backside, and he wants to be able to capitalize.
And it's so well compensated that look at him. We're looking at 2 different rounds. He's not using the same patterns, not the same movement, and he's shooting extremely crisp. Looking at this composition, going up against Fnatic, you would think that the trouble is in the Yoru and the ISO coming at you. And do not get me wrong, that was amazing. But the performance from Hero granted Fnatic their most dominant win in the entire year.
We haven't seen Fnatic like this in a long time. But this is the other thing, right? Yeah, outside of Hero, every single death we saw that Fnatic incurred was traded. They traded every single one. Hero just needed to stay alive, and that's all he did. But it was kind of a bonus that he could get 3K, 3 kills while he does that.
Yeah, more than a bonus, all right? I mean, it was what, 403 ACS just on the defense side alone, that first half there for Hero. And again, it's the fact that this rookie is now lighting up as a substitute coming in for the team, replacing Leo, the big shoes that he had to fill. And it's so nice to see him slotting in today.
We got to talk about some of the KC stuff we saw, as well as we take a look at Tomazi in the AIM Labs warm-up. Viper Harbor, we never see in EMEA, only a handful of times this year. It's almost like a loud thing, even globally at this point. What did you guys make of the Viper Harbor from KC?
I appreciate the attempt. There were some rounds that were very cool. We also saw how they were using the ultimates, like the staggering was actually brilliant. I think that the main issue was that every single time that they tried to go see, they would encounter Hero, and it didn't matter how well it was planned, and everything was in good unison. But it looked like Fnatic has always felt very good on Haven and knew everything to a T. They were very quick on the rotations and reacting to what KC was doing.
They also didn't have as much to work off of as far as the executions on site, as far as that initiator utility, right? Because even when Shin, typically we always see him on that Omen, that paranoia is so important in their composition with where they look to execute, how they zone off those sites. And this was the first time that we saw him on a different role.
Yeah, exactly. But if you think about it, if you like rewatch it, even when we were rewatching this, we see the utility coming onto place. Like the Gecko, like for example, when they had that ult onto B, and they use the Gecko ultimate to stun Chronicle, and then the Molly comes in, and it just doesn't happen.
Well, let's take a look and see what agents we're going to get here. Probably from the side of KC, because Fnatic showed their comp already. We're not going to see any changes, but here's the thing. Playing a Viper into a non-Viper comp on Lotus is still extremely strong in this meta.
It really is. I think that the Viper is often underutilized on Lotus within our region as well, where we don't see as many teams pulling out the ability to kind of zone off over towards that rubble control and whatnot. But then you look over towards Karming Core again, this composition that they swapped into having Magnum on that Sova there as well, they managed to find a lot more success after these teams started reading into that Fade Gecko comp that they used to run.
And Magnum ended up being very important, I think, in this composition. I think that we're going to see more and more from this. But now Fnatic needs to be stopped. Dirka was coming alive at the end of the last map.
Well, this is KC's pick for a reason. So let's see Pansy and Steel if they can take us to a map 3.
That is the question, isn't it? Is map 3 a possibility? We're going to find out, and I do want to come to you in a moment if maybe some of our woes from map 1 could potentially bleed here into map 2. However, if you are just tuning in, have a little look at the bottom of your screens as well. You can get your tickets to come down here. Just scan the QR code and you can join some of the lovely audience. Some very nice people. Very nice. And there's beer. Thank you, man in the audience. Appreciate you for that one. Good sell. Good sell. But Josh, yeah, talk to me now kind of in a way, because I think probably a lot of KC fans are a little worried after map 1. A lot of issues there showing, not looking as competent as we kind of expected. Lotus is a much better map for them overall. This does start leaning heavier towards their traditional favor. Do you think MNL worries from map 1 would apply here, or do you think they can course correct well?
There were a couple of small things and a big thing for map 1. The small things were, I think they didn't read the map as well as they could have about where Hero was positioning his trips and his setups on Cypher. But the big issue was the mental block about how once things stopped going their way, it just started spiraling out of control. They need to regain control. They need to regain control now, and they need to do it fast.
See if they can. It'll be Fnatic on the attack. That then means, well, of course, KC on the defending side. Early contact made.
The Sheriff spam. So much damage, ripped Dirka apart.
Wow, look at him, down to 16 HP. Heroes on 57, and a little bit of chip towards Boaster too. They'll be loving a bit of that. Obviously don't know the damage they've done, but they can maybe extrapolate later on. Certainly going to help them out. Cheeky little camera. No one following through for now. Smoke one way, not really going to be tested here. Neither is the player over towards Mount, so Martin gets to play his life. So KC probably feeling quite confident in it going to be in this A hit, but Fnatic
There.
pretty quiet about things.
Camera broken, but the trip's still up, so Shin is not worried yet. Oh, you can't let that happen.
Playing a little too ahead, getting caught out, had his utility to bank on, and now there's avenues open for them. Paint Shell's still there. That's going to go get posted towards kind of deep back site. Forced away a little further. They've got good information. Hero, the one who has to get the plant. Boaster did get chipped down early, but not quite as badly as Dirk. All the timing. And Boaster was really good from this position before. Remember how well he was playing into that little cubby every single time, it felt like. Here, though, plant is in. KC still with a good few players to try and get some pressure building. See if there's a flank, anything else. No, there's not. It's all coming from one direction, and that's actually looking pretty good. Trading in well enough that they've got it down to a 2v2, and the last two are the walking wounded. Durka on 16 and Alpha on 10, both very low HP. Oh, and they can't even deny this, I don't think. I don't think they can stop this at all. Nothing to do but die.
Oh, he's
Oh, bloody hell, that was a little close. Oof, in the end, Alpha does fall as well, but KC nab away that first round.
That was a big round pickup, but I mean, we have to understand that KC won 2 rounds in a row to open up on Haven. They lose a few rounds in a row, they win on an eco, and they lose out 13-3. So it's not about just getting one round. And it wasn't even like the cleanest either. It came down to a very close 1 versus 1, narrowly diffused the spike, but we have to keep in mind, they're giving up the first blood there as well.
Yes, you're not wrong. And now we just see that Marshall. Uh-oh, Boaster's got Tomasi already. Martin?
Oh my, no.
Oh, these are mistakes, and I don't expect this from KC. They're one of the better drilled teams normally. They play quite robust Valorant, and Alex Sloppy, Hero's got himself a bloody Bulldog. Oh man. So we've got the Guardian still with Shin, and the Stinger with Narrate, but they've got 4 players to clear time against them. Util still with Durka as well. He's got the Pain Shell, he's got the Satchel, he's got the Boombot, everything. Alpha's got to be careful here. And yeah, he's just chip damaging, putting his life on the line for it. He did get a tag on the back. Plays in Hero, who gets cleared. Narrate does well to swing that. Alpha next up. Individual fight gets taken down. KC starting to build back up here. And this is becoming a problem. They might be able to course correct. They might be able to save themselves this round. The Paint Shell goes in. Does it deny? It does in the end. I don't know if it's got enough time, though. I don't think it does. The defuse should come in comfortably in the end for KC. And they survive.
That was a very good recovery from KC. I think Fnatic could have played that a little bit better with the positioning, with the Bulldog players alone. Alpha's peeking out with the Marshall to get the chip damage, but there's no, you know, in those situations, like, I'll tag you bag. Where are you? Where's the bag part of it? So Fnatic could have closed that out if they had played a little bit better. Good recovery from KC. And yeah, that opening is just so worrisome. They need to be able to figure out how to cleanly get these openings that they want and see how they can convert it. And until they get some clean rounds, I don't know if it's going to be a clean game from them.
Oh, no, I'm still a bit nervous because it was those first 2 from map 1. Yeah. I want to see KC look in form here because by all rights, this should be a belting series, right? This should be a really good game. Kind of the new dogs against the old. A question of form from either. We wait and see how it really looks here. That Bucky is all Narrate's got to bring in. See, this bonus is rough.
Last game on Haven, they were on attack side when they had to do their bonus, and they fully invested and lost that round. Here, they're budgeting a little bit. They realize we're going to use this as a bonus round. If we lose it, unlucky, we have rifles for the next round. If we win it, cool. We are just starting a lead, starting a comeback. Building some confidence is the most important thing about that.
Managing expectations and building confidence. Shin. Gonna have the one. Beautiful, beautiful shot. Didn't get rewarded with the kill, but he's near on taking down Alpha. Only 10 HP.
And information, but the information's on Alpha. Alpha is normally the lurker for the attackers on the C area. So Shin doesn't really understand, hey, there's more people behind it.
30 seconds left.
Martin thought he might have caught maybe Chronicle crossing then, potentially Boaster, but no. Now the smoke in here is buying time. They're running low on time here for Fnatic. Down to 20 seconds. They've got to make this hit count. And there's bodies here. Doors open. Martin makes a horrible miss there. Dirk with a punish on Shin. Still need to get that
13
plant down. 10 now going to be on the board by the time they get towards the site. Plant going to be coming in, but there's a lot of trouble here. They're going to be investing the Hunter's Fury. It doesn't land. Hero can at least tank one of those. The plant is in, and Chronicle is punishing. And now that Bucky feels so redundant. Narrate knows it. Just down to the Sheriff here to try and get back a little bit closer. Prowler saved a little later too. Perfect, gonna check on his progression.
Okay.
Must be nice.
Might not be enough, but it's enough to keep him a little bit happy.
Yeah, one more would be really good. Make that money get into question. Got that Sheriff and Bucky to lose, so why not make a go of it? Yeah, he's got all the kit and caboodle thrown at him though. Yeah, I think he knows this one's pretty much wrapped up here. Maybe a last quick grab. And that's it. Okay, Fnatic get on the board here. First made. Gun round coming in. It was the bonus for KC. They took down 2.
It was one of those situations where that flick from Boaster onto Martine, who's missed 3 shots, clean shots on the back, easy. Magnum getting spammed down. He's using his Hunter's Fury. He's not behind cover. He gets Odin spammed through with smoke. So many players from Fnatic, only one player with almost full health. Everyone else is under half HP. These are very slim margins. Anything happening in the favor of KC might be a big swing. It's just a little bit more that they need to push.
They got the guns now to maybe do it. Shin.
Big opening. That was a combo.
Massive.
That dart came in, scanned through the smoke.
They got the reward. Narrate. Oh, Boaster. That's got a sting. Chronicle with a, I don't want to say quick trade, but a trade. With a crouching Odin.
Can only be so quick when you got that heavy thing on you.
I love the way you just said that Chronicle's got that heavy thing on him. That's no, that's fine. That's fine. 3 for Fnatic alive up against the 4 of KC. Martine's got his ult. They've still got the paranoia with Shin, and Shin playing really safe here. I like that. Not allowing a free pick and even. And there's gonna be the ult as well, just to clear back through. Doesn't actually spot Chronicle though, but he will be able to get the information on the site. May have noted Durka as well, not sure.
I don't know where Kron is. They understand that he's somewhere in this area. They don't know exactly where.
Oh god, the timing on this is... Hero saved him then. The ult probably would have done the job, but they doubled down on it. This is perfect timing. That's 1 and 2. Yeah, I think it got both there. They've got to know what's coming their way. And Chronicle with a slow creep comes back in. And Martine's on the site. I think he's maybe been seized. He has been. It's done. Incredible work from Fnatic there. You thought maybe KC had a grip on that, playing a couple of elements right, but it absolutely capitulated.
Boom. Hero getting that save. Durka just narrowly, like, oh man, that showstopper timing was so close. But yeah, like these picks here, you'd have to say though, this is kind of like karma a little bit, right? Boaster got that flick on Martine the previous round, so he has to go down to a player holding him mouse 1 with the Odin here, fully paranoid.
Look, he's an Odin abuser himself. It's only
true.
karma. It's only karma.
What goes around comes around.
Good lord, and the karma hits me, Josh. It's all over. Finale, they come back in here, KC, with a much weaker buy. Obviously, just easy, Tiger. Durka, this is an isolated effort. Got to be really cautious to not do this on his own or potentially give up a rifle, but no one's with him yet. The door's
This is why he's doing it.
Yeah, but yeah. Yeah. Eco Cobra strikes again.
Sorry.
No, you're... Hey, the thing is that he may not get punished for it here, right? The thing is that Fnatic probably just clean house. There's no harm, no foul. But in a different world, someone could punish him, pick up a Vandal, and then who knows what happens. But it is Durka back on the raise, so it tends to go quite well for him.
Yep. 2 players alive for KC on their eco. Recovered their Vandal. A little bit of a hero Vandal purchase just to see if they can get something going here.
It's not going to happen. Durka farming. And again, seeing Durka with the raise does just feel like such a night and day performance to that Yoru or anything else that he kind of leans on. This still looks very, very good for him.
I think the difference
Spike
between him
planted.
playing on a duelist such as Raze is you're usually kind of in a more specific system. You're with the team a lot more. You're in a kind of a pack. You get to a certain point and you do an execute, and you have abilities coming in left, right, center. You're going with the team. There's a lot of chaos going around. It creates a lot of space for you. You create a lot of space for your team, and there's this kind of synergy there.
And he thrives in that, it feels
He
like.
thrives in that. And when he's on an agent like Reyna on Icebox or Yoru on other maps, Breeze, I know that we don't get to see that anymore, but now he's on Haven.
Yeah.
It's where he's more of an individual. He has to make individual decisions. He's not with the team. He has to, when it's so clear, the path that's set out, the goal, and you're with the team and you're executing it together for the game plan, it's a lot easier for a player, a duelist like Durka, to be able to execute that than to be on their own, knowing when they're supposed to activate or deactivate and what decision, how they're supposed to react to certain information going around the map. And it's a lot more difficult for certain duelists to be able to make those decisions. The mechanics of Durka are so good, and that's why he's on this duelist agent. And when we see him on Raze, it reinforces that.
It is interesting to see such a variety, isn't it? When you see from player to player, I know NA was kind of leaning in towards, you know, that Demon 1 Aspas, you know, comparison when you're talking about the two different ways, even to play just like a Jet, for example, and then how it looked from EG to NRG and all of this sort of stuff. But it's interesting, even in the minutiae, to kind of discuss Durka from when he's on that Yoru, the role he plays and his goal in mind, to this, where it seems to suit him much better. But pausing that, we'll see how it looks going forward, because it was a decent Haven for him as well, but I mean, it was hard to lose when everyone's firing as well.
Everyone was on
Everyone
point,
was working.
and KC was also dropping the ball big time.
So now we've got to see where this picks up. Does this even out a bit? Because Casey are no slouches here. This is one of the maps. If you're looking at the map pool, it starts to lean better for them. First pick this time, Chronicle goes down. Now they can respond accordingly, right? You can see all the players coming over. Smoke goes in to stall out a little here. Paranoia comes in. Again, what do they want to do with this Magnum? Well, that's a little audacious. Got to be careful here. Does have the utility to bank on, so he knows they can't springboard instantly, but Fnatic don't have space here. They've been surrounded. They've lost a lot of that map control.
Cutting off the rotations is Martin, though, and it's going to be very difficult for Fnatic to be able to pivot. Even if they decide to go B here, they're getting flooded in from multiple different angles, including that flank on mid.
Nightfall, that's still in narrate. That's got to have caught 3. That's big info, again, just on its own. Martin can just shoulder this if he wants to. He's keeping so much information. They're still going this way, and he can then collapse on those backlines if he feels like it.
Did they get the spot on the info? He didn't. Oh, the timing on the jiggle.
And Alpha's given them a chance, maybe a seed of doubt placed, and now they can pivot back, and that's what they're doing. 19 seconds, though. Tomasi still stands. Where do Fnatic go? They could walk in somewhat of the unknown, or they go and double back down towards B, but look at the space that they're going to be trying to go into. This is rough. Magnum's still here. Oh, a missed shot. That could have been round
big
done.
Scan.
There they are.
Yeah, big info.
Spike planted.
That's going to be what they need. Nice from Narrate, takes down Durka. Can't quite follow up with the trades there for Tomasi. And now just Boaster gets swept aside. KC meeting them step for step across the map. Good work from Tomasi to keep that C site safe in the end. After that fight between, I think it was Alpha and Shin going Alpha's way, that created a small chance, and then it got folded in on.
That was crazy timing. I was saying good smoke towards the beginning of the round here. As soon as Martin gets this pick here, realizes no one else is here, instantly there's a smoke dropped at the entrance of C. They're blocking the C main entrance. They realize Fnatic is trying to come C in this situation, so that was a good trade. But then Tomasi, he's jiggling from the back of the site. Alpha slips right on the timing of the jiggle and is able to catch Shin, who's trying to use support utility. I think he was trying to re-smoke maybe the front of B main.
Potentially.
And then that opening could have made a big difference. Losing that duel because of the landing inaccuracy on that box. Tomasi's able to clean that up. He's back.
With the op. Interesting choice. Okay.
Why? You don't respect the Killjoy up?
I mean, I respect it when it's Alpha. I don't ever doubt Alpha anymore. We've learned the hard way.
Turret destroyed.
May take down my turret, but I'm going to take its place, apparently, is the line. But a little bit of a closer lean here from KC. Willing.
Camera taken out.
Okay, clear the camera. Willing to take a more of an aggressive posture.
Shadows.
Pressing that one way. But already you've got Durka a little ahead. He's already shifted over to that right side. The feet being spotted. And there's the punish. Durka just slipping a little bit deeper, unnoted. And now they've opened up a big chance. They can punish maybe these rotations. They still have players over towards this side on Rubble. That spike is still in the hands, though.
It looks like I just highlighted the whole map, but that's basically what I'm highlighting is the fact that KC, they're trying to defend 4 different positions right now instead of just locking down and gambling. We're talking about other teams and how they would kind of play out these late round situations. Here we see KC is kind of doing that gamble on A, realizing it's not an A hit, they're moving back to C. And now this rotation to C together with the Sova on the flank, Magnum, this is going to be a really good rotation. The lockdown's going to keep them outside of the site, and that's going to actually drop Fnatic's guard a little bit. Planting for Mound, taking Waterfall.
Ooh. This, I guess then does Chronicle get to be able to hold this? Does he slip back in? How do they actually hold on to it? You're right, they've prioritized Waterfall here, but again, roll your mind back. Some of the best moments from KC were these retakes. Their pressure used to be exceptional. They were so clear-cut, so concise. And now, with a Viper's Pit in the way, though, this becomes incredibly difficult. The options are looking incredibly thin. I'm wondering if they're pulling the plug on this.
I think they're pulling the plug. This Viper's Pit was a nail in the coffin. Hero.
Ah, gets outdone there. Narrate clears him, and that's safety now to keep these rifles in hand. This was getting dangerous. Fnatic starting to find a little bit more form as this goes on, finding openings. And maybe you're right, they need to kind of almost double commit, double down on holding some of these lanes here and leaving some vulnerabilities. So the highlights when we were talking about KC was those retakes back in the day. That's one of the highest points of their play, especially on a map like this.
KC should be happy, though, with the end result there, the consolation prize. They were able to keep 4 rifles alive into this next round. Had they gone for it and lost all the players, they wouldn't have this. And had they all tried to split up and hold their sites one by one, that could have also been disastrous. So I'm happy that in the end, they did do the gamble on A. And then we went C, they tried to do the retake. Fnatic had a really good play. They took Waterfall off the back of the lockdown. They realized, hey, there's nobody in Waterfall, so it's gotta be either spawn or flank. They smoked off spawn, locked it down with a Viper's Pit on top of that, got away from Mound, so they got away from Magnum's flank, and they really just completely took control of that post plant. So that was a really good step for Fnatic to be able to secure that round, but I'm happy that KC was able to gamble. They chose the wrong site, they attempted the retake, realized, hey, this is not working, let's get out of here.
And it's spurred on this timeout as well, because the scoreline may be deceiving if people are just tuning in and you're not quite sure what we're seeing, but thankfully we can see that little kind of progression here. Those first 2 rounds, you almost said it at the start, hey, remember the first map? They got the first 2, then there was that one moment. Starting to have some glimmers of that. Round 6, of course, the last one that they were able to convert in their favor. And you can see Eng probably just wanted to check back in, because once we've gone into these gun rounds, it has been drifting towards Fnatic's favor. So these 4 beside them, high value pickups. And Fnatic know that, of course. They're well and truly aware, so they even get a little check in themselves with their coach as well, get everything back in line, prepared for what's going forward.
Very similar scoreline, almost exactly the same. KC actually lost rounds 3 through 6 and then won on round 7 on Eco. So very close. Oh, big pick off.
That's massive work from Martin. This time turning up the tempo, getting aggressive, playing a little more volatile, but calling no man's land, and they've lost Narrate.
They don't know about Shin, though. They have no idea.
Shin, that's 1, he needs more, he's got more, that's 2.
Does he know about the third? He has
no clue about Boaster. Boaster got, I think, one of those kills earlier on, but again, it was chaotic. But they've been able to bring this back to a 2v2. Heroics from Shin to maybe save them here. But we're still above a minute. And who do we have standing? Boaster, all his kit. Both smokes, paranoia, everything you need. You got Alpha as well, just putting down the alarm bot, making sure that back line stays safe. But how do they find Magnum? How do they navigate past Tomasi? This is difficult for them now.
I think Alpha is probably one of the players that you want to have alive in those types of situations. For Fnatic, 2 versus 2, loads of time, still 40 seconds left on the clock.
Easy now, Magnum. Supposed to commit forward.
I think he is. They will.
Oh, okay, a trade. And now it's Boaster in a 1v1.
30 seconds
Smoke's
left.
there. He's got a plant. Tomasi closing the gap. Still got the paranoia. Still another smoke. Still has his TPs as well. Could be difficult. Could be tricky. And he's going to back away. Decides to play by tree. Can maybe play off the paranoia if he hears a tap on the spike. But does Tomasi get proactive here? It looks like he might. So many things to consider, but he's going to take a gamble, take a risk, take a chance! And Boaster takes his life. 4 kills for him this round. saving them after Shin almost undid them over by Rubble. He was the one to trade it back in. He was the one to take those next steps. And things feeling a little dreary now. This is a great start for KC.
That was a huge start. And Shin being able to get a couple more from up top there before he gets traded out by Boaster. Boaster eventually clutching out the round in a 1 versus 1. Again, have to wonder why Tomasi in the situation.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I don't lose those.
All right,
Still
giving
the
it,
entertainer.
giving it.
Still the entertainer. Oh man. I'm worried a bit for KC here, Josh. I know these rounds are close. I mean, that was a 1v1. It was very, very much on a knife's edge. That could have gone either way, apparently, you know, unless you believe Boaster, who doesn't lose those. But there's just there's nerves for me here, and this is getting messy. Tomasi has found Chronicle, so actually punishing a little bit of the deeper line here. Although it might have been Durka to go down, but no. Tomasi gets to walk away with his life. Yeah, down on 30 HP, but he's still standing. Maybe cycle out that rifle potentially. Alpha looking for options. Did he hear the step? I think he did. Timing on the punish as well. That's a problem. B's now open and available. Yeah, the smoke goes in, but they have to check behind this.
Fnatic still postured towards A. It's actually pulling KC back towards B. Is Alpha's going through? What's going on? The door's open. Is it a C pivot? What's going on here? But KC, they're gonna walk push through, realize B is clear. Unless it's C, it's gotta be A. It might just take that gamble.
Clearing that question mark, right? That little bit of pressure from Alpha was enough that they have to put bodies behind it, which they did. Now they can drift back through. The timing is everything. Oh, narrate. I thought he could have had another. He did in the end. Gets to walk away on 23, but Alpha was still waiting. And the TP's there. We're off and away towards C. Plant's going to come down. The cavalry in the form of Alpha is holding the flank. And these two clutching up so often. And roll your minds back. This feels all too familiar. But sadly for Tomasi, he's on 30 HP and he's got a bloody stinger. And he got close before, but this is asking a lot of the young man. Hearing that utility go down, he's got to know they're close. The double together, both of them waiting. This time Alpha wants the 4K. He gets the reward of it. And Casey, this is going to take, this is a bit of a gut punch, it feels like. They're not getting what they want here. They do have a buy this round, but Josh, this has got to start feeling pretty horrific.
This is getting to the point where, what I was talking about earlier, it is continuing to spiral. KC, they're not even in horrible positions, but they're uncharacteristically losing a lot of duels. They should be winning them. I have to roll it back to the round that Martine has a dead to right, Boaster on the back, whiffs. We're seeing that every single round right now, and it's not even just that they're losing these duels. They win these duels normally, right? So when they start losing these duels, they don't really know what to do after that. They're like, well, we've never been in this situation. This is the easiest kill of my life. I missed it. Now what do I do? I haven't been here before. I win this duel.
It is interesting seeing these teams trying to navigate these new issues that are being presented to them, right? Because, as I said, start of the year, KC were near on untouchable. They were one of the teams that were just, bursting on the scene. Everyone excited by, these young players, the talent, and now they are under the gun. Now they're feeling the scrutiny. Now they're feeling that pressure. Durka's already on the site. His pathing just completely negating any of Tomasi's utility. And KC having to try and take this back. Again, last time they had to pull the plug on this sort of round. Narrate does have the Nightfall, so maybe that could work out well for them. There it is coming in, and actually Shin and Martine starting to clear through. That's not bad for Durka though. Pain Shell's back in, they're gonna pop the ult on Martine as well. This is all gonna be topsy-turvy, but Durka is just turreting around on the site. Martine can't even find him. Durka is backing away. He's being such a nuisance to try and clear. They have to try and deal with him. Fnatic digging in deeper. This is looking done for Martine. Can you go above and beyond for your side? 8 HP and a dream here. Durka has been a nightmare on the other side, and they don't know where he's gone. 3 already, and Martine trying to creep back in. It's all about timing, and it's 1 bullet needed. Durka this time with 4. We've had Boaster do it, we've had Alpha do it. Now it's Durka's turn. And you're right, they're just not landing some of these shots. KC look a little out of sorts here.
It's one of those situations where it's so difficult to be able to get back into the game strategically, tactically, if you're not hitting your shots. Because at that point, nothing works, and if nothing's working, you're at a loss. Not just the players, but the IGL, the coach. Where's the timeout in a situation like this? Let's get back into focus. Let's create some solutions to these problems that we're seeing.
Held on 3 rounds here, KC. I can't believe what we might be seeing. I think a lot of us were expecting maybe a 3rd map between these two, but if it keeps going this way, it's a 2-0. There's still a chance for KC to get a couple of rounds here, though. Maybe give themselves a chance into that second half. trying to get proactive. They did catch out Alpha before.
It doesn't
He's
matter.
Not getting caught out now, though.
Alpha has been on point for these guys every single... He's not lost a duel, I don't think.
I mean, look at this guy, and again, you know I love my Fnatic glazing, apparently, but...
Yeah,
I
back to winning, of course.
Yeah, it's... But from map 1, where you see him on the ISO, God almighty, look at this dude! Look at that! That's a Ferrari peak. The Xantares peak.
That was a perfect shoulder.
It's just... what are you meant to do? What are you meant to do against that? Again, on map 1, he's on the ISO. Here, he's playing this lurking role. Remember that pressure he put on B before? So much going right for him. Whereas now, I mean, you're looking at what KC can get away with, and it's nothing. Nothing. It's just a plow against them. And an attempt could be made. A kill could be found. They need 4 more. And there's just confidence. They just back themselves in these fights, dropping the smoke. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it across them. Fnatic look revitalized here, and we were talking about this bigger picture, weren't we? Start of the day when we came in. This is a litmus test of performance. Where are these two teams? Start of the year, you got top-end KC. Yeah, some highs and lows, some issues internationally, you know, but still you kind of give them a bit of forgiveness there. Fnatic had a pretty shaky start to things, you know what I mean? So again, we were kind of like questioning, and they're playing with a stand-in. You know, this is the crazy part where you're like, okay, but surely this is when it gets even worse. It compounds the problem. No, apparently they're miles apart. I'm thoroughly surprised by what we're seeing in the last couple of days from Fnatic.
Fast opening. He's going to sub-ulti behind this maybe, or?
I mean, well, Shin's going to die. That's what's actually going to happen, Josh. I think Casey would like that answer if you have any.
Yeah, I think like there's two things going on. One, Fnatic not making a misstep. They're hitting all their shots.
Yep.
And Alpha's been a thorn in their sides. Even when they haven't been able to get the primary objective, Alpha's been in a position, call an audible, bail them out. But KC, again, Tomasi, are you going to try to hold this by yourself? Your teammates are across the map still.
You should run.
Lockdown.
Okay, Hunter's Fury should deal with that.
Gets one more shot off.
Yeah, okay. There's still about a minute on the board though, so they don't have to commit just yet. They're just kind of creeping behind this. Prowler should know that they're here. Tomasi, this is so hard to hold. You have so many against you. Can you isolate a fight? You can. You absolutely can. Heating up now. Has the support from Martin. Better work. Better damage. Tomasi, the one-man army in Alpha though, the last man alive. If it was anyone else, I'd call it Raps. Unfortunately, Martin was the difference this time. Casey make it up to 4.
That's a glimmer of, you know, a shroud of what KC is capable of. We know that they're capable of it. They know they're capable of it. That's why I feel like we haven't seen many adjustments from them, because why adjust? It's just, oh no, I just missed my shot. It's not going to happen again. They keep doing the same thing. Fnatic on point the whole way through. Alpha just doing such a dirty job right now. I wonder if they're going to give him so much space on the defense around C to let him just be on his own and just do whatever he wants. Alpha on this defense side. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him pushing up. The scoreline doesn't show it 9 and 7. Like, oh, he's not doing that great. Why are you guys, you know, beefing it up like this? He's been winning every single duel, and he's single-handedly, with just the opening, won at least 4 rounds for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's impact frags, right?
Yeah.
Like, out of those 9, you got to argue the vast majority have given them almost the round off the back. It's been wild. As it stands, though, we flip sides. We hope that KC gets a bit more of a heartbeat to them here. We want to see a competitive game. Oh my god, the paranoia was so good, but that's the answer. KC a little disconnected from each other, but get the catch up on the 2. There's still life here. There's still a chance. Smoke gonna go in, doesn't really hinder them. Fnatic still in this 3v3 though. Durkin noted, they know one was on the flank.
Spike planted.
They probably know where Boaster put that paranoia from. So there's a good chance they've got a decent read here for this post-plant setup on KC. Sit very close on the site.
Another situation where Fnatic is low, and KC hasn't been able to close out these types of rounds, but
okay, but look at
they've been good up pistol.
This crossfire should be good. You got Narrate on one side, and when they get contact, they can swing. They can swing. Why? What is going on? That felt so perfect, Josh. That felt like KC had the perfect post-plant little setup for that, and then somehow Fnatic still win it.
I'm actually speechless. They're going for headshots there. They don't realize Fnatic is so low. Just go for a body shot or two and you just get your kill. This opening from Fnatic was beautiful. The trades coming in from KC, you think, oh, they're in a position 3-on-3, low HP on some of these players. We have A-site for free. This fight right here was everything, though. They didn't move together. They're whiffing shots. It's been the trend of the whole game. I said I was speechless, but that was a speech.
Oh, it's a pretty condemning one here. Held on 4 now. Oh, KC, managing to stay away from the Seize nade combo, but Fnatic then taking the space off the back. We have Sheriffs coming out. I want to see one of these players step in here because, you know, Narrate was meant to be one of the next young guns coming up, the ones to watch. Same with a couple of the other players as well. You can't really say much wrong about the KC roster. There's a lot of talent there. And it's weird to not see them on point. It just feels like something's off, something's in the water. It could be revealing a couple of positions. Magnum could be on the chopping block. While all this happens, it is a pivot towards B. Now, Chronicle has been very sharp today. I think he was towards the top end of the board. Might have been taken over by Durka by now, but already hindering their access to this. Magnum lost, Durka down, so a little bit of a trade out. Can KC find any more? I like what they're doing, trying to paint this intention of this C hit.
Opening the door, lurk smoke towards C, and the walkout towards A. Boaster. Jump spotting from sight. He's going to get really good info off this. Don't know if he saw them there. He definitely knows now. He still has paranoia. He still has a smoke if he needs it. He just needs to live and buy time for his teammates to come here.
Wait, where are they going?
They're going back to C now. We already had Tamazi on the walk up here. As soon as they get spotted by Boaster, they're instantly getting confirmed. Hey, there's multiple of us here. We're back to C. Tamazi, he's going to take the space, but he needs to not overextend. He needs to be happy with what he has and play this down together.
So tempting, isn't it, though, to take that extra couple of steps towards CT or Waterfall. You're like, hey, guys, I got so much of this.
Stay together.
Massey, Chronicle, just reading the chance that someone slipped that smoke. Now, Fnatic using the limited amount of utility they have to clear quite close, just in case someone had tried to slip a little deeper. It is just Sheriff still, tricky, up against Bulldogs, and that Vandal on Alpha.
Paranoia still for Boaster.
There's the Paranoia going in time to try and re-clear. Fnatic gonna find 2. It's on the side itself, it's on Narrate. The guy who's their hero before, but today it's just not happening. Diffuse there for Fnatic. The retake's good. 3 stay alive. And the silver linings aren't enough for KC now.
Fnatic's moving so well together in these retakes. The way that they reposition, they spotted the player in Waterfall, they're spamming through the smoke, they regroup, they go heavy through spawn. Not a single person left on their lonesome. They smoke, they use the paranoia, they scale in with it, go for all the trades. And I have to wonder, was KC playing that not to lose instead of to win? Because in that situation, they were kind of feeling out, oh, maybe I push Waterfall, oh, maybe we go spawn, and then they decided, no, let's play passive, let's play safe. But when you play too safe, you give too much respect, and Fnatic disrespected them.
Right. And now onto their, really, this is the last hurrah for KC. If they don't convert this, you're worried. You know, you're down in the doldrums. But Fnatic, they're on 10. Everything looking good, everyone hitting their shots, nice reads, nice retakes. You can't fault it. So KC, time to turn up. Already looking at both Durka's position over towards B. This will be interesting to see the value he gets. Paranoia goes in. Oh, Durka. Oh, okay, it's not as clean as you'd like, and he does get traded. Tomasi giving them a chance, but Hero then steps into the arena. Bloody hell, it's all on Tomasi again. This guy, how much can he be asked? He's got a 1v1. Chronicle, one side of the ring, Tomasi the other.
Good timing on this reposition, Chronicle. He's gonna realize, not before long. Oh, he realizes already. Just
so smart.
So cerebral.
You can hear the Spanish cast is absolutely popping off. Gotta love him.
It's gonna be one of those tension-building moments because Chronicle's like, wait, he's not here yet. I'm gonna turn around just
30 seconds.
When's that timing?
One more time, I'm just gonna check B and I'm gonna turn around the wrong
25 seconds! He's got him! Chronicle, you said it though, so cerebral about it. Re-clearing that B side, double checking, and then he's got that internal clock ticking. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's one of those days, you know? It's one of those days, KC fans. It happens. It happens. We don't often see this level up from Fnatic. You know, this has been a drought for them in the last couple of days. They've heated up a bit more, starting to look a bit better, starting to seem revitalized almost, with Hero coming in. Kind of a new lease of life to them. And for KC, it feels like being blown out of the water here.
This is a very one-sided game. I don't remember the last time we've seen a kind of like a blowout like this, especially if Fnatic's able to close out here in the next few rounds. It's going to be very one-sided. 2-0.
I can't
almost
believe
lost against KC.
It just doesn't seem real, does it? But KC still with a chance. Still got a Bulldog, 2 Vandals, Guardians. Desperate for a round to go their way in the Pain Shell and the Seas. I mean, they're lucky to be alive, and they do get to live, and they take down 2 on the other side. Know what's coming their way now.
Planted.
Oh, that's better. There we go. A little bit of life in him yet. Chronicle and Alpha.
One enemy remaining.
Gonna be cleared out. KC, okay. This is better.
This is a lot better.
Where's this been?
This is what they're expecting. They're just like, why haven't we been able to do this every round? We're playing no different.
Hello. Chronicle. He's going to be hunted down here. Not many options. But for them, also, their money's pretty rough, actually, for KC. So keeping these Vandals is pretty damn important. And they found Chronicle there. And Andalusia flawless, finally for KC. Finally get in there. That's one. They got to keep going, though, Josh. This can't be just a one-off. They've got to find success in succession. It cannot be a singular round.
When we were watching the Na'Vi game, we were kind of discussing who are the top dogs of the region right now, and you obviously have Heretics at the top.
Absolutely.
And then kind of in the next pack there, it's Fnatic, it's Foot, it's KC.
Yeah.
And Na'Vi's kind of falling out of that. KC, if they want to remain in that, they need to get more rounds clean like that. They need to remember who they are.
Now you're on the money. These guys, dangers through and through. Shin, one of the players who gifted them one of those 5 rounds near, and it felt like some of these moments on his shoulders. Need a little bit more from everyone, though. It's, you know, it's across the board sort of effort. Gonna be. Oh, look at this walk up. Oh, the timing. No idea. Magnum completely unawares. They've cleared that back line. This forces KC forward, investing the Dimensional Drift. Taking a glimpse through towards Tree, it's cleared. Do they clear? I don't know if he cleared.
I don't think
Chronicle.
they cleared him.
I don't think they know about Chron.
Oh,
okay,
it
it's
doesn't matter.
fine. It's fine, apparently. Narrate's got his support. Why am I still worried? I shouldn't be worried. Narrate's still here. He's starting to heat up. That's 3 this round. Plant going to be coming in. Durka and Alpha, yeah, they got some ults, but look at the weaponry. Guardian and a Sheriff. You got to say Martin's good for this, and he is. This is nice. It's looking like 6. Can they keep 3 alive, though? Down to 2 here. There it is. Nice from KC. Couple of good rounds now back-to-back.
I was getting a little bit worried for Martin because he was body shotable by both the weapons, the Sheriff or the Guardian, and that opening could have made the catalyst for Durka to be, okay, I'm popping the showstopper and going in. But it was a good setup. The rest of the players were there in a position that they could get a double fight at the same time. One in the pit and one about to come up the ropes. As soon as the pit player takes the contact, up the rope at the same time, ensuring that trade. 6 to 11, gap's getting closed a little bit.
A little bit.
Fnatic, they still have that showstopper, they still have that lockdown. But Alpha, on his lonesome again.
Round by round is how they have to take this, kill by kill, step by step. It's a long road back for KC, considering how these rounds are going. But they've taken the perfect couple of moves forward, right?
Neither of those shocks hit any of the utility from the Killjoy. Alarm bot's still up, it's still blocking the entire entrance. 2 mollies there. And a default split from KC. They're trying to confirm that info. They're trying to find out where is this Killjoy setup. How can we do a little bit of misdirection here? Cage soften the C side up a little bit, and it's working. 3 members of Fnatic in position towards A. And the C hit's coming in. The alarm bot triggered.
There it is. They know what's coming now. You can hear it. The lockdown as well.
The bait.
Then swings. The timing was good, but Martin goes above and beyond for KC again. How much can this one man do here? He's still got to keep going. Take down the lockdown and secure the site, which is what he has done. Planting the KC flag on that C site for them. Durka still with Showstopper. Boaster got the Odin coming in. Still got the Paranoia. Still got a lot of kit for the Fnatic side. Smoke drops, target found, first man gone. Martin removed, who was the kind of instigator to a lot of the success. Trying to maybe time it on the haunt there. Not going to get it. Tomasi now has the angle.
Big duel.
I think they know it. Narrate, though, great damage. Spams into the smoke, and I think he got the reward off that. And I think these two safe. I think they have to back away here. Round by round, Josh, KC. They're starting to bring this back. This is going to be 7 on the board now.
This is... Amazi knows. He's hunting him down. Smells that blood. He's locking in. Can he find Boaster, though? Boaster trying to just get out of there. He needs this Odin saved. It's going to put a lot of pressure towards A. Maybe gives away the setup a little bit, but again, round by round, KC's closing it off.
Okay, should be able to keep this. No one else able to get there. That's 3 in a row now. They've got some ults to play with too. The TP, the Hunter's Fury, and I guess
that was a
massive, but
really nasty entry.
Yeah, that was.
And you know, it might sound that we're being harsh or negative towards KC, but it's not really about negativity or anything.
Little Buster, where are you, mate?
And then he dies.
He found Little Boaster.
It's more about like disappointment about we know that they could be so much better.
Oh,
and
yeah.
We want to see it. And we are seeing that in the last few rounds now. If they started with this, think about how different the game could have been.
You're right. But if they pick up now, if they can keep going, this time they remove the alarm bot. Learning from the last round just a moment ago. That's going to be off. Chronicle and Alpha again, they've had so much thrown their way. Similar scenes this time.
Did he get the orb up on C already, on Martin? Because he's 1 off, and they do have Silva ultimate here. They grabbed it already.
What's the game plan now for KC? Similar?
They're doing the opening the door right now on A site, putting a little bit of pressure. It's not doing anything though.
Yeah, I don't think they're falling for it twice. Fnatic trying to learn on the fly.
Oh, the scan comes in.
Martin is so good at these entries. He's doing serious work for KC. Alpha has to respect this. He can't hold this. He has to sit back a little bit deeper, tries to go back in with the Sheriff. And a couple of shots nearly landing right through. Oh, that was close enough. Hero has found Martin. You're not going to lose this one, though, boys. Surely not. KC, this is the one that you close out on. Durka wants to get in, tries to post it, only finds the pillar. And now things starting to look a little dreary. Fnatic not finding that springboard forward, taking a couple of steps for KC, holding the line. Fnatic now down to 2, now down to none. KC, they are doing this. It is arduous and it's hard fought for, but they are stringing rounds together now.
And Fnatic, they were doing so well. They were so hot. I wonder if they got to the point where in their mind, this game was already won for them, and they started shifting into the kind of position of, we're winning. I'm going to keep doing whatever I'm doing, taking a little bit more risks, taking more of a chance, because you were getting away with it before. But guess what? KC's hitting back now. You need to slow your roll. You need to change your approach. You realize that they are getting close. Now it's time, okay, let's start locking in. No more mistakes. We can't give them any room to breathe. We need to suffocate them.
You're right. And I want to take this time during this Fnatic timeout that you can see them having a chat with, is highlighting Martin on these entries as well. His approach towards C has been nuts. It's been completely outdoing Kron. It's been pushing Alpha to an impossible situation. It's been wonderful to witness seeing him start to hit a little better. You've got Tomasi, Narrate. Everyone's starting to wake up a little bit here. We're seeing a much better look from KC, something that was missing for a while. But then what's the answer for Fnatic? They have a buy here. They have 2 ults. They've got the Viper's Pit with Chronicle, and they still have the TP with Boaster. Again, maybe not the most instigating sort of moments, but enough that they could do some serious damage in these rounds. We have to wait to see what the approach is as timeout now coming to a close.
We've seen a couple of gamble stacks from, not gamble stacks, we've seen a couple of bait setups. So Chronicle in the elbow bend there, trying to get baited into a setup so that he can catch people on the side. It almost worked one time. Martin got a flick off on him. Beautiful entry. This last round, though, dart, flash combo, Martin's able to entry that way. I think Fnatic needs to do more gamble stacks and start taking control of the map.
But we've got Boaster and Durka here this time. That's a total switch up. We haven't seen this before, nor have we seen him get this proactive. Okay, Durka's been noted. How long does he stick around on this? He can't stay forever, no. Forced to respect it, but burns a little bit of that utility early, so the dart's going to be used for now. So a little bit of a different setup. They're going to note that. KC should know now they're not up against the same sort of look, and it's a trade out. Magnum going to get Boaster, but it's Durka to find it, and Chronicle on the other side of the map. He's removed that one man. Normally, Tomasi's had a lot of freedom, a lot of presence to push there. Now what do they do with a man disadvantage? Martin still has his ult, and a dry fight for Durka, trying to maybe catch a bit of the timing. He is lucky to be alive. Hero in unison. This is not this round. This isn't the one you let slip, surely. It was after the timeout. It's worked well for Fnatic here. This looks like 12 could be happening unless Martin or Narrate, two very capable players, pull it off. Whoa. Martin, that's outrageous. You're counting your lucky stars to try and catch out Chronicle like that, and now it's all on Martin. Position was noted. The spike down in a really rough position for him. And for Fnatic, finally getting something going their way. A 1v4 is a lot to ask for with 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
This round, just the things that were kind of happening. Martin chasing with a Magnum chasing with a shock dart out. Martin's Euro ultimate coming out right next to Chronicle, and Chronicle got lucky once.
Look at him. That's what you get for trying to do that to him earlier.
Pop out with a double barrel in his back.
12-8. That could be the killing blow, but this was a round, you know, a little out of sorts. It was 4 in a row for KC, and this adjustment, this little switch up seemed to work so well, and KC slowing it down. They've called a timeout now as well. They've got to pull out all the cards here, all the stops, anything they got left up their sleeve. Now is the time to bring it through.
No more mistakes. They can't get sloppy. Last round, I feel like they were getting ahead of themselves a little bit. They won 4 rounds in a row. They thought they were immortal. They got that opening pick on Boaster, but then they lose to Mozzie, to Chronicle opening the door at A from Tree, and then it's a 3-on-4, and they're stressing. They are feeling the pressure of the situation. Oh my God, we can't let this slip. They're going to be on 12 rounds. They're going to be on series point. I need to go and make this play at Waterfall. Boom, he goes down. Okay, I'm going to pop my Euro ulti and try to make an opening. And they're splitting up, and they're letting things just slip away from themselves, because I feel like that is the pressure that is starting to mount down on them. And this timeout from KC couldn't have come at a better time, because, well, I mean, if they lose another round, it's done for. They need to use any timeouts to talk about strategy, talk about emotions, talk about managing everything.
Yeah, it's a lot to be said in a very little time. I want to see what the start is again. Okay, we've got the same switch up from previous, where we still have Boaster and Durka over towards C. And the response is go A, I guess. I mean, you're going in towards Alpha. You got Chronicle there still, and Hero. Looks like all 5 in on this one.
Shin use his ultimate here. Chronicle down to 19 off the counter spam.
That's nice though. Unconfirmed damage, but it's nice.
Fnatic been winning rounds with multiple players with like 10 HP all series. Is this going to be another one of those, like pistol round?
But look at the position from Durka.
Stole that space. The camera, does it
won't
see him?
No, it's around the corner. They don't know about Durka yet. Oh my God, this could be it. Durka, can you be the danger man? Can you be the one to do the damage? No, Magnum keeping hopes alive here for KC. First one found, and is that the green light? Do they try and punish C? Then falling to Boaster, difficult position to be in. Still a smoke to play, still is paranoia, but he has to respect this now. Already, Aldrone coming in, paranoia ready. Trying to go for this little TP. It's a risky play, but it's good so far. Hero working off the back of all the information coming their way. The paranoia as well. Turns the flash now. KC have to re-clear the site. This is so difficult. Boaster could be an absolute danger, a menace in this position. Tries to get away. It's bad. It's blow for blow. It's player for player, but look at the HP. Chronicle 19, Boaster 32, and Martin and Array in a much better position here, but they need that plant. They want that time on their side, and that spam, it could be disastrous. Big info. They still don't know about Boaster here. They know about Kron.
Oh my God, no way.
It's all on one man, Narrate. Oh, can he be the man to stand tall here for them? Nightfall, it's gonna catch. Boaster now has to just take a guess, take a gamble, and
no
takes
way.
the kill! Boaster closes down on KC. And Fnatic win in 2. I cannot believe what we witnessed today. You could have argued Haven was Fnatic's, but when you looked at the rest of the map, or Lotus, Bind, you've had to have thought KC had that. But this is a new look Fnatic. They look revitalized. They look brand new.
They do. They look happy about it as well. They are. I mean, they've gone through so much this year to get to this point as well, right? They've been. When you're at the top and then you have that fall and you have to kind of climb your way back up, it is a climb. It's a struggle, and it's not easy. And to be able to do it, I mean, right here, you can see exactly how much that is meaning to them right now.
And on the other side, a devastating loss for KC here, but it felt like Fnatic were the better team today. It's hard to clarify in certain ways, because some of it was just pound for pound, Fnatic were hitting shots for a long time. Couple of key timeouts did bring this game back to a closer affair, but it felt almost inevitable with Fnatic after map 1 and that first half in map 2.
One of the things that you can really learn from a loss like this, where you get completely blown out, 13-8, okay, not that bad on the second map. One of the things you can learn from is, hey, when we're not hitting our shots, when we're not having a good game, we need a stronger backup plan. What's our plan C for situations like that? We need to have something else in our repertoire so we can bounce back and pull something out. So this, in the long run, could make KC a much stronger team, and they already are a deadly team. Fnatic, though...
Thanks, Boaster. Every time it's like you're hitting like a serious point, he just pulls that out. You're like,
yeah,
cool.
Well, I'm
nice
done.
One. Yeah, no, you're right though. This long-term could give KC a chance to rebuild and come back stronger. They have to learn through the losses. And you're right, sometimes when everything's working, you don't pick up all those lessons. But here, it will be a stark reminder they've got some work to do. However, we have more for you today before we close out the entire show. We have the post-plant coming up, and there's something you don't want to miss. I believe Boaster and Durka will be joining Yinzu and Kukuka.
That is right, Pansy. They will be joining us in just a moment. But yeah, what a victory for them. Very dominant.
I mean, it's crazy also the way that they closed the entire series. But yeah, very good performance from Fnatic. They're definitely back.
Before we get the boys here, let's take a look at our pay safe card play of the week. And Kukuka, this one goes to Camo with his fantastic ace.
I think it was crazy. I believe this was the first day of this week. It was a very, very long one, but it definitely was an impactful one when we think about Koi and the performance that they had.
Hopefully
yeah,
we will have
that confirms the top 3 in
if we do
EMEA.
see it, you guys will know it is an ace from Camo. But before we
With
see
fucking
that player of the week, I guess I can tell you
Heretics,
guys about
Foot
a
and
limited
Fnatic.
time offer the pay save card has as
They
well.
look
You can
shaky
get it
against
via your
BBL, but
sign-up bonus and spend it on whatever you want,
like
whether it's the
beating
team
Vitality
skins,
and
whether
KC.
it's the bundles, and here is
Next
the
week they
play.
don't play, and then after that they play
Here
Liquid.
on, Icebox,
I have them
believe there
winning
was a lot
against
of pressure
Liquid.
to win this game against Giant X, and time after time he was able to deliver. He also played incredibly today, but it wasn't enough to
But
get
yeah.
I think it goes to show how impressive that was, because there were so many contenders, I felt like, for the pay safe card play of the week, but that one goes to Camo indeed. But let's talk about this series we just saw. Definitely how I did not expect for it to go that way. What about you?
I mean, I like the Lotus, I like the adaptation, I like how they were pushed with the Euro and how they had to adapt. I think that Martin was having a banger game. It was very difficult to think about what to do against it and how quick they were going, how all the utility was falling into place. And still, Fnatic, they managed to come up on top again. But obviously, after that performance on Haven, how could they not?
Oh, we have a lot of great rivalries, and I want to pitch Boaster versus Tomazi on Lotus for the rest of time. Because how is it that every time they play against each other on Lotus, something crazy happens?
I think the trash talk was also very good with Tomazi saying, "Where's Boaster?
Well,
where's Boaster?"
I'm glad you
Oh,
asked,
he is
Dory,
here.
because he is here. Durka, Boaster, please come and join us. Here's the mic. Yep, here you go.
Thanks very much.
Take a little seat. Congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
victory over KC. I really particularly like the way that Durka decided to Dirk all over them and show them that it was Dirk in time,
Yeah.
because you had a fantastic performance, Durka. First of all, how does it feel to play Haven again?
I mean, it feels good after all of this time. I mean, it was probably my favorite map with Icebox. Now I'm not really friends with Icebox. I like Haven more.
The friendship is over. The friendship is
Yeah,
over. Moreover, what's it like to play a mini series at this point with no Jet? You've just been doing Yoru Rays or some of the other agents as well, but we haven't seen the Jet in a second.
Yeah, I mean, Jet got nerfed a little bit, too much, and at this state of the map, well, I think Yoru comes in like really well on other maps like Haven, for example. You can play really well with rotations and do really good stuff with your util, and I feel like that's a bit more important than Jet just dashing out. Like I feel like I have more creativity and like I have more freedom to make plays on Yoru than Jet.
I wanted to know, was this always the idea for Haven to run a double duelist with the ISO? How do you end up here? Like, even if ISO wasn't buffed or something would have been changed, was the double duelist something that you wanted to run? This came out last minute?
You can answer as well. It's all good. Yeah, you don't need my permission.
I think we decided to cheese it a bit, I think.
Yeah, I think
The meta was coming back, and we thought potentially there could be the Viper comps. And I was thinking, well, ISO is really broken right now. We might as well exploit it whilst we can, especially because it really suits our players. We have Alfie and Durka, both able to kind of probably play it. And then obviously we want to get Durka on that AWP as much as possible with the fast rotations. It really suits Haven. And then Alfia being able to flood with the shield. So it just really suited us, and I just thought it would work. And I spoke to Minnie and Elmer. I said, please, please let us run this. And they were like, we could do the breach Sova Jet. And I was like, no, trust me. And then they started to see the light, and then we started getting cooking on it. And yeah, with Minnie's notes and Elmer's kind of prep for the defense side, we were able to kind of work on it every scrim. Not many scrims, but it was good.
Was this you and Alpha begging? Because I know Alpha was definitely there with you, like, oh, get me on the duelist. Or was it, you know, were the rest of the boys on board as well?
Was he sad that he had to play ISO?
No, I said, Alpha, you're playing ISO, and he actually cried, and he was like, no, I really want to play Cypher. No, I'm joking. He was over the moon. I said, you're playing, I'm going to do it to the camera. So I said, you're playing ISO, and he was like, okay, I play ranked right now. And then that's how we got him to play ranked.
Okay, but what about Hero also? Because he had an amazing performance there on Cypher. Did you guys expect it to go that well? Because definitely the ISO and the Euro were not like the big highlight of today's Haven.
You wanna do it?
Yeah, I mean, with Hero coming, I didn't really know what he's gonna play. I think we just switched up a little bit. Like, Kronk can play Sova, of course. Alpha can play double duels, and we kind of feel with Hero. I think he did really well. Like, he didn't have much time to prep with us, but I think he has done really well. He's really keen to learn, and like, really amazing guy and fun too to play with. So it's been really great.
Honestly, it's just a fanatic way, right? Every player that you pick up has always been like a hidden gem. Earlier you said that, you know, you and Icebox, you had a bit of a breakup, you know, not your best friend anymore. What about the agents? Is Jet still your, you know, your thing, or have you had a breakup with Jet as well? You got a new best friend?
No, I think Yoro is my best friend. Ever since he got buffed and I started playing him, I'm like, this just gets stronger and stronger. And I think the more you play with him, I think the more stronger you get with him. It's like, I think the skill ceiling on that agent is the highest, and you can do like amazing things with it.
It is fun to watch you guys play that. I want to talk about that Haven a little bit more because, as you would know, Boaster, it's not really the Viper Harbor is not something that a lot of teams do, especially in EU. The pick rate is extremely low. But luckily, you have played against Loud about 3 times in 1 year, and Loud are like the godfathers of Viper Harbor. So when you saw that comp come up today, did you immediately think, oh, I know exactly what to do. I know the Sadak wars, I know the timings, or were you kind of like, oh, I'm a little bit confused?
I think obviously the Viper was a lot more oppressive with the double spits and the longer wall and orb combination. You can put both up, combination. But no, I think after playing against Loud, I don't think anyone really can compete in terms of how oppressed we felt in the map. So when we played against KC today, we had a different comp, so it kind of suits against this Viper. We didn't even get to do any attack rounds, which would have been the slightly more difficult side. But in terms of the way that KC were playing, I think they weren't utilizing the comp to its fullest. But they've only had what, like couple of weeks? No, not in that. Couple of days on the Haven to really get it down. So it's a comp that takes time, and Loud have a lot of reps on it, and we had a few reps on it playing against Loud, so yeah.
Would you recommend the other teams to ban Haven against you?
I guess no, because you want to play it.
I was going to say, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Honestly, they could do what they want, really. I like 6 maps right now. Sunset, I don't even know what that map is. Like, I came on it, played Sova for a day because I had some lineups, and that was it. So, and we had quick loss against Heretics. Lovely.
Yeah, what about you then Durka? Do you feel the same way about the map pool right now?
Yeah, I mean, I like the maps we're playing right now. Of course, we don't like Sunset, but I think the other maps are just really good for us, and we're having a lot of fun.
When Fracture comes back, it's over. I feel like that's
actually.
Right.
Yeah.
I was playing it in Swift Play today.
I hope not. I hope not.
I hope not too.
Yo, Jimmy Lin has been
You
teaching
need
me
to
how
watch
to play
Jimmy
attack.
Lin's attack side guide on. It's a sorry,
It's
that's
a
a
meme,
really
sorry,
deep
it's a
cut
meme.
meme. A very, very, very deep cut meme. Now you're not officially confirmed for playoffs yet, unfortunately. If we take a look at the standing, you still have to, prey on a couple of other teams' downfalls. You still have to win your games, and so on and so forth. But what are your views on just how competitive this league is right now? Because obviously you guys were also one of the teams that probably felt just how difficult it was last split too. I'll start with you, Durka.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the league, we had some problems. Like, we lost 2 games, I think.
Kickoff, right, yeah.
I mean, kickoff, yeah, was a bit hard for us. And even, like, split 1, we went 3-3. And it's like, everyone went 3-3. But I think for our results, it was kind of unexpected. Like, we of course, want more. And we always used to win, like, the regular seasons, like, almost not dropping a game. But, yeah, I mean, it's fine now. Like, I feel like we're coming back. And I think we just gathered so many championship points that it should be just going for the championship points. Like, I think it's the main goal for our team right now.
What do you think?
For me, I got a psychologist. Well, with the help of Yinsu. So, yeah, that's quite funny.
I don't know you like that.
So yeah, I was gonna say. But for me, I the way that I think before games and like during games, I'm really trying to have techniques in dealing with it. So when it comes to also thinking about potentially qualifying for champs, and every game kind of matters, especially with the BBL game and then the other game that we played and today's game. Vitality game. There we go. I think, yeah, I just feel very relaxed going into these games, and I know I'm less focused on the outcome and more focused on how we can win. And I have little techniques to help me with that. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about champs. I didn't even know what the standings were. I didn't know that it carried on. So I thought we were 0-0, and everyone was 0-0. But then I was like, oh wait, we're nowhere near playoffs, but now we've actually won 3 in a row, so we're looking pretty good now. And yeah, I just want to keep winning, keep focusing, and maybe me and the boys tonight hit up a bit of Dark and Darker.
Of course.
Which boys? Which boys? Because
Hero and Althea.
Oh, you don't want to get involved, Durka?
No, I was playing Elden Ring DLC. I was playing Elden Ring DLC.
You will quit just like he quit our guild.
Yeah, Durka didn't leave our guild. This is the members of our guild right now.
Members of our guild.
It was really boring.
You can't say that live on there, but
Don't
yeah,
say it.
go.
But yeah, I had a question. You're talking about the mental, the help and everything that you're getting. Well, next week you're going to be off. Do you think that is a break that you're going to... Did you know that you had next week off? Because he looked at me as if he didn't.
I did now.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I knew it because we had the double week this week. So I was like, wait, when do we play next? And then it was like a longer week.
So it's only Team Liquid left. So you're talking about the games that you didn't win and so on. You do remember that last year, the last game that you did not win was against Liquid.
Oh, you mean in the finals? It's a different Liquid, to be fair. So we'll allow it. We'll allow that one. And yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's just we're going to use this now week break that we have with no kind of tournaments to really focus on and deep dive into maps, I think, and really think about our macro on all of the maps that we currently have. Also start maybe thinking about Abyss, because that will be coming into play eventually, and start thinking how that's going to work. And yeah, we just want to prep ourselves as much as possible for the Liquid game, and hopefully we win that. And then obviously, I think then that's playoffs. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will be playoffs.
So then, yeah, and then for that, and
you're probably gonna get more rest now in this week than when you came back from Shanghai. More or less.
No, they got knocked out relatively. Like they had a break.
Yeah, but you know, after after Hero joined and everything, you know.
Sorry to do that to you.
No, actually, Shanghai was lovely after I got knocked out.
My question is, obviously, you guys are kind of leaning into the meta now a bit more. We've seen the Deadlock, we've seen the ISO. When are we going to see your Neon? I don't mean Fnatic's Neon. I mean your Neon. Because people don't know how good your Neon is, I feel like.
It's my League of Legends mechanics. What can I say? Mid laner coming in.
Oh my God, you play Nico, don't you?
I feel like, Doug, I need your vouch. Like, how is his Neon all right? Decent?
I have never seen that.
You've never had.
And there's probably a reason.
I think my highest ever ranked stats was 500 ACS on Neon.
There we go.
And that was 3 years ago, so however long it was. So yeah.
On your Smurf.
Yeah, and I've never had a game like that ever. On my snap. Shut up, man. Yeah.
So who would play the Neon then if you guys had to lean into that as well?
Definitely not Althea, because he's got PTSD from when we played
On Breeze?
before on Pearl. And BCJ is throwing a recon outside B long on Pearl. None of us are breaking it. Althea's dying 5 rounds in a row, and he says, I'm never playing Neon again if you guys can't break a recon.
So you're telling me there is a chance?
It'll be Durka.
But will you break the recon this time? Or are you going to give him PTSD as well?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, my reaction time ain't fast enough for the recon. I'm barely looking at the minimap. No, I'm barely looking at my crosshair. I'm looking at the minimap. Did they catch that round against Martine, by the way? That shot I did. I was outside C and I accidentally flicked and one-tapped him.
No, they don't catch
They
a lot
didn't
of
catch
your-
that.
They don't catch a lot
I don't
of your
know,
kills.
maybe I did
I'm
it, I
asking
don't know.
production, go back in the VOD. It was like
They-
2-0, I think, and I accidentally killed him, and it was the craziest flick I've ever done. It was a Hiko, are you kidding me?
And it wasn't even intentional.
Yeah, we'll go back in the VOD.
I think it's because I think Durka was like getting 4 kills
Yeah.
that round.
Yeah, he
and,
was.
You know, we had to. We had priorities, but we did catch the Tomazzi.
Oh, you saw it? Oh, they saw it. They saw it.
They did see it. Oh,
Good.
I
So if they
wasn't.
saw it, then we definitely showed it.
But we did catch the Tomazzi clutch, which I don't know if you remember. I feel like you and Tomazzi on Lotus always have some kind of
beef.
Yeah,
Oh.
some kind of beef.
In the tree, on A.
Yes,
Yes.
on it. Yes.
Yeah, I remember that one. I mean, that one was textbook. You know, he can't come behind you. You just hold the front. A little bit of an off angle. He's going to walk into you because he's not going to be running. Hold the walk angle. Crosshair placement for the walk in,
I thought you were
not
looking
for
at
the
the
running.
minimap.
Are we writing this down, guys? Are we
Yeah.
writing this down while you're
If
talking?
you think they're going to walk, adjust the crosshair. If you think they're going to run or swing you, you adjust the crosshair.
All right. Okay,
There you
cool. I've written it down here. I got it down here. But before we let you guys go, we just got a couple more things. Your ex-teammate, Durka, Cloud, left you a question on yesterday's post plan. So please take a look at this.
Do you think ISO is broken or not?
Ooh. All right, Durka, do you think ISO is broken or not?
Yeah, of course it's broken. It's like, it's a tank. We played Prague, I think, against ISO at one point, and we had trouble on A, and Jake is like, what's going on A? Like, do you guys need help? And I'm like, yeah, the tank is coming and just killing us. We cannot do anything. We're 3 people just holding him. And it's like, nothing to do about it.
You think ISO is broken?
Nah, he's rubbish. I think everyone should not be playing him. No, I think he's good, obviously. I think it really depends on the player, though. You need, I'm not going to lie, you need a Turkish player on him. They got that different mentality when it comes to playing ISO for some reason. So, yeah, like Woot, Althea, those are like the 2 top-tier ISOs we've seen thus far. I can't say safe yet because I did take him in a 1v1 in the ulti.
We saw.
It was my second kill of that map, so pretty proud of that one. 2 and 13. Love that.
We saw that. We saw that. We saw that.
Yeah,
now next week, what were the fixtures next week? Do we have a schedule next week? I believe the game, the last
We only
game,
have 3 days. That's new for next week.
It will be Foot versus Gentlemates. So whoever wins in that game will join us on Postplan, and they will answer a question from you guys. We don't know who is going to be yet. Whoever wins, basically. Would you like to leave a question for them? It doesn't have to be related to the game. Could be anything. I believe Hero's question when he was here was, what is your game day routine to Cloud and Milan? It was a nice little question.
That's a nice question.
It was a lovely
Yeah,
question.
but now you have to think of another one.
But you
Who's
can't
got
ask
the
that.
biggest butt in VCT? Can you say that?
Yeah, can you
I mean,
ask
you
it
just
again?
did.
Can you ask it again, please?
Come with me, Daga. We're going to say who's got the biggest butt in VCT. 3, 2, 1. Who's got the biggest butt in VCT?
Oh, Lord. All right, okay. I really want. I cannot wait to see what they say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure we get CNED.
CNED,
I want to
yes.
hear what CNED has to say
Yes.
about this.
He
But that
probably
is
will
it.
lock in playoffs and then we'll reply to that.
That is it for us for this week. Thank you very much, you guys at home, for watching. Thank you, Durka and Boaster, for
you.
joining us. Congratulations. Thank you, Kakuga, as well. Do you want to dance us out? We can, you know, we give you the floor. Everyone, give it some courage.
Yeah,
give it some courage.
Yeah,
Hey,
you want
all
it?
this? Yeah, go for it. Production, do what you need to do.
Yeah, you tell them.
All right. Have a good night.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
I needed that. Yeah. It's gonna be it for today.
If Koi win here, if they beat Gentlemates, doesn't matter what the map difference is, Foot will 100% be locked for playoffs.
An absolutely perfect round from Gentlemates, and my god, the impact of Cadaver ain't going anywhere.
But then he cannot push elbow. But he can.
For Koi, what a turnaround this has been. The ball is most certainly rolling for the attackers. Trying to take a chance! What a play by Gentlemates! What is that from Tankers? Let's go, les gars! Super! Gentlemates will take that first map, and Mitch with Split coming up next. I'm a worried man.
Nice! Groovy, let's go!
Fighting to take us all the way to Lotus. And Mates have found it 11 to 11, neck and neck.
How are we gonna win a game, bro?
13 to 11, back-to-back nail biters, but it's Gentlemates walking out with the victory.
It's going to be the third time these two teams face each other this year, and it's always been a banger. It's time to bring out Fnatic and Carmichael onto the stage.
So much to be seen between these two. A real litmus test of who is towards the top. Hero! A moment to shine for the young gun. Martin wins his the hero again. This guy is fitting in with Fnatic like he's been in from the start.
Nice, hero. Good comms.
Fnatic, a clear-cut affair. 13 rounds and barely a mark back for KC. Lotus coming up next. Do they have what it takes?
You can only be so quick when you got that heavy thing on you.
Boaster takes his life. 4 kills for him this round.
I've never seen you lose those.
Hello? Yeah, I don't lose those.
There it is. Nice from KC. Couple of good rounds now back to back. Boaster now has to just take a guess, take a gamble, and takes the kill! Boaster closes down on KC. And Fnatic win in 2.
Gig. I'll see you tomorrow for the EMEA games. We have at least for the EMEA. We have EG Furia. I think I have EG winning. And then we have Senku, I have Crew win. I'm gonna check that. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, I have Crew winning and EG winning. Because Furia and EMEA are like the Koi and Giantex of Americas. And Sen won against Energy, but I mean it's fucking Energy. Even EG wins against Energy. And Crew, they showed some good stuff in stage 1. Yeah, they are 5-1, and they lost to Leviathan. So they are definitely like the best team, or one of the best teams in Americas. I even had them like I think I had them going to Shanghai instead of G2. So yeah. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow for the games, at least. And yeah, stay safe. Bye bye.